salaries were barely more than the minimum wage or unemployment stipends and are hoping for more increases. Last month, disillusioned students were on strike organizing protests both at their schools and on social networks like TikTok to express anger after costly equipping them to maintain stable, well-paying jobs. And finally, on the international news, the Sudanese army has rejected a ceasefire call by the United Arab Emirates during the coming holy month of Ramadan. This comes as the army makes major advancements in the capital and seizes control of a key stronghold previously held by the Rapid Support Forces RSF in northern Khartoum. Sudan's army considers the EU as an aggressor of the war and has many occasions linked it to the RSF, accusing it as its main financer and supplier of weapons. The UAE refutes the claims. In a statement, the UAE said as they approach the holy month of Ramadan, a time of mercy and compassion, the UAE calls on all parties to honor this sacred period with a humanitarian ceasefire. Well, that's the end of the international news. I am Cecilia Ali Sise. Goodbye. From the international news, we now proceed to business updates.
Hello and welcome to Business Updates, the segment that brings you insight in business and its contribution towards positively impacting the economy. I'm Moses Conte. In today's edition, fishermen and businesses assess the impact of the closed season at Tamakula Wharf, Aberdeen. As the sun set on another fishing season, the industry reflects on the year marked by both challenges and triumph. Fishermen, businesses and communities that rely on the ocean's boundary are now assessing the impact of this season's catch. With challenge in regulation, environmental factors and market demands, the close of the fish season for the month of February brings both opportunities and concern for stakeholders across the board. To know more on this, let's join our reporter, Abaka Kamara, who was there and sent this report.
This year, the fishing industry faced challenges including fluctuating fish populations and stricter regulations aimed at sustainability. The introduction of new preservation measures have sparked discussions among industry leaders about the balance between economic viability and environmental responsibility. Additionally, the ongoing effects of climate change have raised questions about the future of fish stocks and livelihoods dependent on them. Saidu Kabia, one of the harbour masters at the Tambakula Wharf, spoke about the initiative of the government on the close of the season for a month and how this process is affecting fishmongers and businesses.
Well, this government initiative. Government say they foreclose the season, they foreclose the sea for 1 month, so they observe the 1 month. It affects everybody. Yes, like a office. If they say you don't go on break, then they affect you because you get responsibility.
Ngadi Bangura and other fishmongers spoke about their constraints at this Tambakula Wharf on the close of season, that it is very difficult for them to earn their living, and especially when they have school-going children. As the season comes to a close, the industry stands at crossroads with both challenges and opportunities ahead. It is essential for all stakeholders to collaborate and innovate during this 1 month of closing season. For SLBC Business News, Abubakar Kamara reporting.
Thanks to our reporter Abubakar Kamara for that report. Well, that's all we have in this edition of Business Update. I've been your presenter, Moses Conte. Keep watching.
And many thanks to Moses Conte for the latest in business. Now let's go over to our entertainment desk.
welcome to Entertainment News with me, Esther Susanette Bassi. In this edition, we bring you updates on House of Stars show. And Dax hits 13 million followers on TikTok. Now, the biggest reality TV show, House of Stars, is on, and we are almost close to its end. The week 10 is over, but Sunday night was not favorable for most people as Mohamed Lamin Konde, their fave housemate, was evicted from the house.
You have 15 seconds to leave the mansion. You have been evicted.
Alongside Medflex was popular Sierra Leonean content creator Sasko, who was also evicted.
Sasko spent time in the house purely for entertainment purposes. Sasko, the CEO, has informed me to inform you that you have done a great job and your mission in the House of Stars is now complete, Sasko. Your mission has been complete, Sasko. You have 10 seconds to leave the mansion.
Finally, popular Canadian artist Dax hits 13 million TikTok followers. Wow, that's amazing. In fact, impressive. The news about his social media achievement came after the singer posted on his Facebook page to inform his fans about this milestone. Dax is the second Canadian artist on TikTok. He said he's now undoubtedly the Balloon Star's most loyal customer. Oh wow, and you know what that means? The singer, who recently decided to buy a monthly membership, is now getting unlimited monthly balloons. In this post, Dax sent out shout-outs to everyone who spread the word and the music for the people. He assured fans of creating an impactful music ever made. Wow, let's wait and see that. Well, that's all we have for this edition of the Entertainment News with me, Esther Susanette Bassi. Bye-bye.
Many thanks to our entertainment desk for that update, and now let's find out the latest in sports.
Welcome along to the sporting updates that keeps you in the know. In today's edition, we talk all things Mohamed Kalon because he's on the spotlight for the good reasons. First, Mohamed Kalon had a session with the Sierra Leone national female team as they gear up for their WAFCON qualifiers at the SLFA Academy. Sulaiman Babaturi tells us more.
The Sierra Leone women's national team, otherwise known as Sierra Queens, have intensified preparation for their crucial 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations WAFCON qualifiers. They were recently treated to a motivational boost from Sierra Leone's football legend Mohamed Kalon. Kalon, a respected figure in Sierra Leonean football with an illustrious career that includes stints at top clubs like Inter Milan and Monaco, visited the team during a training session at the Sierra Leone Football Association Academy in Kenema. The former playmaker shared his wealth of knowledge with the squad, guiding them through an intensive training session filled with drills and technical advice. His presence not only provided technical insight, but also served as a source of inspiration, motivating the players to give their best in the upcoming qualifiers. Kalon's visit highlighted the nation's support for the women's team as they aim to make a strong impression in the WAFCON qualifiers. With the team set to face Benin in the first round, the players were more determined than ever to succeed. The first leg of the qualifier is scheduled for February 20th, 2025 at Stade de Kege de Lomé, Togo, followed by the second leg on February 24th at the Samuel Keyon do Sports Complex in Monrovia, Liberia. With the backing of national heroes like Mohamed Kalon, the Sierra Leone women's national team is poised to make a significant impact on the continental stage.
In another development, Mohamed Kalon has been officially appointed as the head coach of the senior national men's team Leon Stars. Well, Mohamed Kalon is expected to take over the team effective immediately as they prepare for upcoming World Cup qualifiers. In a move that has sparked excitement across the nation, the Sierra Leone Football Association has officially appointed former national team captain and international football icon Mohamed Kallon as the new head coach of Leone Stars. Kallon, known for his illustrious career with top European clubs like Inter Milan and Monaco, brings a wealth of experience and a deep understanding of the game to the role. His appointment is a significant step forward for Sierra Leonean football and signaling a new era of ambition and hope. The former international star is expected to focus on preparing the Leone Stars for crucial upcoming matches in the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Next month, Sierra Leone faces a challenging double-header against Guinea-Bissau and African powerhouse Egypt. Kallon's leadership and tactical control will be put to test as he aims to guide the team to victory. The SLFA has expressed their confidence in Kallon's ability to inspire and elevate the national team on the global stage. They are expected to formally introduce him to the public and media at a press conference scheduled for a later date. This appointment marks a homecoming for Kallon, who is considered one of Sierra Leone's greatest football exports. His passion for the game and commitment to his country makes him a natural fit for the role. Fans are eagerly anticipating the impact he will have on the senior national men's team, Leone Stars. All the best to the new gaffer, the wonder boy indeed. And that's your sports. Thank you so much for watching and see you next time.
All right, many thanks to Abdul Kabir for that update, and that's all we have time for in this edition of the news from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. Now, to end the news, your top stories again. Judge Advocate Mark Gekba has sentenced 6 military personnel in the second court-martial session for mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny, and desertion, a maximum of 75 years each for 2 of the convicted military personnel, Major Patik Abu Odende Sise and Corporal Mohammed Koma, and minimum of 50 years each for Lieutenant Zainab Amara Suwu and Major Ibrahim Bangura, while 2 others, Major Joanna Kaba and Major Fode Sumana Kama, are to serve 60 years each. The sentences were for each of the 8 counts, but the judge advocate ruled that they should serve their jail terms concurrently. The people of Makne in Bombali Shai Chiefdom, Bombali district, have called for justice after an incident in which they accused their paramount chief of leading a gang from the chiefdom headquarters town to attack and destroy their properties. And Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association, SLMDA, has commenced its 47th annual general and scientific meeting. The meeting, which will span several days, sets the tone with a critical focus on improving access to care and addressing the pressing challenges surrounding maternal and neonatal health in Sierra Leone. Well, that's the end of the news from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. Thanks for watching, and do continue to stay tuned to the public broadcaster, the SLBC. Coming up next is Good Morning Sierra Leone. I am Cecilia Alice to say goodbye.
Another Thursday, and get ready for your weekly TV show, Bottom Line, on the SLBC with Asmi Uba, the program that brings to you policymakers and opinion leaders.
The Sierra Leone People's Party has begun its lower level elections to elect officers of the party to run its affairs for the next 3 years.
The lower level elections are very crucial in the intra-party politics. They are described as the foot soldiers of the party, and this time they are crucial because they will form the next executives to vote for national officers. Umaru Napoleon Koroma is the outgoing National Secretary General of the SLPP.
I want to extend my gratitude and to say thanks and appreciation to you for the support you've given me throughout my tenure as Secretary General of the SLPP from 2017 to 2025. By May this year, I will be bowing out of the Secretariat of the Israeli People's Party for the time being, as I will not be running again for the position of Secretary General for the Sierra Leone People's Party.
Who is going to survive and who will form the next lower level and national executives? Join us on Bottom Line this Thursday live on SLBC as the SLPP National Secretary General outlines the rules of the game.
Those who are coming in or those who want to replace me, I want to wish them all good luck. I want to encourage everyone to conduct themselves in the true spirit of one country, one people. Let's keep our campaign very civil, let's keep our campaign brotherly, and let's keep our campaign very, very much friendly. For we are the Australian People's Party. Let our campaign reflect the views and aspirations of our founding fathers.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation coming up with its special Valentine's program from the 1st to the 14th of February as love cuts across boundaries.
So, get set as the SLBC Commercial and Marketing Department has created the platform where individuals, organizations, and businesses can send love messages to their loved ones. We appreciate our customers and other partners using this platform to demonstrate love and care.
The program will be aired on Slbc TV twice on Valentine's Day, February 14, at a cost of 450 leones only.
If interested, you can invite us to your business place from the 1st to the 12th of February. We will record your 1-minute message that will be properly edited and broadcast. Your video will be inserted. So, be romantic and show some love to your loved ones.
So, try us today. You will never regret you did, as the sky will be your limit.
Alternatively, you can send your 1-minute edited videos by WhatsApp on 076 920 510 and send your payment on Orange Money on 072 552 744.
Please note that SLBC reserves the right not to air your videos if the content has nudity or contains illegal materials, as the facility is open to everyone. So come to the SLBC and pay 80 leones to be recorded.
For more information, call on 076 920 510.
My African queen, I love you, I love you.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
another Thursday and get ready for your weekly TV show, Bottom Line, on the SLBC with Asmi Uba, the program that brings to you policymakers and opinion leaders.
The Sierra Leone People's Party has begun its lower level elections to elect officers of the party to run its affairs for the next 3 years.
The lower level elections are very crucial in the intra-party politics. They are described as the foot soldiers of the party, and this time they are crucial because they will form the next executives to vote for national officers. Umaru Napoleon Koroma is the outgoing National Secretary General of the SLPP.
I want to extend my gratitude and to say thanks and appreciation to you for the support you've given me throughout my tenure as Secretary General of the SLPP from 2017 to 2025. By May this year, I will be bowing out of the Secretariat of the Australian People's Party for the time being, as I will not be running again for the position of Secretary General for the Australian People's Party.
Who is going to survive and who will form the next lower level and national executives? Join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC, as the SLPP National Secretary General outlines the rules of the game.
Those who are coming in, or those who want to replace me, I want to wish them all good luck. I want to encourage everyone to conduct themselves in the true spirit of one country, one people. Let's keep our campaign very civil, let's keep our campaign brotherly, and let's keep our campaign very, very much friendly. For we are the Australian People's Party. Let our campaign reflect the views and aspirations of our founding fathers.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that
of February 2025. It's a pleasant morning here at Broadcasting House. Hello and welcome to your favorite breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone. This program always starts today with analysis and views on issues of national concern. We are your presenters. Francis Bernard is my name.
And Dennis Fraser is my name. Our quote of the day this morning is from a Chinese philosopher, Confucius, and it says, "He who conquers himself is the mightiest warrior." And that's certainly a food for thought, and also for answers. And of course, conquering yourself does not necessarily mean you are winning battle over what you think, but it's about your perspectives, how you're able to resonate within yourself, and able to, settle your dispute in your mind.
Sure.
All right. Coming up in the program this morning, Budget Sierra Leone raises concern over viability and properties in 2025 national budget.
Today is World Condom Day, a day dedicated to reinforcing one of the simplest yet most effective tools in the fight against HIV. other sexually transmitted infections, STIs, and unplanned pregnancies.
And WAEC speaks on the status of 2025 series of examinations to be conducted. What are some of the gray areas or intricacies in all of this arrangement which are soon found out? But for now, let's go for a short commercial break. When we come back, good morning, Sierra Leone continues. Welcome back. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We encourage you to be part of it by sending your thoughts, comments, or suggestions. You can even ask questions to our guests on the issues being discussed this morning. The number you can do so is 03-4073-719. The number again is 03-4073-719. Or you can also catch up with us live on Facebook at Slbc Tv Live. It's now time for us to usher in our guests and start the ball rolling. Budget Sierra Leone has recently analyzed Sierra Leone's 2025 national budget. Themed improving the well-being and quality of life of Sierra Leoneans. Well, the budget presents a roadmap for addressing the nation's economic challenges while fostering growth and development. However, critical concerns remain about its viability and the government's commitment to key development priorities. Well, the total budget for 2025 is projected at 35.3 billion, a significant increase from 23.5 billion in 2024. Revenues are estimated at 27.9 billion, leaving a deficit of 7.5 billion, up sharply from 2.6 billion in 2025. The budget rather reflects some strategic priorities, but key sectors critical to the nation's development face glaring underfunding. For example, agriculture, health, and education, among others. Budget Sierra Leone is a civic tech organization committed to promote fiscal transparency and accountability. But for more on this, we have in the studio Boyama Sise, country lead for Budget Sierra Leone. Good morning, welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thank you.
And also for the attention of our viewers, it must be as well recalled that in as much as the budget has gone to Parliament, well, 1.3 billion, which is 8% of the budget, falling shortly of expectation for a flagship program aimed at achieving food security under the Food Salon initiative by the government. Health receives 1.5 billion, which is 9% of the budget, and so was Youth Affairs Education, which received 3.4 billion. Well, we are going to delve deeper in all of these, but for now, we come over to you again, Mr. Sise. You know, your organization, Budget Sierra Leone, has really taken the time off to really go into the intricacies of the 2025 budget. And of course, you've really seen some of the major areas that have grossly underfunded, as you rightly put it. And in your words, you are looking forward to see a situation whereby government really have a rethink. Why so is the case?
Thank you very much. Before I really deep dive into the situations for underfunding, let me just give a big background of Budget Sierra Leone. Budget stands for Budget and Information Technology. In other words, we use IT, information technology, to simplify the national budget and engage citizens on the national budget. In other words, we disseminate budget information to citizens. Because the more you know, the more you are informed, the more you'll be able to hold government to account. And that is the more reason why we analyze the budget, we simplify the budget, we put it into infographics for the understanding of even the layman, so that they will understand allocations and issues around the national budget. That's what we do. But apart from that, we also go into natural resources and climate governance. We do health sector accountability. We also do tracker. Tracker means we are going into Tracker to have to track government projects, because a lot of times we have increased concern over the abandonment of public projects or the poor execution of public projects. So Tracker will be able to track execution of projects so that there will be accountability. So those are the areas we engage. But we have concerns in terms of the 2025 budget. As you mentioned rightly, one of the concerns is allocations to key sectors of government. For example, the Ministry of Agriculture, which houses the flagship program of government, which is the Feed Salo. 1.3 billion is allocated to the Ministry of Agriculture, which is 8% of the budget. We consider that allocation to be small. It is grossly infinitesimal in the sense that if Ministry of Agriculture that houses the flagship program is your flagship program, we had expected an increased allocation to the Ministry of Agriculture so that we'll see commitment on the side of government to a Feed Salo policy agenda. But that one is underfunded. Other people will say government is expecting funding from donor partners. Yes. Even though government is expecting funding from donor partners, government needs to show commitment by increasing allocation to the agricultural sector. We also look at allocations to the health sector, which is 1.5 billion. That allocation is small. In 2001, African government signed to an agreement in Abuja that they will increase their allocations to 15%. In other words, health allocation to 15%. That has not been achieved. Allocation still ranges between 11-12%. That is on paper. Actual allocation, actual budget disbursement to the health sector still fall around 6 to 7%, which is very small and quite challenging in addressing the health situation in this country. We all know the health challenges we have, and there is need for government commitment because health encompasses all sectors of the development, and that is why we are saying there should be an increased allocation in that sector.
All right, Mr. State, in as much as you are saying this, is it altogether too late for you to be bringing up this supposition? Because as we speak, the budget has gone to Parliament, it has received the blessings of Parliament, and of course, even the Committee on Supply, there are allocations ongoing. I mean, if not so the case, some MDAs could have received it in the first quarter of the year. And then why is it's only now you are coming
this Thank you very much. It's never too late to bring up these concerns because implementation is an ongoing process. Budget disbursement is an ongoing process. The budget process is a process that occurs every year. So the national budget is extremely important in a sense that it is an annual process. Every year there is this discussion around the national budget. Every year the national budget is put in place. For example, the budget for 2025, the process started in 2024.
Certainly.
So the budget for 2026, it's also started in 2025. So there's every need for us to continue the discussion because this is not the first time we are doing it. It's something that has started in 2024. This is just a continuous process of what we've been doing so that we'll continue to raise awareness so that we'll continue to draw government's attention to some of these key concerns. Because it appears to be perennial. It is not because every year we expect an increment. That is not happening. And so we will not sit back and say, because government has not done this, we will not continue to advocate. We will continue to advocate so that definitely we will continue to see actions being taken in addressing those concerns. So it's never too late. It's never late because implementation is an ongoing process, and every year the budget process will come on board, and so it's never too late. Anytime is important. We want to see commitment from government.
Mr. Sise, you are calling for increase in allocation to agriculture, health, water resources, and other areas. You and I know the ones allocated to some of these ministries already is not enough for them, or the money is not even forthcoming. You go to some of these ministries and agencies, they will tell you our budget for last year has not been even placed into our accounts, and therefore it's difficult for us to access funds. With that in mind, are you still asking for more?
Yes, we are asking for more. We are not only asking for more, we are also looking at policy options that will create avenues for revenue generation, because you can't give what you don't have. So that's why the key thing is increasing revenue generation.
And what are some of these avenues? Maybe you
Yes, you know, government has passed or promulgated the 2024 Public Financial Management Act, which is very important. This act informs how revenue will be generated. This act make adjustments to the tax regime, to several tax situations in the country. So we are seeing that if these adjustments take effect, there will be an increase in revenue generation. What we are concerned about is revenue is still very limited because government has not fully digitalized revenue collection. If we digitalize revenue collection, revenue streams will increase. Government will have money to play around with because we'll be able to reduce the leakages. We need to reduce the human interface with taxpayers. So one thing we are asking government, we are drawing government attention to, is to what? Digitalize revenue collection so that we'll be able to grow our revenue.
Okay, so you're also asking for a reduction in asking for donor funds. I don't know how is that going to happen when about 80 or 85% of all what we get is coming from some of these donors that you are talking about. How is that possible?
It is possible, as I mentioned earlier, if we are able to increase our revenue generation and we reduce the debt we incur. Government is incurring a lot of debts and carrying out our development aspirations as a country. And because of that, we are paying a lot of interest on debts, thereby decreasing or limiting the opportunities we have in investing in other government priorities because there will not be insufficient money. Because when you take loan, when you incur debt, you have to pay interest. So debt and interest payment is very high. So we need to look into that. Then one thing we also need to prioritize is prudent management. Prudent public financial management, the management of our resources. We need to be robust in that.
So do you think our finances are not well managed?
There are challenges in that direction. There are challenges in terms of managing our public resources. A critical example is this. Now the audit report has been sent to Parliament, right? And there have been issues with the audit report. The audit report clearly points out issues of misappropriation of funds. So which means that if audit and oversight is taken seriously in this country, if we prioritize audit, we take it very seriously, which I believe it has not been taken seriously. Because if you look through the newspapers, you will see institutions coming forward to refute some of the things that are now in the audit report, saying that some of those things that are in the audit report are not true. Where were you when the process was going on? Why did you fail to justify your expenditure when auditors were in your office? So it means there are still challenges when it comes to the management of our public funds. There are still challenges, and we need to improve on that. We need to strengthen institutions that are responsible to provide oversight. For example, the Audit Service Sierra Leone, the committee in Parliament, the Public Accounts Committee in Parliament, the Anti-Corruption Commission. We need to strengthen and empower these institutions to ensure that the public financial management system is actually up to par.
All right, thank you very much.
Just before we move to another issue, Mr. Sise, you are spotted on a money and coffee program this morning. To really be hammering the point on the fact that government should implement innovative ways for revenue, generation. But if you go back to, the issues being raised, of course, in part of the things that you are now, agitating for, talking about the allocation towards agriculture, which is slightly, below that of Earth by 1%, 8 to 9%. And so, do you really see that this budget will live up to the expectation of Sierra Leoneans, if you must say?
No. There are challenges. Because if you look at the allocations, you will know that there are still challenges. The development issues are many. Government has a lot of priorities. We have a lot of development concerns. And there is need for investment in a lot of key priorities of government. Okay. Government talked about the 5 big game changers, which is very key, that will transform this country. Government talked about Fit Sierra Leone, talked about revamping education, talked about youth employment, talked about revamping the public service. All of these put together, it means if government has sufficient resources to play around with, we'll begin to see tangible proof of development.
All right, thank you very much. He is Bawa Sise, and he is country lead for budgets. On the program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. you are invited to participate. You can do so by sending your comment questions, if you have any, for Mr. Cecil and the other guests in the studio, to our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. We continue with the program, and now we go to WAEC. In the studio this morning, we have the Public Affairs Officer of the West African Examinations Council, WAEC, Saliu M. Kamara, who is here to tell us about the status of the 2025 exams to be conducted by the institution. Good morning, Mr. Kamara. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
For the past weeks, you've been here at the SLBC updating the public about the status of the BRS, about schools failing to upload their BRS. By doing so, it will affect not only the candidates that will be taking the examination, but the country as a whole. So what the current status after that robust media engagement?
Yes, after that period that I came here also, we had series of engagements. We committed even the stakeholders, I mean the Ministry of Education, the CPSS Conference of Principals, and even the TSC, then the school authorities themselves. We engaged them, and even on Monday we also held another engagement at local government secondary school where we highlighted some of these challenges. And now the deadline is fastly approaching on the 15th. So as of today, I'm talking to you, we have the statistics, which is very much encouraging. So we are also still appealing to those who are yet to upload, let them upload the BRS, because the deadline is fastly approaching. So now, as at district level, we have Kailau, where we are expecting 23 schools to upload entries. 25 schools have been to upload entries. Now we have 23 that have already uploaded. So we still have 2 pending for Kailau. Kenema, we have 72 and 74 have uploaded. We still have 2 pending. Kono, we have 9 schools, 38 schools that have uploaded out of 39. Wow. So we still have 1 pending. Then Bombali, of course, they have uploaded 100%, 51 schools for 51. Wow. Then Cambia as well, they have 100%, 38 out of 38. Then Koinadugu, Falaba, we are expecting 19 schools. Now we have 16 that have already uploaded. Then Potloko, we are expecting 72 schools, 70 have uploaded. Sonkolili, 50 schools have uploaded out of 51. Then Kaine, 12 out of 14. Then Bo, of course, 100%, 57 out of 57. Bond, 9 out of 9. Moyamba, 24 out of 24. Then Pujong, 12 out of 12. Then the bulk of the schools are in the western area, where we are expecting 406 schools to upload. So this morning we have 329 that have uploaded. So we are expecting about 70 or more schools for western area.
So Mr. Kamara, we must say congratulations to you and other stakeholders, because the result when you came here the other day was very, very bad.
Of course, the total was 207 schools at that
out
time.
of 892 schools.
Yes.
I still have the figure in my head. So you've done so well, and we want to say congratulations to you and that of the other stakeholders, because even the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, they were here, they put out a press release.
Exactly.
And also, even civil society organizations, Alfonso was here the other day, calling on schools, heads of schools to do the needful. And now that you've gone to this stage, what next?
Well, we are still appealing to those that are yet to upload, because every school counts here. We are talking about the future leaders of this country. So still, we have 801 schools total. So we are still expecting about 91 schools. 91 schools. So therefore, these 91 schools, we are still expecting them to upload the details of these candidates, because they have them already. For the mere fact they have uploaded continuous assessment scores for year 1 for this candidate, it means everything is in the system. So let them upload the entries of this candidate. Then Also, we are coming down again to the national examinations, where we have our Becker and NPSC. So we are still appealing to those principals and headmasters of those schools to upload their entries as well. Of course, the Becker and NPSC deadline is on the 27th. Of February, of course. Okay. They still have time, but still let them upload their entry, because we still have a huge number of schools or candidates that they haven't uploaded yet.
Okay. Yes. So, Mr. Kamal, of course, just for the edification of our listening public, we want to really, delve into some of the great areas insofar as Mr. City provided. Out of 800 plus schools, and you still have up to 90-something still hanging on the balance. And all indication is pointing to the fact that it's major schools in Freetown that are yet to really submit their either cast year 1 or cast year 2. Like you said, it's a case as if though history might want to repeat itself, because we all saw what happened in 2024. There were so much cries all over the place, and parents were dashing to work, scrambling for help, and all of these things. We are now at the 11th hour. 59 seconds of this whole process. What really will WAEC do to ensure that we don't see an ugly incident of our past in 2024?
As I have stated earlier, our mandate is given to us by the people of this country, and whenever we want to do anything, we have stakeholders that are also involved. For example, the school authorities themselves that prepare these candidates, we involve them in every activity that we have. The Ministry of Education, of course, they are also stakeholders. Then from there, we also have university representatives. So whatever step that we want to take, we involve them, and we have series of engagement in relation to these entries. So what we have, even apart from the timelines that we have agreed for the opening of the portal, we also, after we have opened this portal, we also had series of engagement to remind them that the portal for CAS 1 has opened from this period to this period. These are timelines that we all sat together and agreed on. And these are fixed timelines every year. Every year, they should know that from May 31 to September 30, I have to submit continuous assessment scores for my candidates who I have promoted from SS1 to SS2. Then from there again, for October to November, you know that you have to also submit CAS year 2 for those candidates as well. Then November to February now, you have to upload the BRS. Where in this candidate, you've got them in your school for 3 good years, or even some of them
you must have their
SS1, of course. You have all their details. So what is really stopping them not to upload this? We don't know.
And that's the reason, that's the very important thing, the reason why we should really, maybe we should be reaching at a stage where we should be naming and shaming some of these schools, because we can't be jeopardizing the academic prospect of our pupils.
Of course, the ministry have the list of these schools. So they are the employing authorities. I think they have that mandate to do so. And I hope they have been doing that. And even they are now providing sanctions to some of those school authorities, of course.
Okay. All right. So in as much as you are planning for the examinations in the year 2025, how has preparations been?
Well, the preparations are ahead. After we've collected all this data, the entry process, then we need to forge ahead again with the other preparations, so that when we know the total number of candidates we have for every examination, we know the preparation, the centers, and the school that we are going to make centers, so that when that time comes, we know that we have to distribute examination material to how many centers. Then, of course, the NPSC, as well as the entry process, is going on. We are expecting over 164,000 because of new schools that have added, but still we have only 130 candidates, 339 that we have in our system as of now. We are in for last year, we have more than that. So we are still expecting more candidates. So we are still urging the school authorities there to upload the details of these candidates, so that we'll have them in our system for more preparation.
He is the Public Affairs Officer for the West Africa Examinations Council, WAEC. Talking to us there. Come to stay with us in the program. I was still on education. We move now to something a little bit different. This might be interesting because it talks about foundational learning. As the organization clocks 5 years, Teach for Sierra Leone, in collaboration with its partners, will be hosting regional stakeholders and conferences to gather feedback and reflect on progress on their 5th year of existence. Where each day there will be a workshop for internal stakeholders in the morning, followed by a conference and a launch of a sponsor a teacher campaign in every location. Well, for more on this, we have been joined by the CEO and founder Teach for Sierra Leone, Josephine Sari. Good morning, Madam Sari. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
Congratulations, by the way, on behalf of us, for your organization clocking 5 years of existence.
Thank you very much.
I know it must have been a very rough journey, very tough. It can be a bittersweet one. There have been highs and that of lows. How has it been so far, if you must tell our listening viewers?
Yeah, like you said, I think it's been exciting to do something like this, because I was once, this was like my ground before. For me, I think it's a learning curve as well to have had this own innovation in Sierra Leone, wherein I'll be able to give young people or young graduates the opportunity to just discover their own soft skills, and also give kids in rural Sierra Leone the opportunity to have access to quality education. So 5 years we've been doing this work around recruiting, training, placing graduates or young professionals to teach and lead, and also impact in a way in communities where we see our teachers shine away from. So for me, I think I had a fantastic team that's been able to help us actualize this dream, because it was a dream for us to be able to just contribute to the education sector in Sierra Leone. Over the years, we've been able to have over 500 young people who've committed themselves, giving back to Mama Salon in a way, to just deprive themselves of the luxury in cities and big towns, going to all of these villages to teach or provide some form of formal education to our children out there. So I'm so indebted to all of them who've served in this fellowship for 2 years, and we still have about 207, so we have code 4 and code 5 as well.
Okay, 5 years is not small at all, and you must have achieved a lot of your objectives. Now let's talk about some of the things you've done so far over the past 5 years.
So 5 years, yes indeed, we've done quite a lot, because we have trained 500, less over 500, slightly over, because when we call out for recruitment, and that's going to happen in March again, because this is the time we call out, we get like 1,000 applicants, and we have to sift through and see who are actually best fit for our program, and then we have to take 100, so it's like 10%, yeah? So we've trained over 500 of like the people themselves who are like the fellows, and to date we have 249 who've actually completed the program and have graduated into our alumnihood. Then when they're in the fellowship, they're also obliged to be able to train and body other system teachers so that they can be able to cross-fertilize ideas. And we have a total of about 12,000 teachers who benefited from our teachers' collective leadership approach that we are implementing in our schools in rural Sierra Leone. And if we're talking about the receivers themselves, who are the learners, we have over 30,000 kids who benefited directly from the learning or the teaching that our fellows are providing. But indirectly, when we count the system teachers who are also going further to just see how they can put into practice our teachers' collective leadership model, we are talking about 600,000 kids.
All right, Madam Josephine Sari, you continue to stay with us in the program. She is the founder and CEO for Teach for Sierra Leone. A lot to talk about as the clock 5, and of course to talk to us again as they are set to organize a regional conference for stakeholders. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We shall continue to dilate on that issue. And of course, we want to make some money. You're going for a short commercial break. When we come back, we shall also be talking to PPSL as to this work code on the status.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Welcome back. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on channel 31. Remember, you can also catch up with us live on Facebook at Slbc Tv Live. The program continues. Madam Josephine Sadi, just before we went for the break, you were telling us about some of our interventions over the past 5 years and some of your key activities for that long period of time, even though it's short, but I mean, if done remarkably well, then we must applaud you for that. But again, you are about to organize this all-important regional stakeholders conference. What's the essence of this?
I teach for Sierra Leone. One thing we actually brought into the education sector is around reflective cycle. So even in our communities, we also encourage the fellows to be able to engage in cross-fertilizing ideas, getting feedback from the communities. But this time we're doing it big because it's 5 years. We want to understand what exactly our stakeholders or the people who are actually receiving our services or our intervention, what they think about our program, because we're planning another 5 years. We want to be very strategic around what sort of support do we give to our kids, what sort of support do we give to parents, because there's quite a lot that is actually happening in these communities. People sometimes don't even know the need for you to send a girl child to access learning. So we want to hear from them. You know, we want to explore 3 questions. What have we done so well? What can we do better, or what hasn't worked well that we can actually be able to do correctly? You know, because we rely so much on these stakeholders, so we're bringing together both internal and external stakeholders. For internal, we have like a workshop in the morning, you know, where we have to deep dive into these 3 questions, asking the DDs, the heads of schools, students will be there. We have our fellows who are actually doing the forefront of the work. We also have people who have actually graduated into their alumni wood. And then in the afternoon, we have a conference where we have to share our 5 years journey and use it as an opportunity to also launch something very remarkable in Sierra Leone, because you know now what's happening in America. Donald Trump signing off USA. We need to mobilize resources locally, which is why we're actually doing the sponsor teacher campaign.
Yeah, usually dependent on foreign aid.
Yes, so we need to, Sierra Leoneans can actually give. So we're using this opportunity at our regional conference to launch a national, like, sponsor a teacher in your district, because we are in like 9 districts.
Alright, just before moving to another issue quickly, Madam Saidu, of course, I know officials from the Ministry of Education are going to be there. Yeah, because you mentioned something very important this morning on our sister program, Good Morning Morning Coffee, whereby you said you've been going to these interior areas, rural and remote areas, and still in this modern age, there are people who don't believe that their girl child should be educated. And of course, we have a government who has been spending huge capital investment into, empowering young girls. Bringing them on board, empowering them to, be educated. So how will you interface with ministry officials to see how best they can really intervene?
Yeah, I think I'm very blessed to be part of also the local education group, and that's of the Education Partners Group, where I share my learnings and how do we interact with the communities. One thing that fascinates me one time was like one stakeholder was saying, when they say hands off our girls, you know, First Lady's campaign around you ensuring that you don't touch the little ones. It was like hands off our pockets. I'm like, hello, can you imagine those sort of mindset that people have in those places? So we find a way to strike a balance where we can be able to say, no, this is not right. We don't literally condemn, but we say, if you do this, you might see some other benefits. It has been challenging around early child marriages, but we've succeeded to be able to like engage them and also facilitate an aspect where they can be able to even introduce like their own laws like local laws to say, bylaws to say, we will let our girls around FGM, around early child marriages, to say we'll let them be. But it takes it was like a journey, you know, because the first year, the second year, we're having those challenges, and then we refined our approach, and then we're able to make some.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Josephine. Where we now go to another issue. Today is World Condom Day. Every year on February 14th, the world observes International Condom Day, a day dedicated to reinforce one of the simplest yet most effective tools in the fight against HIV, other sexually transmitted infections, and unplanned pregnancies. Established in 2009 by the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, ICD serves as a reminder that despite medical advancements in HIV prevention, condoms remain the only widely available, cost-effective method that provides dual protection against both STIs, including HIV, and unintended pregnancies. In Sierra Leone, organizations like the UNFPA, National AIDS Secretariat, and UNAIDS collaborate on World Condom Day to promote safe sex practices and raise awareness about the importance of condom usage. In the studio with us this morning is the National President, Youth Action Movement, Sierra Leone, PPSL, Rosalind Judy. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning and thank you for having me.
So today's World Condom Day, and according to WHO and other health partners, they believe this is the safest and most effective, even though it's cheap, way of getting yourself not contacting HIV and other STIs. How far have you been going? Have you gone in making sure you inform young people around your community or even the people you are working for them to know that condom is actually one of the cheapest but most effective way of preventing yourself from getting in contact with some of these diseases?
Thank you so much. Today is World Condom Day, and the theme for this year is just use it. Reason being, it's a convenient way and a safer way for us to, propagate the message of using condom and to encourage, the use of condom for safer sex and the best practice in terms of sexual activities. It is obvious that Sierra Leone, we have high rates of teenage pregnancy, and based from the report UNICEF did together with UNFPA, we see that 10 out of 10 girls, 3 having teenage pregnancies, and the rate of HIV and AIDS in terms of the key populations, we have 11.8 among female sex workers. We have 4.2 among men who have sex with men. We have 5.2 among those who are infected with drugs. And we see that this HIV and AIDS, when we go to these communities, we see that one of the key message when we do is propagating the use of condom, which is it provides a dual role. It prevents you from intended pregnancies and as well as sexually transmitted diseases, which is HIV and AIDS. And for this year we are promoting it as in just use it, because it's a way that we, for instance, as young people, feel convenient, and we see it as a means of accessing condoms as a means for enjoying our pleasure that we do have.
Okay, Rosalind, you have people who will tell you, with condom I don't get the satisfaction I want. So how far have you been talking to some of these people who believe that in condom they are not okay, they need to satisfy themselves, but by using condom is no good? And how available is the condom itself we're talking about?
It's a continuous effort. Today is a specific day set aside for us to propagate the issues of condom, and we not just go to various communities or schools. It's about raising increasing the awareness or the knowledge for young people, especially to be aware about the use of condom. We have a major challenge when you go to these communities. For key population people, they'll tell you it's a job, we don't get the required satisfaction that we ought to have. But those are all just myths and misconception, which of fact that HIV and AIDS, it's on the high rate. It's damping our society as young people, and we must try to seek and protect ourselves as young people and all of those who are actually sexually active as well as individuals. So the message of condom is that in as much as it prevents prevent you from, getting sickness. It also helps you to plan your family in a way that if you're not plan of getting a child now, it helps you to prevent those unintended pregnancies. Those are messages that when you go to the community, you see young people tell you, especially young male, will tell you, we don't enjoy it, we like it flesh to flesh. But what of those the risk of you getting sexually transmitted disease? HIV is on the high rate. We see the numbers are, when it all started, we had 0.5%. We went from 0.5, we went to 1.7, in 2003. Now we have currently in 6 districts, we have the high rate of teenage pregnancies, and how HIV and AIDS, how are we going to curtail this high rate of how HIV is spreading? The only means is, or the only midfielder, as footballer we say it, is using a condom. When you use condom, it prevents you from all those sexually transmitted diseases, especially HIV.
So now, today's World Condom Day, do you have activities lined up to celebrate this day?
Yes. Firstly, UNFPA together with UNAIDS, led by the National AIDS Secretariat, we've developed the National Condom Strategy. And this strategy will be launched on February 14th, wherein it has to talk about the communication, look at supply chain, how to read the communication strategy, how to reach, young people, the demand, and all of it. And for today, these are one of the activities engaging, the widely listening TV station. Earlier today we were at your sister program, just raising awareness. We'll be having a fashion show where in universities students will be displaying condoms, how they deem it fit for us as young people, how we see that information or messages with regards to condom should be passed to us, how we prefer it, because when we go to these communities, we have challenges as the condoms provided, they don't look at the in terms of the size. When you go to some school, they'll tell you, to some communities, they'll tell you that the condoms that they are providing for us, it's smaller, but each condoms they are created in a sense that when you turn 52 buckets of waters, it will contain it. So there is no dick that is larger than 52 52 buckets of water. So all condoms can they cater for, in as much as your dick or your size will be larger or extra large, condoms can cater for you, and it is satisfying and it will prevent you from sexually transmitted diseases.
Madam Jude,
we also have Mr. and Miss PPSL that is going to be held on the 15th. That is for young people. The same information sharing. We'll be having a health walk on the same 15th in the morning hours, and we'll be doing school sensitization as well, because the first point of contact is to schools. When we go to schools, we tell them to abstain from sex, but it's obvious that we as young people, we are sexually active, and the rate of teenage pregnancy is on the high rate. So if you cannot abstain, when you involve into sexual activity, you must prevent yourself.
Dennis, I know you want to ask some questions, but quickly, why are you skipping the 14th? Because you have most young people who actually involve in some activities that they are not supposed to involve in. When they say this is the 14th, which is tomorrow, and today is World Condom Day, don't you think you should get an event for tomorrow so that you help some people not to do what they are not supposed to do?
Yeah, in law they say delay defeats equity. So for us, it's globally it's a conscious effort to have World Condom Day on the 13th, a day before. It's conscious that a day before Valentine's Day. So now we raise the awareness as to just use it a convenient way or a safer way for you who are practicing sexual activities to be safe and prevent yourself from HIV and other sexually transmitted diseases. And as well for school-going children, I told you earlier, we'll be engaging schools in various in the west, in the east, and the central part of Freetown today for them to abstain from sex. If they cannot abstain, we'll be providing condoms as well and giving them the correct information about the correct use of condom, because people may have condoms but they don't know how to use condoms.
You also have people here at Broadcasting House who might need that same supply. Dennis, you want to ask questions?
First, be at peace. Don't be uneasy when issues like this come up and you want me to ask questions. I was just going to take a lead from what you are saying on the serious note. Madam Jude, So in as much as you are here to dispel, the myth or the misconception that people have been having with regards, the usage of this all important, we say the device that people sometimes we look on. I see even Mr. Stacey even smiling because he's someone who works with young people and he knows them, and of course he knows what obtains. But again, your organization has been coming under fire, especially by moralists or for moral institutions that suggest the fact that you've been promoting immorality for the fact that you are using a day on the eve of Valentine, and of course using those particular period, because we know what happens during those period. Young people, they are susceptible to having irresponsible sexual activities. They go out and do all sorts of things.
Yes, as stated earlier, the facts are there. The issues are young people are sexually active. They are involved into sexual activity. So, do we want them all to perish? We respect the moral aspects of it. That is why when we go to schools, our first point of contact is abstinence. But the actual reality is that we young people, we are sexually active. And when it comes to the rate of teenage pregnancy or the issues of maternal mortality rate, teenagers are huge in terms of percentage. So we must continue to spread this information. First, you abstain, but if you cannot abstain or if you've already started sexual activities, you must prevent yourself. And the all midfielder, as I call him, is Mr. Condom, who protects you from unintended pregnancies and sexually transmitted diseases, HIV, which is paramount.
Alright, we'll continue to have more education on this all-important midfielder you've been agitating on. And of course, but for now, I want to move to another issue. Of course, Mr. Bamasisi, you've been silent for a while from budget, but to move quickly to Mr. Saliu Kamara from WAEC. In as much as you're planning, to really, double up your efforts with regards, the examinations are just around the corner. How do you intend to really get schools adhere to some of what you are going towards achieving?
Well, what we decide to do is to bring up daily updates on the employed authority, wherein the Ministry of Education will always keep in touch. And of course, we have the mandate to even publish some of these schools and even implement some of the principles that are not yet uploaded. So we've been doing that for the past 2 weeks. That's why as you have seen, the number had increased rapidly. So we still continue to appeal. Of course, we are still appealing because this can be our brothers, our sisters, our children. So we don't want them to be left out when it comes to public examination. So the school authorities that are involved, of course, most of them are in the western area. We are not talking about much again in the provinces, so they cannot complain of any technical issues again. So we are still appealing to them, let them upload within these 2 days that are left for the deadline. Then, of course, the Becare and the NPSA, again, we are still urging them. Of course, the number is still low. What we dealt with last year, we still have more numbers that we are expecting because new schools have been approved, and of course more candidates have added to those schools. We are still expecting them to upload their details before February 27 for NPSC and Becare.
Thank you very much. Of course, this is the Public Education Affairs Officer from WAEC, and thank you very much, Saliu Kamara, for giving us those timely and of course accurate updates insofar as the 2025 conduct of public exams are concerned via WAEC. Quickly over to you, Mr. Bamasisi, as we wrap up the program. Of course, prioritize key areas and of course reduce domestic or rather international borrowing, and of course diversifying the economy. All areas you are pointing towards, and government to really, pay attention to and focus their interest into. So how have you been encouraging, the government to really do this?
We've been doing a lot of works around designing flyers, providing position papers, doing press releases, and doing direct engagement with policy drivers to ensure that these things are taken forward. Because addressing the key concerns that are highlighted means government needs to show strong commitment in firstly growing the revenue, controlling cost or controlling expenditure, and also ensuring that there's prudent management of the public resources, public finances. That is very important.
Okay.
Because if we reduce leakages, we're able to manage our public finances seriously. We'll be able to push forward. You know, my sister did mention that donor support are strained.
Yes.
You know the emergence of Trump. You know the issues around Trump. Saying they've reduced support to developing countries.
And the Minister of Finance was even saying they are looking up to donor-funded
that is the point. It's serious. So now we need to think domestically.
Okay.
We need to increase revenue generation. We need to exact concrete efforts in ensuring that we grow our revenue.
Does that mean we're going to levy high tax rates on businesses?
No, not levy high tax rates. Already the tax rate is high.
Okay.
Already, because by the promulgation of the 2024 Public Finance Amendment Act, 2023 and 2024 Public Finance Amendment Act, there's already an increase in taxation. So what we do now is how do we ensure that the tax that we've introduced match with the revenue increase? How do we control leakages? How do we digitalize revenue collection so that we increase the revenue? There's no secret about it. If we don't grow our revenue, don't sit down and expect funding or more funding. Because if those countries are facing challenges, then even the support will be limited. So we need to see how best we can think domestically, put the necessary measures in place to grow our revenue. That's the only way we'll be able to address concerns when it comes to development.
Okay, Mr. Sise, thank you very much for educating us this morning. The program is Good Morning, Sierra Leone. And now we go to another segment of the program, and we're about to give you the front pages of our local newspapers. And I'll start the ball rolling with the Independent Observer with some of the stories on its front page. Quickly, we go through some. For subversion against the state, 4 majors, 1 lieutenant and 1 corporal jailed. And the impossible exchange, Sierra Leone's international obligation.
My next speaker, my first speaker is the Awareness newspaper. It opens with a banner headline. Dr. Manes Sam examines the diplomatic scenario between Holland and Sierra Leone. Just Lajeka, Depayo and Expedition, Internal Affairs and Education Ministers seek action against school drug abuse. President Bio calls for global action to address rural food systems at IFAD. NCRA simplifies identity card process for MM2 and surrounding areas. 6 military personnel jailed for subversion against the state. Our street can find the front page of the Awareness.
Premier News newspaper is my next take, and with so many stories. Court martial 6 officers handed lengthy prison terms. And energy sector head inspects power stations. Sergio Aziz Kamara, a visionary leader. Okay, this has to do with politics. And for now, the final one is man charged with possession of prohibited drugs. The stories plus more you find in Premier.
My penultimate speech is our cool newspaper. It has on the front page, epilepsy cases surged to 87,000 as UK aid cut impacts Sierra Leone's drug supply. Choice Foundation award 260,000 millions in scholarship to 282 pupils. UNDP boost NCR's capacity with 8 new vehicles. Also, you can find the front page of our newspaper.
And my final take for today is the Standard Times newspaper. The same story which is making the headlines on almost all of the local tabloid today. The court martial story with 75-year jail term for Major Powell, and stadium staff saga, sports minister and NSA intervene. Well, these stories plus more you find in the Standard Times newspaper. But finally, wife sets husband ablaze. Please tender evidence.
Alright, my final pick is to the newspaper. Its headlines read revolutionizing financial transactions. Bank governor announces launch of instant payment service. To go that is a portrait of bank governor Dr. Ibrahim Stevens. President Bill showcases Fit Salon progress at IFAD Governing Council. Ministry of Agriculture outlines new costs for 2025 planting season. Large pushes for constitutional protection of media freedom. Well, this is also an interest for us as media people. Financial security affirms Sierra Leone's government commitments to meet ECOWAS single currency. Also, you can find on the front page of A to Z newspaper. It's supposed to be our final newspaper for today's newspaper review. But quickly, audience, we must remind the public that issues raised on these front pages are not necessarily the views of the SLBC, but those of the individual publishers of the various newspapers. Sure. But very quickly, Madam Josephine Sayu, as we wrap up the program, 5 years on, what's next for Teach for Sierra Leone as an educational organization that has really done a lot to, transform the educational sector in Sierra Leone?
So we are introducing in non-formal education because we found out that some girls in these places where we place our fellows apparently do not want to literally go to school. So we want to introduce life skills, livelihoods, and also help like mother support group to be able to get some aspects of entrepreneurial skills and also financial sustainability where they can be able to help their kids. So for me, I think what I want to leave my viewers with is the aspect of me coming to your office. Okay. Please embrace the sponsor a teacher, and then let's make this work for our kids in Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best in your 5-year anniversary. Well, that's where we go down the curtains in today's edition of the program. We would love to go to Madam Ju and to talk a lot more about the new defender in town, or the defender that has always been in town, but we cannot because we are pressed for time. Good morning, Sierra. Returns tomorrow. I've been Dennis Fraser. Many thanks to our production crew.
Francis Bernard is my name. Good morning.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisap, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Valentine.
And I will not tell you. Me wife will grab it die. Oh, Berry Street.
Trado will go for judo class. He say la left. I don't broke boss in
you rent. No, you bring this person can win belly.
This lipstick with a year, what is? And not say for other year or other 10 them. But this Valentine with the candy 14. Me and you, now when they come out, we go enjoy yourself.
Oh, Valentine 14.
You they came me out.
You're the woman there, why you say the village to the Valentine? Yeah.
Hello and welcome. I am Cecilia Ali Sise, and this is News Brief on the Hour on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. Judge Advocate Mark Gigba has sentenced 6 military personnel in the second court-martial session with maximum of 75 years, each for 2 of the convicted military personnel, Major Patrick Abu Odende Sise and Corporal Mohammed Koma, and minimum of 50 years each for Lieutenants Zainab Amara Suu and Major Ibrahim Bangura, while 2 others, Major Joanna Kaba and Major Fode Sumana Kamara, are to serve 60 years each. The sentences were for each of the 8 counts, but the judge advocate ruled that they should serve their jail terms concurrently. The defense counsel for the various convicted military personnel pleaded that the judge advocate, president and members of the board tamper justice with mercy, being that the convicted military personnel had served the military diligently without blemishes. Judge Advocate Makegba provided an opportunity for the convicted military personnel to address the court prior to their sentence. The military personnel pleaded that the court granted them pardon, stating that they had no intention to overthrow the government or resist lawful authority. Now, the 47th Annual General and Scientific Meeting of the Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association, SLMDA, has commenced in Freetown. The meeting brought together a diverse group of healthcare professionals, policymakers, and advocates, was to set the tone for a crucial focus on improving access to tetanus care and addressing the pressing challenges surrounding maternal and neonatal health in Sierra Leone. Dr. Frederick Coker, the president of the Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association, was optimistic that the discussions from the meeting would lead to actionable strategies. Deputy Minister of Health 1, Professor Charles Senesi, however, highlighted the need for embracing technological advancement in health care to ensure better care delivery. Vice President Dr. Mohamed Jul Dejalo acknowledged the government's commitment to improving health care. He also shared that the health sector's budget allocation had been increased from 6% to 11%, reflecting a genuine commitment to expanding healthcare access. He noted that the discussions on tetanus were crucial, calling them an eye-opener and reaffirming government's dedication to reducing maternal and neonatal deaths through improved healthcare interventions. And finally, on Newsbrief on the Hour on SLBC, United Nations Development Program, UNDP in Sierra Leone, has handed over 10 vehicles to the National Revenue Authority to optimize their operation in revenue collection. The intervention by UNDP in the procurement process resulted to NIA saving about $280,000. The vehicles were procured through an agreement between both institutions, resulting to NIA having a discount of about 20 and 25% on all the vehicles procured. Limited mobility and aging fleets are among challenges the National Revenue Authority has been faced with. This, according to the Deputy Commissioner General 1, Anne-Marie Harding, has been hindering their operation in generating revenue. The move was seen as a motivation to NIA as their institution is purely operational. NIA was the first governmental institution to get such help, and other state-owned institutions were said to also benefit from such undertaking in order to enhance efficiency in their operations. Well, that's all we have time for in this edition of Newsbrief on the Hour on SLBC. Thanks for watching, and do continue to stay tuned to the Public Broadcaster. We now go on to our live broadcast program. I'm Cecilia Alice. Say goodbye.
Esquisser certaines des réalisations au cours des 6 derniers mois de l'année 2024, sous les auspices du directeur général de l'IMAO. À ce titre, sous la présidence de Dr. Karamoka, Plusieurs avancées notables ont été réalisées, notamment l'achèvement de la phase 2 du programme d'intégration des marchés de capitaux en Afrique de l'Ouest, soit MIL phase 2, la progression de la phase 1 du projet de développement des marchés de la dette intérieure dans la ZMAO, les progrès dans l'exécution du projet d'identifiant bancaire unique et la réalisation de l'étude sur l'impact du développement des infrastructures sur les échanges intra-zones. En dépit de ces résultats, des défis majeurs subsistent pour garantir une convergence macroéconomique durable dans la zone. Selon la dernière évaluation de l'IMAO, aucun État membre n'a respecté les 4 critères de convergence de premier rang à fin juin 2024, en raison notamment des difficultés liées à l'inflation et au déficit budgétaire. L'expansion budgétaire continue de peser sur l'efficacité de la politique monétaire, rendant complexe la réalisation des objectifs macroéconomiques. Par ailleurs, des défis structurels persistent dans le cadre du développement du marché de la dette intérieure et du programme d'intégration des marchés de capitaux. Ces obstacles incluent des inégalités dans le développement des marchés financiers au sein de la zone, l'absence d'une plateforme commune de partage des données et d'évaluation des entreprises cotées, ainsi que des restrictions à la mobilité des capitaux qui limitent les échanges transfrontaliers des titres. Néanmoins, la Banque centrale de la République de Guinée reste convaincue qu'avec une meilleure coordination des politiques monétaires et budgétaires, une gestion rigoureuse des finances publiques et un climat sociopolitique apaisé, nous, la zone monétaire de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, pourrons relever ces défis afin d'accélérer le processus d'intégration économique et monétaire de notre zone. Avant de conclure, honorable gouverneur, je tiens à renouveler, au nom du président du comité des gouverneurs, tous nos sincères remerciements aux autorités de la Sierra Leone, plus particulièrement au gouverneur de la Banque centrale de Sierra Leone, au peuple sierra-léonais, aux différents directeurs généraux de l'IMAO et de FOIFER, à leur équipe pour leur organisation exemplaire, ainsi qu'à nos différents partenaires régionaux pour leur accompagnement constant. C'est avec confiance que la Banque centrale de la République de Guinée, Dr Karamo Kamba, président du comité des gouverneurs, passera le flambeau tout à l'heure, convaincu que notre zone, la ZMAO, saura relever les défis à venir pour une intégration monétaire réussie en Afrique de l'Est. Sur ce, je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Deputy Governor, Central Bank of the Republic of Guinea. Deputy Governor, after thanking the Sierra authorities and the DGs of Rama, Waifen, and Rami, we welcome the new chairman and assure them of Guinea's support during their tenure of office. It was good to remind us that 2025 is going to be a challenging year due to political tensions, but also geo-economic fragmentation, which we are experiencing over the place. Sub-Saharan Africa is growing very slowly. For Guinea, they are making efforts to control inflation and increase public financing. The economy remains very resilient, very strong growth of 6.4%, very impressive. Inflation is coming down to single digits, and the PCIG is very important with the new policy and implementing. Under their chairmanship, they will achieve capital market integration, likewise, especially fiscal, but also payment system infrastructure is being developed in the region. However, challenges moving approach to network competence criteria that's mainly due to inflation, which has been very useful for the problem of high debts and inflation. But we believe that the coordination of fiscal and monetary policies will help resolve these issues. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. I think you deserve something. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be an address from the chairman of the Committee of Governors of the Central Banks of ECOWAS member states. It is now all ECOWAS member states. That's Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria.
President of the ECOWAS Commission, distinguished governors of ECOWAS member central banks, heads of regional institutions, Director General of WAMA, Director General of WANDI, Director General of Freetown, President of the West African Economic and Monetary Union, Secretary General of WABA, representatives of international institutions, representatives of central banks, ministries, departments and agencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to begin by expressing on behalf of my colleagues, the governors of the central banks of ECOWAS member states, our profound appreciation to Dr. Ibrahim L. Stevens, Governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone, as well as the management and staff of the bank, the Ministry of Finance, and other relevant government ministries, departments, and agencies for accepting to host these meetings. The incredibly warm welcome and hospitality extended to the various delegates attending this significant gathering has been truly remarkable. Please let's give them a big round of applause. I must also acknowledge the dedication of the President of the ECOWAS Commission, who has shown commitment to steering ECOWAS in the right direction, despite difficult circumstances. I congratulate Mr. Boema S. Kamara on his appointment as Director General of the West African Monetary Agency, WAMA. It is worth noting that the DG is the first Liberian to hold this esteemed position in almost 30 years of its creation. His appointment comes at a pivotal moment as we advance the ECOWAS roadmap for the launch of the single currency. His expertise and leadership will be key to driving our shared vision of regional monetary integration, and we of course look forward to working very closely with him. Fellow governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As the outgoing chairman, this moment is both reflective and forward-looking, marking not only the end of my tenure, but also the continued progress we must strive for in our collective mission of regional economic integration and development. the global economy has continued to grapple with heightened inflationary pressures, geographical tensions, and supply chain disruptions, and attendant consequences on all our economies. The ECOWAS region has also faced significant macroeconomic headwinds, including exchange rate volatility, inflationary pressures, and fiscal constraints, which have posed challenges to our economic integration efforts. Both fiscal and monetary authorities in Nigeria, like many of its regional counterparts, has had to implement bold policy measures to mitigate these challenges. In the past year, CBN has taken decisive steps to stabilize the exchange rate by fostering a more transparent and efficient foreign exchange market. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, implemented a unified exchange rate system, replacing multiple exchange rates that led to distortions and inefficiencies to enhance transparency and efficiency in the foreign exchange market. The bank also embarked on a series of diaspora remittance drives, and these recorded over 79% increase in remittances through INGOs in the first quarter of 2024, as we recorded inflows of US dollars 14.18 billion compared to 2.33 billion during the corresponding period of 2023. Additionally, external reserves have risen from 34.7 billion in June 2024 to over $40 billion in December 2024, driven by capital inflows. Other key reforms, which include improving liquidity through market-driven interventions and enhancing monetary policy coordination, have yielded positive results in reducing volatility and boosting investor confidence. CBN also restructured the currency exchange system to ensure that foreign exchange reserves were used more efficiently, particularly for essential imports. As a result of the reforms, the stability achieved in the foreign exchange market has led to improved liquidity and a better alignment of exchange rates across various markets. The gap between the official and the BDC rates has narrowed significantly, reflecting improved price discovery, greater market efficiency, and fewer arbitrage opportunities. On inflation, our monetary tightening measures by a total of 875 basis points, 6 times in 2024, have helped contain rising inflation and engender macroeconomic stability. Although headline inflation remains elevated, the marginal increase recorded in December of 2024, attributed to the tightening, is an indication that inflation may begin to trend downward in the near to medium term. Thus, by leveraging appropriate policy instruments, enhancing coordination with fiscal authorities, and strengthening financial stability, we have made considerable progress in curbing inflationary pressures and ensuring sustainable economic growth, as the economy grew from 3.19% in second quarter of 2024 to 3.46% in third quarter 2024. Nigeria's external sector remains resilient, with the balance of payments recording a surplus of 6.287 billion, or 16.03% of GDP for third quarter 2024. This surplus is attributed to gains in the goods account and current transfers, including remittances and grants. If this trend continues, it is expected to have a positive impact on the exchange rate. As chair of this esteemed committee, a key priority for me was to reposition WAMA to be a more efficient institution that can effectively drive the ECOWAS Monetary Cooperation Program. Hence, we observed some gaps in WAMA's administrative procedures and prune them to introduce operational efficiency. A significant milestone achieved during my tenure was the successful recruitment of the new Director General of WAMA. The selection process was anchored on merit, transparency, and competence to ensure that WAMA is led by an individual with the requisite expertise and vision to drive our regional monetary integration agenda forward. I am confident that the newly appointed DG will consolidate past achievements and further strengthen WAMA's role in promoting monetary stability and integration in ECOWAS. Another thorny issue from the statutory meetings held in Dakar in 2024 was the recommendations from the WAMA Audit Committee concerning the second official residence in Freetown. I have held discussions with my dear brother and host, the Governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone, on the future of the property, whether to sell or to rent it out to avoid extra budgetary burdens on members. Thus, the Governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone is consulting with his team before providing a definitive response. I am, however, optimistic that with our collective commitment, we will finalize this matter promptly. As the chair of the COG, I also made the publication of the ECOWAS Regional Economic Outlook a priority. In this regard, I sought to engage the ECOWAS President to discuss our willingness to collaborate on its prompt publication to boost transparency and gain investors' confidence in the economics of the sub-region. I recognize that true progress can only be achieved when all stakeholders collaborate towards shared economic growth and sustainable development. I pray that the incoming governor will continue this path, and I am willing to provide any support required. Honorable governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I must also mention the impending withdrawal of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso from ECOWAS. This carries significant political, economic, and security implications for our region. It also has the potential to dampen our collective efforts towards regional integration, introducing uncertainties in cross-border trade payment systems integration and monetary policy coordination. Hence, it is crucial that we carefully evaluate their impact on our broader vision for regional integration. Despite these hurdles, I remain optimistic that peace, stability, and the eventual re-engagement of these nations with ECOWAS will be possible. Our mission remains unchanged: to build a stable, integrated region that benefits all ECOWAS citizens. I wish to also acknowledge the tireless efforts of the chair of the technical committee and his team in preparing the relevant documents and recommendations for our meeting. I would like to highlight some critical areas that will shape our discussions today for direction on the way forward. Over the years, the Committee of Governors has made progress on several key fronts, notably the successful conclusion on the determination of the capital subscription for the prospective Central Bank of West Africa, pooling of reserves, and establishment of ECOWAS Solidarity and Stabilization Fund, amongst others. Worthy of note is also the ongoing discussion on the member states to host the future Central Bank of West Africa, and I am confident that we will soon arrive at a consensus. We must acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead, even as we recognize these accomplishments. There is an urgent need to intensify efforts to promote intra-ECOWAS trade flows, as this remains a key driver of economic growth and integration. By reducing barriers to trade, we can foster stronger economic linkages and greater opportunities for businesses and citizens alike. Equally important is the development of effective communication strategies to sensitize the population across the community. In addition, we must strategize to take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is the low-hanging fruit to propel economic growth in the sub-region. A key pillar of our regional integration efforts is the development of a seamless payment and settlement system with the ECOWAS Payment and Settlement System, EPSS, and the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, playing a vital role in facilitating cross-border transactions and boosting intra-regional trade. It is critical that we create a unified financial architecture that supports monetary integration and economic growth across the region. Honorable governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I hand over the leadership of the committee to the next governor, I would like to express my profound gratitude to all member central banks for their unwavering support and commitment. I am certain that under the next chairman's leadership, the committee will build upon our achievements and drive us nearer to a fully integrated economic region. Your dedication remains invaluable and truly appreciated. Let me conclude by challenging us to take this opportunity to push forward and ensure that our deliberations today yield actionable outcomes that will advance our region's progress. Thank you, and I wish us all successful deliberations.
I think Governor Olayemi Kabuso deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much, Governor, for that very, very comprehensive statement. I'm sure some people who are listening must have got to the earlier parts of your statement. So I'm trying to summarize briefly what Governor Kabuso told us this morning. Like the other governors, Governor Kabuso appreciated the hospitality of the Sierra Leone people, and he moved on to remind us again that geopolitical tensions we have, supply chain disruptions, and the same geo-economic fragmentation is posing problems. Reminded us also about the challenges in ECOWAS countries, which includes exchange rate volatility, high fiscal deficits, inflationary pressures, and these are issues that we should try to resolve. In Nigeria, the government assured us that they have been implementing bold reforms. Key among them is efforts to stabilize the exchange rate to handle the problems of the exchange rate in Nigeria by introducing a unified exchange rate policy. They also encourage diaspora remittances and they try to introduce foreign reserves to where we should go. Foreign reserves increased about 40 billion, we shall get 1% of that. Also structured the forex system for essential imports. There is now a better alignment of the exchange rates in Nigeria. The prime market premium is very, very narrow now as it is. Inflation has been a challenge in Nigeria, we all know, but monetary policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria has been consistently tight, and therefore they are now seeing signs of declining inflation. Rising inflation in December was very minimal, giving them hope that inflation will very soon turn the corner and make downwards. Emphasize continued coordination of fiscal and monetary policies, which are said to do that. The Nigerian economy is growing at 3.1%. We have achieved a balance of payments surplus. That's a very great achievement. To achieve balance of payments surplus in a big economy like Nigeria, a tune of 60% of GDP. That's no mean achievement. And this is expected to impact foreign exchanges moving forward. He told us that his priority when he was chairman was to ensure that a new DG for WAMA is recruited. He's very confident that the new DG was recruited in a very transparent and fair manner, and he has confidence in the ability to steer the ship of WAMA. He's however very concerned about the updated structure of DG's residence in Freetown. Something which I think Governor Stevens will try to resolve soon. Among his other priorities was that he spearheaded the introduction of the ECOWAS regional outlook. As you know, as economists, most times we depend on the World Economic Outlook, regional economic outlook for sub-Saharan Africa, African economic outlook produced by the African Development Bank. Now we should very soon start relying on the ECOWAS economic outlook. He's very much concerned about the withdrawal of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger from ECOWAS. According to him, the implications of security and the monetary integration process are far reaching. We should therefore try to look at those issues. The critical areas he wants us to focus and for which progress has been made is capital substitution for the new central bank, the pooling of reserves to 94 that have been established, and ongoing discussions to host the Central Bank of West Africa, perhaps in March as well. He's also very much concerned about trade within the sub-region, emphasizing the reduction in trade barriers, improving communication strategies, and we should take advantage of the African continental connection. There's very big power and other achievements in the area of payment systems, which will show facilitate trade in West Africa. I think those are very important to my statement. And also, I want us to give another round of applause. next speaker is the chairman of the Committee of Governors for YFM, and that's Governor of the Central Bank of Gambia, Dr. Abdullah Sire Jami, first episode.
Distinguished governors of Central Banks, ECOWAS Commission representative, deputy governors of Central Banks, Director Generals of WAMA, YFM, and Acting Director General of WAMA, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by extending the regrets of Governor Boasedi, who could not attend this meeting and have delegated me to attend on his behalf. Hence, I am delivering his statement on his behalf, and I quote, "It is both an honor and privilege to stand before this distinguished assembly as we convene the 8th Board of Governors meeting of YFM and the statutory meetings of the West African United Zone. Let me begin by expressing our profound gratitude to the government and people of Sierra Leone for their exceptional hospitality extended to us. In particular, I extend my sincere appreciation to Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Stevens, Governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone, and his dedicated team for their outstanding logistical arrangements and warm hospitality since the arrival of my mission. The historic city of Freetown, a symbol of resilience and freedom, provides an inspiring backdrop for our discussions as we work towards a more prosperous, stable, and integrated West Africa. I am especially delighted to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Henry F. Samoy, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, as he joins us for his first YFM board meeting. Governor Samoy, we look forward to your insights and contributions to our collective mission. To our partners from the courts, esteemed central bankers, distinguished professionals from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning, and our development partners, your presence underscores our shared commitment to regional collaboration, economic transformation, and capacity building. Let us acknowledge too the unsung heroes behind our regional progress, dedicated staff of the regional institutions of YFM, WAMA, and WANI, whose hard work and commitment drive the success of our institutions. Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to report that the Gambian economy demonstrated resilient growth in 2024, despite prevailing global uncertainties. This recovery has been fueled by increased agricultural production and productivity, a rebound in tourism, and sustained public and private sector investments in infrastructure. Additionally, tight monetary policy by the Central Bank of the Gambia has contributed to sustain disinflation, reinforcing macroeconomic stability. Strong remittance inflows and strategic investments have further bolstered economic momentum, while exchange stability has nearly eliminated the gap between official and parallel exchange rates. As a result, GDP is projected at 5.8% in 2024, up from 4.8% in 2023. Yet, despite these positive developments, a closer look across West Africa reveals a stark paradox. While medium-term growth is projected to rebound above 4%, formidable challenges persist. Firstly, conflict and instability continue to erode institutional foundations. Inflation is straining household incomes and purchasing power in this sector. Rising debt burdens are constraining fiscal flexibility, while climate shocks are disrupting agriculture and livelihoods. These structural challenges are compounded by a crisis of opportunity. Our region's greatest asset, its young population, faces unemployment and growing frustration. Without urgent action, this disillusionment is becoming a tinderbox of instability. However, our strength must not be overlooked. The rise of intra-regional trade initiatives, digital innovation, a dynamic private sector signals untapped potential that, if properly harnessed, could transform our economies. Thus, the question before us is, not whether we can grow, but whether we can grow differently, in a way that is inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. This brings me to YFM's core mandate, capacity building as our strongest defense against uncertainty. Since its inception, YFM has trained 27,898 professionals, a testament to its role as West Africa's premier incubator of expertise and leadership. Yet statistics alone do not tell the full story. Through YFM, we have empowered policymakers to navigate complex macroeconomic landscapes, transform uncertainty into strategic actions. It developed a new generation of experts equipped to craft fiscally responsible policies and ensure long-term debt sustainability. We modernize financial infrastructure, enhancing payment systems and governance frameworks to drive transparency, efficiency, and accountability. We blend institutional reforms that enforce economic stability, strengthen investor confidence, and embed resilience at the core of our economies. We have also improved financial governance through risk-informed policies, laying the foundation for sustainable and inclusive growth. Mr. Chairman, to further elevate YFM's impact, we must look forward and prioritize three key areas. Firstly, technology-driven learning. Expanding hybrid programs to democratic access to world-class knowledge and expertise is the first priority. Secondly, addressing next generation challenges. This means integrating demanding topics into our curriculum, including cybersecurity, regulatory compliance, AI ethics, and green finance. And thirdly, leadership for transformation. Cultivating not just technical expertise, but visionary leadership capable of driving systemic reforms in the region. Finally, our esteemed partners, the IMF, World Bank, Commonwealth Secretariat, African Development Bank, the African Development Support Facility, we reaffirm our commitment to collaboration. Your expertise and technical support amplify our impact. Your trust fuels our ambition. I encourage you to maintain this spirit of cooperation as we strive for excellence in our shared mission. Together, let us chart the course towards a stronger Montreal. In closing, let me draw upon the wisdom of Sierra Leone testing historian, Dr. Arthur Porter. And by the way, this was not me. I tell you I'm a foreign, so I came from Sierra Leone, but I'm learning it for the first time. So there are also people more educated on Sierra Leone than I am, and I brag about it in Gambia. Dr. Porter reminds us that unity is not uniformity. It is the harmony of purpose amid diversity. Yes, the challenges before us are formidable, but so too is our result. Let us leave Freetown not only merely with resolutions, but with bold and transformative commitments to ensure that every training program becomes a catalyst of homegrown solutions, empowering our institutions and people. To elevate YFM with a formidable force, a true global beacon of South-South knowledge exchange and capacity building. To foster deeper collaboration, innovation, and resilience in the face of an evolving global landscape. The road ahead is steep, but together we can ascend. Lastly, I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Baba Musa and the entire YFM team for their unwavering dedication and exceptional leadership. Your hard work and commitment have driven remarkable progress. Great moment of continuity. Once again, I express my heartfelt appreciation to the government and the Sierra Leone for the gracious invitation and welcome. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jalo, for those insightful remarks. Since I've been doing that, I have to do that for my brother from the family. So, very important, very brief. Dr. Jalo, I will move on straight to the issue about the Gambian economy that is recovering and hope to continue to grow driven by tourism, expansion in other sectors. However, mentioned key formidable challenges in West Africa, particularly conflict and instability, high inflation, debt burdens, the issue of climate, and environment. And with a high-level prospects, establish challenges, regional trade, financial integration, and more importantly, capacity building. That's really very important. Capacity building has improved capacity building programs delivered by WIFE has improved economic policy formulation, analysis, monitoring, and coordination in the southern region. I'm very proud alumnus of WIFE, so I know what I'm talking about. He emphasized 3 key new areas: hybrid learning, next generation issues that emerging issues like artificial intelligence, cyber security, and green finance. These are very important here. But more importantly, visionary leadership. YFM has strong leaders. So we want to encourage Dr. Baba Musa to continue. Thank you very much. Before I go on the next speaker, I just want to recognize the presence of very distinguished personalities among us. Even though they are not on the high table, but they are equally important and deserve recognition. We have with us here is the new governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Henry F. Samoy. We also have with me Dr. Musa Dukwe, who is the Deputy Governor, I think, in charge of economic policy. Dr. Dukwe is a Sierra Leone for those of you who check. I also want to recognize the presence of, I should say, the key lieutenants of Governor Olayemi Kadosu, that is Deputy Governor Mohammed Sani Abdullahi. Our Ghanaian governor could not be with us. We all know what's happening in Ghana in the movements there. They are through some, going through transition. But we have in our midst Dr. O.C. Iboa, representing the governor of the Bank of Ghana. Yes, once again, when the chairman of the committee of Rwanda spoke, most of you did not know his name. Our deputy governor of Central Bank of Guinea, who is chairman of the Rwanda Committee of Governors, it's Mr. Mohammed Ami, Dr. Mohammed Ami. So now, all of this is happening because we have one central organization that is coordinating all these affairs. In fact, most of these institutions are the children of that particular institution. And there's no institution that is the ECOWAS Commission. Very proud of it. This is other countries in the South region, with the experience of the efforts that we have done in West Africa. It's surprising to learn that ECOWAS has done a very good job. It's only in West Africa that you can move around without visa. You cannot do that in South Africa. In South Africa, they have a payment system. They can move funds across boundaries, but you cannot move from one country to another without a visa. And the 15 member states of ECOWAS, we move around without visas. Not so. That's a very great achievement. We also have to recognize the Deputy Governor of BCIO, that's the Central Bank of the UNOA countries, the French countries. Welcome, Mr. Governor. So in that regard, our next speaker is no less a person than the Commissioner for Economic Affairs and Agriculture in the ECOWAS Commission. Welcome.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Modérateur. Distinguished governors of central banks, Director General of the West African Monetary Agency, Director General of the West African Monetary Institute, Director General of the West African Institute of Financial and Economic Management, Commissioner of Economic Policies and Domestic Taxation of the UNOA Commission, ECOWAS Permanent Representative to the Republic of Sierra Leone, representatives of regional and international institutions, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a privilege to address all delegations to this 65th statutory meeting of the Committee of Governors, which is taking place today in this beautiful and historic city of Freetown. Permit me to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and the good people of the Sierra Leone for the hospitality and the excellent facilities placed at the disposal of my delegation and all the delegations present here in Freetown. Equally, my appreciation goes to the Honorable Governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone, Dr. Ibrahim Stevens, for the outstanding organization of the meetings of the Wama, Wami, and Wanifem. Distinguished governors, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my profound thanks and appreciation to the governors for their continued commitment to the ECOWAS Monetary Cooperation Program and their sustained support to the efficient operations of the regional monetary institutions. I would like also to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Bioma Kamara on his appointment as the new Director General of WAMA. Monsieur le Directeur General, I wish you every success in steering the affairs of WAMA higher and further. In this mission, you will need all the support, and I would like to assure you that the ECOWAS Commission will always accompany you while ensuring that the objectives pursued are within the framework of achieving the regional integration agenda. Distinguished guests, as you know, the integration process is a long-term endeavor that requires understanding and managing diversities, as well as building bridges across varied interests. Therefore, mutual respect, cooperation, and collaboration among all stakeholders are fundamental to achieving consensus and progress. The ECOWAS Commission will spare no effort in ensuring that regional integration becomes a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding economic performance, our region, and indeed the globe, have been facing a series of crises since the end of 2019, which negatively impacted the economic and financial performance of our member states. The ECOWAS performance on some convergence criteria such as budget deficit, inflation, public debt, and external reserve seriously deteriorated. However, it is encouraging to note that the region has built resilience and is gradually picking up. According to our preliminary data, the region growth would be 4.2% in 2025 against 3.8% in 2024. Inflationary pressures are expected to slow in 2025 to an average of 17.6% against an average of 23.3% in 2024. The budget deficit would be 3.9% in 2025 against 4.6% in 2024. Public debt as a percentage of general GDP is expected to remain a concern in our region. On the monetary union activities, the Commission has continued to coordinate efforts toward deepening regional economic integration. In this regard, the ECOWAS Commission has taken the necessary steps to work and collaborate with all regional institutions within the framework of the multilateral surveillance mechanism by extending the joint secretariat to all institutions involved in the implementation of the ECOWAS Monetary Cooperation Program. Equally, the membership of the high-level committee to the practical arrangement for the launch of the ECO was extended to all regional institutions. In addition, the Commission has consulted with WAMA and agreed on modalities for joint statutory meetings and a joint macroeconomic convergence report. The holding of the joint statutory meetings of the ECOWAS Commission and WAMA is a welcome development. The Commission will do everything possible to facilitate such initiatives, and as it will reduce duplication of effort and save costs. However, we must ensure that the decision taken do not contradict existing ECOWAS provisions and protocols. Distinguished guests, I am pleased to inform you that the high-level committee has made tremendous achievements which were adopted by the ECOWAS Authority of Head of States and Governments in Abuja in December 2024. These include the practical arrangement for selecting candidate countries for monetary union, the draft supplementary act on the modalities of participation of member states in the ECOWAS monetary union and the cost, sources and modalities of financing the implementation of reforms and institutions necessary for the launch of the ECO. Honorable governors, to move forward, you have the responsibility of giving instruction and guidance to the technical committee and to take the necessary decision to be adopted by the competent ECOWAS authorities to fast-track the launch of the single currency. Honorable governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude my remarks by reiterating on behalf of the ECOWAS authority my personal commitment as Commissioner in charge of Economic Affairs and Agriculture to ensure that the synergy continues to exist amongst our institutions for the successful implementation of our regional integration projects, which provides the pathway to building together strong and resilient economies in an environment of peace and prosperity as envisaged by the founding fathers of our community. Je voudrais aussi vous informer que la première édition du ECOWAS Regional Economic Outlook est maintenant disponible. La CEDEAO est prête à collaborer avec les institutions désireuses de contribuer à l'élaboration des éditions futures, et cela en toute transparence et pour le bien de notre région. Je voudrais aussi nous réjouir des efforts accomplis par les différentes banques centrales, efforts de politique économique et monétaire qui devraient nous permettre de regarder avec optimisme l'avenir vers la création de la monnaie unique, puissant vecteur d'intégration économique de notre sous-région. C'est sur ces mots que je voudrais vous remercier de votre aimable attention. Honorable governors, I wish you all fruitful deliberation and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Commissioner for Economic Affairs of the Commission, ECOWAS Commission. This is my subject to really listen. Thank you very much. Well, we all know the significance of ECOWAS in the process, but Madam reminded us again that integration is a long process, and therefore it takes time. And we also highlighted regional economic challenges, same issues of macroeconomic stability, high inflation, slowing growth, high budget deficit. But the situation is improving as inflation is trending downwards and budget deficit is narrowing. However, public debt remains a concern. She highlighted all the role ECOWAS is playing in ensuring that all regional and monetary agencies come together. So regional and social surveillance systems being extended to all monetary agencies in sub-region. The high-level committee for the practical and implementation of the monetary union is also extended to all. And of course, joint statutory meetings and joint convergence reports will soon be the order of the day for these institutions in order to reduce duplication of efforts and reduce costs, something which the technical committee have warmly welcomes. To conclude, she has shown her commitment to ensure that all these institutions work together. Thank you very much, Madam Sulisti, Commissioner for Economic Affairs and Commission of Affairs. Now we move on to the people that are actually doing the day-to-day operations for the launch of the monetary integration program. start by calling the Acting Director General of the Army, Mr. John Kutuku, to give us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Committee of Governors of the Central Bank of Banks, Honorable Governors of the Central Banks of the Member States of the banks, representative of the President of the ECOWAS Commission, Director General Wama, Director General Wilson, representative of partner organizations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Governors and distinguished delegates and guests, it is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you all to the 50th meeting of the Committee of Governors of the Central Banks of the Grounds Member States. Mr. Chairman, permit me to congratulate and sincerely thank the Sierra Leonean authorities for the hosting of the NBA 2024 Round Statutory meetings and for the warm hospitalities extended to all of us since our arrival in Freetown. This meeting of the Committee of Governors presents us with the opportunity to take stock of the progress made in the past 6 months relating to the implementation of the new roadmap for the ECOWAS single currency as well as the ECOWAS macro convergence and stability pact. Mr. Chairman, let me congratulate the good people of Ghana for the peaceful presidential and parliamentary elections held in December 2024. And I hereby congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana, and the Minister for Finance, Honorable Dr. Kessel Fossen, Minister for Finance, and wish them successful tenure. In a similar vein, I am pleased to congratulate Dr. Johnson Pandit Isiama for his appointment as the Governor of the Central Bank. I wish him a successful tenure as well. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Governors, let me congratulate the Executive Governor, Honorable Henry F. Samoy, and the Deputy Governor, Honorable James B. Winfield, both of the Central Bank of Liberia, on the confirmation of their appointments. I wish them successful tenure of office as well. Honorable Governors, let me also congratulate Mr. Kenema S. Camara on his appointment as the Director General of the Research and Military Agency. Mr. Chair, Honorable Governors, you may recall that the contract of the appointment of Dr. Oloro Sola Emmanuel of office of former Director General and on secondment from Central Bank of Nigeria to Rami ended on February 2nd, 2025. After serving for 4 years, the management and staff of Rami have brought his significant contributions to the monetary integration agenda of the banks and wish him success in his future endeavors. The Chairman permit me to now touch briefly on temporary issues in the first and the global context. Honorable Governors, global outlook growth remains steady in 2024, shaped by some recoveries in major economies, influenced by a combination of factors such as geopolitical tension and supply chain disruptions and tight financing conditions. Global growth is expected to firm in 2025. Due to rapid technological advancement, especially in the fields of artificial intelligence, accommodating monetary policy adjustments, improved supply chains, and labor market resilience. Global inflation also declined in 2024, but remained elevated. Financing conditions were tight in 2024, however, with decline in inflation, some central banks in the advanced economies have stepped up from the easing cycle. Global trade also has improved due to easing inflationary pressures, stability in global output growth, flourishing technological advancement, and rebalancing of global supply chains. Honorable Governors, the global economy is affected by multiple and complex shocks, and which occasions the deployment of enhanced and synchronized international cooperation to mitigate these risks. The risk outlook is underpinned by energy and food supply crisis, geo-economic fragmentation, as well as climate change challenges. Now, touching briefly on the WAMS, Mr. Chair, Honorable Governors, output growth in the WAMS has increased during the review period due to pick-up in agriculture and industrial sector activities in most member states. However, countries continue to face macro vulnerabilities triggered by heightened inflationary pressures, high debt burden, foreign exchange market volatility, tight financing conditions, unfavorable current account positions, and security challenges. These challenges have been exacerbated by the geopolitical tension, trade disputes, and heightened uncertainty in the global context, leading to rising energy prices. A synergy action must be taken to tackle these imbalances, which are undermining economic recovery during the WAMS, as well as efforts to build resilience against future shocks. Now, a brief update on the WAMS program, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Governors. I would like to present some updates on the implementation of the WAMS program since the last statutory meeting of the Committee of Governors statements. First, the status of macro convergence at end 2024. The assessment of macroeconomic convergence performance points to an improvement in macro convergence in the WAMS as of end 2024. However, none of the WAMS member states met all the four primary convergence criteria. The zone's performance score on the primary convergence improved, almost doubled from the June 2023 position to 45.3% from 25. On trade, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Governors, intra-WAMS trade has been on a downward trend in recent years. However, it is projected to improve, driven by expansion of the guided trade initiative under the African Continental Free Trade Area and increased adoption of the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System (PAPS). The WAMS member states have continued to demonstrate commitment towards compliance with regional trade and trade-related protocols. In this regard, some of the member states of the WAMS have signed up to the ECOWAS interconnected system for management of goods in transit, for improved coordination among custom administrators and enhanced transit trade facilitation, while others are making progress towards deployment and eventual operationalization of the same platform. Also, Mr. Chair, the scope of implementation of the pilot phase of the guided African Continental Free Trade Initiative has been broadened in terms of qualified countries and approved products. On an additional 24 African countries, including Nigeria and Sierra Leone, have been included in the GTI and have started preferential trade under AFTA. In the area of policy research, Mr. Chair, Honorable Governors, the Institute has prepared 2 policy papers that have been presented to the TC. The first titled, The Impact of Climate Change on the Real Sector in the WAMS, and then the second titled, The Multidimensional Effect of Infrastructure Development on Trade Integration, Regional Trade in the WAMS. The objective of these papers are to examine the impact of different types of infrastructure development on intra-WAMS trade flows and to estimate the effect of climate change on inflation and GDP per capita. Now, on the financial sector development, Mr. Chair, the banking sector of the WAMS continue to be safe, sound, and stable amidst myriads of challenges to the economic recovery in the region. The College of Supervisors of WAMS, College of Non-Bank Financial Institutions, and College of Insurance Supervisors of the WAMS continue to perform effectively. Now, on the West African capital markets, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Governor, significant progress has been made in the implementation of the project, including the harmonization of capital market rules, capacity building, and the development of the WACMI data portal and website. Additionally, the Institute has completed needs assessment studies on the state of equity capital market in the Gambia, Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, as well as the design of an implementation roadmap for the integration of these markets into the WACMI project. Now on domestic debt market development, Mr. Chairman, WACMI has achieved significant milestones in terms of project implementation within the review period. African Development Bank has extended the contract expiration of the project by 1 year from 2023, December 2023 to December 2024. The focus of the projects include upgrade of IT infrastructure, strengthening debt markets, and the recruitment of external auditors for the project. Unique Bank, the UBI project, the Unique Bank Identity and Digital Interconnectivity project. Mr. Chair, Honorable Governors, the project has 3 components which will be implemented over a period of 4 years. The first component is the development of harmonized customer identification framework of the financial sector in advance. Component 2 concerns the implementation of the interoperable unique bank identity in member states of the bank, while component 3 is related to project management and capacity building. The project was officially launched on June 26, 2024 in Conakry, Guinea. Now on FinTech regulatory sandbox. In response to the growing needs for regulatory frameworks that support digital innovation in finance, WACMI partnered with MTech Solutions Incorporated to establish a digital regulatory sandbox for 4 member states, central banks, the Gambia, Guinea, Liberia, Sierra Leone. The funding for the project was provided by the Ashcraft Association between 2023 and 2024. WACMI and MTech conducted pilot initiation workshops in each of these member states, introducing the central bank teams to the sandbox features and functionality, and tailoring implementation strategies to each country's specific regulatory needs. These workshops mark the beginning of a critical phase for the sandbox deployment, with the objective of equipping bank staff and practical insight into sandbox operations, compliance, tracking, and risk management. The implementation of the Digital Regulatory Sandbox initiative is progressing steadily across all the beneficiary central banks. The implementation of the project is at an advanced stage in the Central Bank of Liberia. The workflow design has been completed, the sandbox committee and its accompanying terms of trade has been established, and the Central Bank of Liberia Sandbox user guide has also been designed. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, WACMI received approval in principle from the African Development Bank for funding under the AFD, African Digital Financial Inclusion 2023 agenda, call for proposal to implement a regional regulatory sandbox in the WACS. In December 2024, Mr. Chair, African Development Bank notified WACMI that the proposal had advanced to the next stage of evaluation for further discussion and prioritization. The final evaluation process is currently underway, and upon approval, the project will be implemented across all WACS member states. Mr. Chairman, now briefly on payment system development in the WACS. The primary objective of the payment systems development in the WACS is to eliminate, as far as possible, risk from payments, clearing settlement systems. In this regard, risk from payment and clearing settlement system. In this regard, WACMI continues to monitor the implementation of the projects and transactions in member states to ensure full benefit in the zone. On the past, referred to the question, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Governors, as at end June 2024, 29 commercial banks have signed the PAPS membership agreement, increasing the network to 124 commercial banks. The PAPS network now includes a total of 9 switches across the countries, with 5 national switches among them. Live banks have increased from 37 banks to 63 live banks who have completed integration. The Chairman, Honorable Governors, to conclude, I thank you all, Honorable Governors, for your continued support to WAMI. I also want to thank the members of the Technical Committee for their guidance and professionalism in reviewing various reports presented by WAMI and the recommendations proffered for consideration of the Committee of Governors. Honorable Governors, Mr. Chairman, I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Acting DG WAMI, for reminding us again about developments in the global economy and also within the Wales region. Macroeconomic challenges again faced by the Wales region going to complete progress in macroeconomic convergence. There's improvement, but we are not yet there. No member country met the criteria. However, there are prospects for meeting them in the medium term. There's decline in trade, but there's also hope that trade will pick up. The African continental food chain area and the introduction of the PAPS payment system. Progress made by banks in other areas include financial integration, domestic debt market development, fintech. It talks about sandboxes. And somebody was asking me whether these are boxes full of sand. Whether in fact one is now working on it. I said no, it's actually an environment where nascent fintech ideas are tested before they are actually allowed to go into the wider market. So it's not a box full of sand. And perhaps also, thank you very much, Mr. DG, for that comprehensive comment. Before I call the next speakers, let me just observe that I've had various speakers showering praises on the Bank of Sierra Leone and by extension, Minister of Finance and the government of Sierra Leone. But there's usually a saying that says, to every successful man, there's a woman. Is that true? Now, can I also extend that by saying that to every successful bank governors, there are competent deputy governors? Is that true? So if that holds, we have been praised for excellent organization of these meetings. I've received commendation from colleagues, delegates from all member countries. Also, we have the successful story of the Bank of Sierra Leone in fighting inflation. It's no mean task. Central bankers are usually very aggressive, but inflation is also usually very slow. In Sierra Leone, we have reduced inflation from 54.5% in October 2023 to 13.78% in December 2024. This is an increase of 40 percentage points. I repeat, 40 percentage points in 14 months. It's a very great success. Let's start forward. In addition, the central bank governor assuring you that our financial system is very stable and safe. Stable and safe, meeting all the prudential guidelines and whatever central bankers normally talk about. So it is very safe for you, for all of you to bring your monies to Sierra Leone and keep them in your hands. Behind this success, there are two able lieutenants to Governor Stevens. One of them is Mr. Sheikh Alhaji Yahya Sise, who is the Deputy Governor in charge of financial stability. Fighting inflation is a very tough task. Formulating monetary policy is also very tough. But I've seen the successes. Behind those efforts, the man who is supporting the government in that process is also Dr. Joe Toka, who is Deputy Governor in charge of monetary stability. Thank you very much, State Governors. I will now call on the man who is actually building our capacity. I mentioned earlier that I am also a true product of Wi-Fi. I'm a very true product of Wi-Fi. I continue my studies in macro modeling, policy analysis, and forecasting in Wi-Fi. Those are the areas that I work on. So I always remember that. So I want to use this opportunity to call on the Director General of WAMI. I call him Alhaji Dr. Baba Musa, Director General of WAMI.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Initially, you introduced me as acting Director General of WAMI. Now you are giving me WAMI position. But I don't know. I don't intend to take it. Honorable Chairman, Board of Governors of WAMI, please permit me to stand. I've been teaching over the last 29 to 30 years. As an old teacher, I'm prepared to stand and talk. Honorable Chairman, Committee of Governors of WAMA, Honorable Chairman, Committee of Governors of WAMI, Honorable Governors of Central Banks present here, the Commissioner of Economic Affairs and Agriculture of the ECOWAS Commission, distinguished Deputy Governors present, the Permanent Secretaries, Ministers of Finance present here, Director General of WAMA and Acting Director General of WAMI, representatives of regional and international organizations, representatives of MDS that are here, distinguished delegates and observers, ladies and gentlemen. A serene good morning to you all. It's a great delight and much privilege that I welcome you all to the 48th meeting of the Board of Governors of WAMI. I thank you all for taking time off your busy schedule to be present at this board meeting in this historic city of Freetown, a place whose very name embodies an aspiration of our region. Freedom, resilience, and unity. Over the years, you have been the driving force behind our Institute's strategic direction, shaping its vision and mandate. You have been the pillar behind the success the Institute has attained and the impact of it has made within the West African sub-region and beyond. Over the past 28 years of the Institute's existence, your presence here symbolizes your commitment and dedication to the cause of WAMI. For this and many more, I express my gratitude to you all. Mr. Chairman, allow me to extend my deepest appreciation to the government and people of Sierra Leone for their warm and gracious hospitality. Under the visionary leadership of His Excellency, President Julius Maada Bio, Sierra Leone continues to set an example of resilience and progress in our region. I extend a special and lot of thanks to Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Steele of Bank of Sierra Leone and his dedicated team at Bank of Sierra Leone, alongside Honorable Sheikh Ahmed Fantamadi Bangura, Minister of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance staff, for their meticulous planning and tireless effort in organizing this prestigious gathering, and for their warm hospitality and excellent facilities placed at our disposal since our arrival. Your overwhelming commitment reflects the spirit of African solidarity and fraternity. Thank you. Yeah? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, kindly permit me to also extend my heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Henry F. Sommer, the Executive Governor of Central Bank of Liberia, on his confirmation and a warm welcome to Dr. Johnson P. Asiama, the newly appointed Governor of Bank of Ghana. Dr. Asiama was at one time a director at YFM, and on behalf of the YFM family, I wish him a successful tenure at the Bank of Ghana and look forward to his support and guidance on the board. Additionally, I extend my heartfelt congratulations and warm welcome to Mr. Boyma Kamara, the newly appointed Director General of WAMA. His extensive experience and steadfast commitment to the regional economic integration will undoubtedly be instrumental in advancing our shared aspirations. I eagerly anticipate a fruitful collaboration with him in the service of our region. Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, both Governor Cardoso and Governor Stevens covered global events in their respective speeches. I will skip the aspect of global events that I mentioned. But however, go straight to say that most advanced economies are now requiring inward-looking policies, and we need to appreciate the fact that Africa can only be developed by Africans, and that we are responsible for the development of our individual countries. The development on the global front have reached the need for us to unite and leverage on our strength in the face of global uncertainties and emerging economic challenges. Thus, the decision we make today will shape the capacity programs that will equip our public sector officials with the knowledge and skills needed to face the emerging challenges and drive economic progress in our region. Strong institutions building will play a critical role as policymakers seek to respond to the ongoing multiple shocks while managing unprecedented uncertainty and risk, overcoming the scaring effects of the ongoing global geopolitical uncertainties and pursuing transformative reform towards a resilient and inclusive future. The social, economic, and political transformation required to attain the Africa we want calls for, among other things, capacity building. Capacity is a necessary ingredient. Building requisite capacity is key. It's a key issue that must be adequately addressed. Building on our 28 years of experience, we plan to develop programs that will address the emerging issues: artificial intelligence, climate change, regionalization, globalization, among others. Thus, our 2025 training programs are tailored to strengthen and address capacity building relating to public financial management, strengthening monetary policy and exchange rate policies, framework, banking supervision, governance, decision-making using big data analytics, and the use of artificial intelligence in many areas. We will also continue to support transformative policy actions that address long-term challenges, including inequality, fragility, digitalization, and climate change. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I would like to state that YFM is appreciative of your financial and material support over the years. I want to particularly thank the Central Bank of Nigeria for hosting YFM and for all the assistance the CBN has been giving YFM. To complement the member Central Bank's contribution, the Institute will continue to reinforce its existing partnership and build new ones, in spite of the challenging global economic environment. On this note, Mr. Chairman, I wish you a fruitful and helpful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Dr. Baba Yusuf Musa, General of YFM, those remarks. Well, it just reminded us of the importance of capacity building, which we all know. We are all here because our capacities were built over the years. So there's no need to overemphasize. campaign. Good things that are welfare, we should prepare to address emerging issues. That is very much important. In addition to regular macroeconomic and financial management issues, welfare is poised to look at artificial intelligence, climate change, data analytics, very important, governance, and now he wants to zero into issues of inequality and fragility, which are key to the solution. Thank you very much, Alaji. Now we move on to, I don't want to call him the man of the day, but our next speaker will be a man, a newly recruited professional. Those of us who know him, we've known him as a professional working in the Central Bank of Nigeria. He became deputy governor, went on to become a minister of finance. Well, we all know that is not an ordinary journey. You must have some capacities in you for you to be able to achieve those kinds of positions. So I'm sure the Committee of Governance of the Central Bank of Ecowas States did not make a mistake by appointing Mr. Boyma S. Kamara as the new Director General of UAMA. Let's give him a round. Well, Mr. Kamara came in at a time we've all heard about what's happening in the global economy, but more so difficulties we're having in launching single currency. We are making progress, but we're not there yet. So it's your job to take us to single currency by 2027. I therefore humbly invite you to give us opening remarks and perhaps lead the plan that you have. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Le gouverneur de la Banque centrale de Nigeria et président du comité de gouvernance. Le gouverneur de la Banque de Sierra Leone pour les 24 réunions statutaires de fin d'année. Mesdames, le commissaire aux affaires économiques et avocate de la commission de la CDAO, président des comités de gouvernance de l'IMAO et du WAFEN, représentant du gouverneur de la BCAO, président et membre du comité technique, directeur général de l'IMAO et du WAFEN, secrétaire général de l'AO, représentant de la commission de l'IMAO, représentant de la commission de l'Union africaine, délégué de Banque centrale et du ministère des Finances, de certains membres de la CDAO, représentants d'institutions régionales et internationales, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs. The Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and Chairman of the Committee of Governance, Governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone, Dr. Ibrahim L. Stevens, host of the 2024 NEA statutory meetings, Commissioner for Economic Affairs and Agriculture at the ECOWAS Commission, Chairman of the Board of Governors of WAMI and WAFEN, the representative of the Governor of BCAO, Chairman and members of the Technical Committee, Director General of WAMI and WAFEN, Secretary General of WABA, representative of the UMA Commission, representative of the ECOWAS, representative of the African Union Commission, delegates from the Central Banks and Ministries of Finance of ECOWAS member states, representative of regional, institutional, and international institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. To God Almighty be the glory. Three things He has done. It is with profound honor and joy that I welcome you all to the 2024 NES statutory meetings of the West African Monetary Agency, WAMA, and the 65th ordinary meeting of the Committee of Governance of Central Banks of ECOWAS member states. My first statutory meeting since my assumption of office as the new Director General of WAMA on January 6, 2025. Your presence here today underscores our shared commitment to the regional economic integration and monetary cooperation as we continue to work assiduously towards the establishment of a viable and stable monetary union. First and foremost, I would like to extend heartfelt gratitude to our host, His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio, and the government and people of Sierra Leone, the Governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone, Dr. Abraham L. Stevens, and your staff, as well as the Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Sheku Mbura, and his staff, for their generous hospitality and organizational dexterity in coordinating these meetings. Their dedication and support have significantly contributed to the smooth organization of these events. I also wish to acknowledge the exceptional leadership of Mr. Olayemi Cardozo, the Chairman and Committee of Governors, whose astute leadership and vision have been instrumental in steering our collective efforts towards the realization of our shared goals. Before I continue, I would like to use this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to Mr. Momodu Bambasau, the former DG, and Dr. Kipri for holding the fort and ensuring a peaceful transition and smooth landing for me as the new DG of WAMA. Honorable Governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, by May 2025, we hope to lay before you our strategic plan to guide the vision and mission for the agency over the next 4 years. This will be anchored on 4 strategic pillars, namely, capacity strengthening to reposition WAMA to deliver on its mandate for the ECOWAS region, both for staff of WAMA and member central banks, where applicable. Evidence generation through the building of a solid database, infrastructure for large, reliable, and quality data for the entire ECOWAS region. Promotion of the use of evidence-based research for policy decision-making, and effective and strategic communication, changing the narrative through innovative outreach program for enhanced visibility. Thus, rebranding WAMA and the ECOWAS Commission, our people themselves telling their own stories, the West African way, consistent with the unique culture and peculiarities of West Africa. The immediate past year has been quite eventful. The global economy has remained remarkably resilient, characterized by stable growth. On this note, with your permission, Honorable Governors, I skip this section in view of time. The assessment of member states' performance on the macroeconomic convergence criteria for the first half of 2024 indicates that significant challenges persist. The rate of compliance by member states relative to the primary convergence criteria remains low, and the potential risks of undermining the 2027 deadline for the launch of the ECO. Overall, only Cabo Verde is expected to meet all 4 primary convergence criteria in 2024, same performance as in 2023. The budget deficit and inflation criteria remain the most challenging for most member states. And in this regard, the calls for more fiscal discipline and austerity measures to help bring down both the budget deficit and inflation in the region. Honorable Governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our region continues to demonstrate resilience as growth remains remarkably stable again as it this session. However, it's important for me to underscore that despite ongoing efforts to improve the fiscal situation in the region, risk of debt distress has reached alarming levels. The latest update of the list of low-income countries, debt sustainability analysis for poverty reduction growth target eligible countries on the IMF indicates some ECOWAS member states are in a state of debt distress, ranging from moderate to high, with one classified as in a state of unsustainable debt. The assessment of member states' performance on the macroeconomic convergence criteria for the first half of 2024 indicates that significant challenges remain. The rate of compliance by member states relative to the primary convergence criteria remains low. Honorable Governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in a bid to addressing the structural challenges facing our regional bloc, WAMA proposes to undertake a binding constraint analysis of the ECOWAS-wide bloc, which is directly linked to macroeconomic performance under the convergence criteria. The study proposes a holistic development plan to address the binding constraint to economic growth and job creation in ECOWAS. And to the extent that it's going to drive immediate high-impact action across member states by consolidating existing binding constraint reports that exist in some member countries, such as Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Ghana. We seek to ensure that we identify cross-border infrastructure gaps and developing an investment and operational roadmap such that there is high probability to mobilize financial and technical resources to ensure that the building blocks towards regional integration are strengthened and solidified in all member states of ECOWAS in lieu of the eventual launch of the ECOCAM 2027. WAMA craves the indulgence of the Committee of Governors of the ECOWAS member central banks to consider facilitating the cost of this binding constraint study by making use of the cash brought forward for the 2024 budget into the proposed 2025 WAMA's budget that will be presented for your consideration and approval. Following the directives of the Committee of Governors, the agency has submitted the statutes of the Central Bank of West Africa and the Monetary Union Agreement to external partners for consultation. The agency has held a series of consolidated engagements with the IMF and the European Central Banks on these issues in 2024, and the matter will be brought to a conclusion in the course of this year. The draft paper on the sequencing of payments of capital, reserves, and stabilization fund was prepared and presented to the technical committee. The terms of reference for the selection of the seat of the Central Bank of West Africa has been discussed during the technical committee meetings, and a follow-up meeting will be held after the conclusion of this statutory meeting to pave the way for the launch of the call for expressions of interest. The agency continues to make progress on the harmonization of statistical standards and practices. I am pleased to inform you that in January 2025, The expert committees on monitoring financial statistics and balance of payments and international investment position met again and did substantial work on the harmonization of balance of payment statistics as well as monetary and financial statistics in Lomé, Togo. The implementation of the ECOWAS payment and settlement system is on course, albeit with some delays. After the signing of the Supplementary Act on cross-border payment and settlement system by the Authority of Heads of State and Government on December 4, 2022, the agency has continued with issuing calls for expression of interest to host the ECOWAS payment and settlement system infrastructure and receiving proposals from member central bank as well as switch companies. The assessment process is ongoing with an inclusive committee to ensure transparency and expertise. Furthermore, funding for the preparatory technical work has been secured from the ADB, while the agency continues to seek for additional funding for the infrastructure. These milestones underscore our joint efforts and the untiring dedication of the Technical Committee, the Committee of Governance, our esteemed partners, and WAMA staff in advancing our mission towards monetary cooperation and economic integration within the ECOWAS region. It is in this regard, I would like to pay special tribute to my predecessor, Mr. Mamadou Bampasao, under whose leadership these gains were made. I also wish to extend my deepest appreciation to the devoted staff of WAMA. Your hard work, expertise, and firm commitment have been the driving force behind these accomplishments. I am confident that your continued dedication will help the region overcome the challenges ahead. However, despite the progress on the implementation of the roadmap, some key activities have suffered significant delays. If this trend continues, it could undermine the launch date for the ECHO. In 2025, the agency will fast-track the implementation of these activities, which include the statutes of the Central Bank of West Africa and the Monetary Union Agreement, the legal and operational framework for the monetary policy, exchange rate mechanism, operational framework and subsequent rollout of the ECOWAS payments and settlement system, selection of the seat of the Central Bank of West Africa, and the harmonization of monetary and financial statistics and balance of payments, among others. In conclusion, please permit me to mention that the pathway toward a unified ECOWAS monetary union is multifaceted and steep. But through our shared energies and untiring resolve, we will realize our goals. The formation of a monetary union in the ECOWAS is not an impossible task. However, this is a just cause for the over 300 million people in West Africa. The extent that our waking up every morning must be for those people to give them better lives and opportunity. An integrated monetary system will not only improve regional intra-trade, but also empower our region to stand tall with pride and greater weight on the global stage. Together, with honesty, steadfast trust, and commitment, we can make this dream a reality. Let us embrace this journey with assurance and purpose. To this end, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed chairman and members of the Committee of Governance, the Technical Committee, and the Audit Committee, the dedicated staff of WAMA, and all of our partners and stakeholders, including the ECOWAS Commission, the UMOA Commission, WAMI, WIFED, WABA, even the African Development Bank at Freetown and the IMF. I reserve a special appreciation to the government and people of Sierra Leone for the overwhelming kindness in hosting WAMA in this beautiful city of Freetown. If you happen to visit our office, you will realize that we have been hosted in a beautiful state-of-the-art facility in the prime area of the Spur Road. All thanks to His Excellency President Julius Maada and the government and people of Serbia. May I underscore that we trust not in the arms of flesh, and that we lean not on our own understanding. Our academic credentials, years of experience in macroeconomic management at the national, regional, continental, and global levels, being experts on fiscal and monetary issues, and paying and having in-depth institutional memory of the long-standing ECOWAS Monetary Cooperation Program that dates back to 1987. I say, except the law builds the house. They build in vain that do so, and except the law watches over the city, they watch in vain that do so. And I want to encourage all of us that the time has come in our conversation on monetary cooperation. May the Lord Almighty be the source of wisdom we need daily for convergence. And may the Lord Almighty bring us skillful and godly wisdom needed for good success in this time around, come 2027, the new date for the launch of ECO becomes a reality. Long live the Regional Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and may the Lord bless and prosper the works of WAMA, WAMI, WIFEN, the ECOWAS Commission, the UMR Commission, BCAO, and the member central banks and government, and governors, and ministers of finance. It would be remiss of me, as I conclude, not to recognize the support from member central bank that has sustained WAMA to this day. Honorable governors, I am grateful for your continued support to WAMA. I thank you for your attention. Je vous remercie pour votre attention. Agradation soit attention. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, DG WAMA. I think DG WAMA, it's very clear from him that he's a very ambitious man. He delivered this comprehensive and informative statement with zest and concluded in a spiritual, religious way. He is a man of God. He fears God. He has the fear of God in him. And that's very important as we progress on a day-to-day basis. It's very similar to one of our other DGs on my left-hand side. No matter how intensive the discussions are, that DG will find time to go and pray. And some of us will join him, because we want him to leave us behind when we go to heaven. Thank you very much, DG Boema. DG Boema is very innovative. Upon assumption of office, he has already indicated that he's ready to work. First innovation, a strategic plan. For every good professional, every head of office, that's one thing you have to start with. You have to have a strategic plan, the mission, vision of where you want to be, where you want to go. And like Tobo has assured us that by May 2025, it's going to lay before the technical committee a strategic plan. Strategic pillars including capacity strengthening, the establishment of a robust database for reliable and quality data, evidence-based research for economic policy formulation. For us professional economists and research economists, that is very key. Of course, a communication strategy for the visibility of WAMA and the ECOWAS journalists. So, DG Boema reported on progress made on the roadmap, including progress on the statutes of the Central Bank of West Africa, draft paper for sequencing payments, subscriptions, terms of reference for the selection of the host of the headquarters, organization of statistics, and the payment system. The good thing he did, he appreciated the work of his predecessor in all of this, because he only assumed office last month. So all the progress in these areas were actually made by his predecessor. But he's determined to continue. He said there are delays in some of this, and he has assured us that he will fast track them in the coming months. Thank you very much, DG. We look forward to working with you in a very cordial way. Now, we are almost to the end of this meeting, or this joint opening. But before we close, please permit me to introduce one man to you. Somebody who some of you already know, some of you have met him, some of you have seen him, some of you have worked with him, and some of you don't know him. Now, in Sierra Leone, principal advisor to government, through the Minister of Finance and Fiscal Policy Matters, is the professional head of the Minister of Finance. And that seat is occupied by a professional known as the Financial Secretary. So in our midst, before you guys leave for various destinations, I want to humbly introduce our friend, our colleague, our brother, who is managing the affairs of the Ministry of Finance today. And he received progress in the last 2 years. Like the Bank of Sierra Leone, you know, I often tell people that when the central bank says they are succeeding, it means something on the other side. Not so. If the fiscal people are misbehaving, the central banks will not succeed. So the success of the central banks is contingent on the prudent policies implemented by the Ministry of Finance. I often remind my colleagues in these meetings. So please permit me to introduce our able, indefatigable, invincible Financial Secretary, Mr. Matibindi. He also doubles as the chairman of the Technical Committee of the West African Monetary Zone. Thank you very much. I think on this note, we have come to the end of the joint opening ceremony of the Committee of Governors of Central Banks of ECOWAS member states. So I'll invite the high table so I would like to invite the high table for a photograph to be joined by deputy governors from all central banks, senior government officials or delegates in sequence, and then we can break for 5 minutes and then come back for the WAMA meetings, the presentation of the report of the technical committee of WAMA. Thank you very much. Meetings adjourned.
Tonight, the major reset with Russia over the Ukraine war. With Kyiv under attack, the president...
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love.
Now that's me.
Love Factor is a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program is me around land for my and I wonder you say for life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This is a program we say we dey counsel you for let you know how for deal with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that. For Freetown has its own sudden elegancies. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet so
Good afternoon and warm welcome to the podium. I want to apologize for starting the program a little bit late this afternoon. On Wednesday, the 12th of February 2025, we started our photo which comes from an Indian environmentalist, Srinivas Mishra, and it says, if the environment is happy, people will laugh and your grief will go away. In this edition, a survey conducted by World Food Programme indicates that if strong measures are not put in place, the country's main water source, the Goma Dam, will be significantly affected. Under its Sierra Leone Amid, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat in Sierra Leone to hold its 60th Jalgal Salana in Bo, eliminating modes of child transmission of HIV, syphilis, a $50 million project. All the stories in 073-719. You can follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. The program is the podium and it's a midweek segment. 030-073-719. You can follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. Let's move on now. The Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat in Sierra Leone will hold its 60th Jalsal Salana in Bo. Jalsal Salana is an annual gathering of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. It's a formal convention that usually lasts 3 days. The Jalsal Salana was started in 1890. Convention is to increase knowledge and communion with Allah, to strengthen bonds between members of the community, to pray for deceased members, to meet new members, and to spiritually unite members. From on that, I have the Amir of the Ahmadiyya that if strong measures are not put in place, the country's main water source, the Goma Dam, will significantly affected. Under its Sierra Leone Amir, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat in Sierra Leone to hold its 60th Jalgal Salana in Bo. Eliminating mother-to-child transmission of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis B is a top global health priority. And NACSA and the Ministry of Youth and the National Youth Commission signed a memorandum of understanding for a $50 million project. All the stories, including your messages, which you can send to 030-073-719, or you can follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. The program is the podium and it's a midweek segment. You can be part of our conversation, sending a text to 030-073-719. You can follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. Let's move on now. The Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat in Sierra Leone will hold its 60th Jalsal Salana in Bo. Jalsal Salana is an annual gathering of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. It's a formal convention that usually lasts 3 days. The Jalsal Salana was started in 1891 by Mishra Ghulam Hamad, the founder of the community. Among the purpose of this convention is to increase knowledge and communion with Allah, to strengthen bonds between members of the community, to pray for deceased members, to meet new members, and to spiritually unite members. But from on that, I have the Amir of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat in Sierra Leone, Amir Musa Mewa. Good afternoon and welcome to the program, and assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa barakatuh.
Okay, so let's talk about the significance of Jalsa.
So the significance of Jalsa, basically, first, it's very much spiritual. As a divine gathering, it gives opportunity to the hopeful, as you rightly said in your intro, where we would all congregate together for 3 days, extend Islamic felicitations of salam, peace, hugging each other, meeting people from across the country in the same Jamaat. We have an organized religion sort of, so, but still, it's a big country for our level. So we meet across and exercise such fraternal brotherhood. But over and above all, the holy founder of the Jamaat establishing this Jalsa in 1891 was actually meant to address the questions around the existence of God, Allah, in Islamic terminology, to make clear that there is no doubt about the existence of God, that there are proven facts and evidence in human existence to show that Allah created the universe. No matter the advancement of science, nobody is going to change that truth. Over and above all, as time progresses, wherever the community is established, like in Sierra Leone, we came here in 1921 when the first pioneer missionary came around. So once the Jamaat had established to that level of appreciation, we had congregational members would always come together, ask a kind of spiritual revival, sit and have 3 days of discussion around Islam, around religion generally, around the oneness of God. Like you find out that there in the days of the Jalsa, commencing the opening ceremony, once the formalities are gone, the rest are speeches by people. Would also certify or give awards to those who did very well in our schools for the NPSC, the Beke, and the WAS. And our Jamaat members who have also graduated from various programs, undergrad, postgraduate programs, would also really receive some certificate of recognition for their performance and their contribution to Jamaat with the new knowledge. So it's a whole host of community engagement that actually requires bonding amongst the Jamaat members. So why do we invite other people from Christian and other Islamic sects? Because it's a religious activity, they would all benefit from the perspective of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat around the question of the oneness of God, believing in Allah. What defines that relationship is very much important for us. And the universality of Islam as a religion, the Holy Prophet ﷺ was sent as the last law-bearing prophet, that no other religion will come after the Prophet, after Islam. No other Sharia will come after the Holy Quran. Is the last Sharia, the last law of God. So expanding on these topics and giving the Islamic perspective at a higher level, it's always very much important for us. So take 3 days out for the whole year and go sit and have an engagement at this level. You will benefit a lot. And the Holy Founder of the Jamaat prayed a lot for the Jamaat members, all those who participate in the Jalsa.
How has also the Jalsa unites Ahmadis in this part of the world?
The Ahmadis are very much united without Jalsa, but the Jalsa is the peak period. So for instance, people from the Far East and people from the Far North could have a whole year without meeting. And in earlier days, when we do not have a Jamaat school in many places across the country, this Jalsa was a huge bonding for Jamaat members who were coming from far off places to arrange to leave their children in the school in Ahmadiyya and meet other families. We had a system where, because of this union created by Jalsa, people in the East can send their children on holidays to their brothers in the North and vice versa. So the Jalsa is actually this kind of mixture of faithful for us to understand and feel very much strong as believers in Allah of the same congregation, and Muslims are brothers one to the other. So that's the understanding we come from. But principally, educating the public about understanding what are the religious values. If you are a Muslim, what are the fundamental values after the 5 pillars of faith, the 6 articles of faith? What responsibilities do you owe to your community? It doesn't mean those who are not Muslims should be rejected. It doesn't mean people who disagree with you theologically, your understanding of the Holy Quran or Islam, they should be killed. It only means we come together and understand our divergences and then forge ahead with the commonalities, either within the same faith or without the same faith as between Muslims and Christians. So we believe the Jalsa Salana in Sierra Leone and many places across the world has contributed to a very large extent to religious tolerance in Sierra Leone, what we already have. I do remember in July, I was in UK for their Jalsa Salana, which 43,000 people attended. I saw pastors, Anglican, pastors come in to address and give goodwill message to Jalsa Salana UK. I saw Muslims from other denominations also come in there. The same happened in Germany in August of 2024, where 51,000 people attended. In December, I was in Burkina Faso again, where our Khalifa appointed me as his representative to Jalsa Salana Burkina Faso from 27th to 29th December. So, and in fact, about that time, almost 8-9 Jalsa Salanas were going on across the world, about 5-6 African countries, and Kadia, and the birthplace days of the Jalsa itself and the Promised Messiah Islam, they had their own Jalsa. So the phenomenon, you would feel that it's very limited to Sierra Leone. No, it's a global event now in almost over 200 countries of the world. So imagine the impact of people coming together with genuine intentions, with huge humanity, with huge sense of responsibility, understanding that when the Holy Prophet Muhammad became the chief, the governor of Medina, he presided over a multicultural setting of Christians, Jews, the native, the Bedouin Arab tribes, and many more. And he is recorded to have had the first written constitution in human history called the Medina Charter. So through the blessings of Ahmadiyyat, we have been able to bring these principal teachings back to the fore. People wonder, why do we call Christians and others to our Jalsa Salana? Our answer is simple. The Holy Prophet Muhammad invited the Christians from Najran to his mosque in Medina, the mosque where we go to visit today, Masjid Nabua. He invited them there to have a religious dialogue, and it did not only stop there. Their prayer time arrived. They wanted to walk out to find a place to pray as Christians. The Holy Prophet said, this is the house of God, take a corner and do your own worship. So they also found a place in the mosque to worship. And over and above all, even the much touted jihad that the Holy Prophet fought, it was not only for Islam, because the Holy Quran declares, had that jihad not been fought, there would have been no mosque, no churches, and no synagogue. So if it were for only Islam, why did Allah mention the synagogue and the churches in the Holy Quran? So these are things many scholars, many denominations in Islam have taken off the table, and they have drawn stiff lines between us and other religious bodies. Over time, for the last 60 years, it has been our engagement to invite everybody, have our own perspective, have an understanding of the true Islam emanating from the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
So let's talk about how with its diversity as a nation, how has it also, because Sierra Leone has a very unique aspect of religious tolerance, how has the mission also, contributed to sustain that aspect, especially when your focus is diversity, regardless of which religion?
You see, when you preach, the easiest way to preach is by practice. So I can say all the good things. If they are not part of me practically as values, then it's needless. You've never heard of discrimination in any of the Ahmadiyya schools across Sierra Leone, 313 schools across the country. We have known that even the intervention of Islam Ahmadiyyat in Sierra Leone in the field of education was to neutralize claims that Christian missionaries changed the names of Muslim children who went to school in the 40s, 50s, 60s. So the Ahmadiyya mission came to demonstrate that no, a Christian child, for instance, can come to an Ahmadiyya school and maintain his name. There has never been a time where we have coerced anybody to cross the line because you have come to institutions. So if we practice it in our learning institutions, we practice it in our generosity and engagement with people. So the Jalsa is only a training ground now to demonstrate, to say a few words, because you find it in the actions of the Jamaat. Recently, as part of the celebrations of our 60th Jalsa, we had 3 doctors coming from the United Kingdom, from the Ahmadi Muslim Medical Association. Having upgraded the theater of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Hospital, Kenema, we asked them now to come and do free surgeries to celebrate the 60th anniversary. They came. We put out notices in Kenema, and about 200 people applied from diverse backgrounds. Maybe possibly very few Ahmadis were among the lot. So this is it, because the human being exists for just 2 reasons. I have said this. Our responsibility is to be fulfilled to Allah, and our responsibility is to humanity. And the scriptures did not say your responsibility to your brother, Moses said to humanity. So we should be there for each other. You should get the others to understand your perspective, not necessarily to join you, but to take away all misconception. But if you create a suspicious relationship, you have a culture of rejecting others because they are not Muslims or they don't share your view, then you are moving towards a very dangerous society. Once you discriminate, expect to be discriminated against. And once that goes up, these are the societies you see, like the Central African Republic, where Muslims and Christians were at each other. We have seen a situation in Burkina Faso, these Islamic groups now. In January 2023, they killed 9 Ahmadis because of theological difference in their understanding of critical subjects in Islam. So all these things are happening across the world. And we keep emphasizing and insisting on this because we know the volatile nature of the Sierra Leonean community. We have seen the events in the political arena. If that were to enter into the field of religion, as close as it is to the hearts of people, in a country with 78% Muslims and 22% for the rest. So it's very much important to create a better understanding of the Muslim community, so we move towards a peaceful and society that will accommodate all.
So let's talk about, you mentioned earlier about educating, Muslims about the value of being a Muslim. And you mentioned a critical point, how people take religion very personal. And in the process, it appears fanaticism, and you cannot even accommodate other religion, including even your own Muslim who believe on the other aspect. So how was, for example, the Ahmadiyya Jamaat, which promote diversity regardless of religion, try to address this issue? Because it's an issue for many people think that certain sections of Muslim just believe in that aspect, that you cannot tolerate the other.
So the first way you address issues of intolerance in a given human society is to go back to the foundational scriptures. Understand what the Holy Quran teaches. In the Holy Quran teaches and called upon Muslims to be very much religiously tolerant. For instance, there is a most frequent saying in the Quran, for you, your religion, for them, their religion. In the matter of faith, there is no compulsion. So for the fact that Allah revealed verses of that nature in the Holy Quran anticipate diversity in human existence. So you ask, how have we achieved this? Like one of the best ways to teach is by example. So you don't, there's an Afghan say that you don't wash blood with blood, you wash blood with water. So from the Ahmadiyya perspective, no matter what you do to us, we would act within the confines of the law, and we make sure we don't take the law into our own hands emotionally from religious perspective. So for the 104 years history of Jamaat in Sierra Leone, there has been no incident of intolerance against anybody on faith matters, either in our institutions or our daily dealings with people. So this is the tallest example other Muslims should learn from. And why are we behaving in this way? Because Islam means peace. And the Holy Prophet Muhammad taught peace. So why should followers of Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam should be perpetrators of violence in this day and age, and they seek to justify it based on whatever the figments of their imaginations are? The Holy Quran does not teach violence. The Hadith and Sunnah, practice of the Prophet, does not teach violence. On the contrary, it has always sought to teach peace to human society. So we as believers should work towards this, and this is what we have sustained. In our schools is an open system. I went to school with Christian brothers from Catholic, from SDA background, like Max Carter, Jenny Alpha, and many others, and even teachers were there. Even today we have Christian teachers from other Islamic denominations, fair discussions in the staff room and engagement with people. So these are the practical areas we are practicing. Most times people will tell you, Ahmadi Muslims, they are very peaceful, they are very much tolerant, and it is only their creed we disagree with. So this is why we are coming out to explain to people, understand that this creed we did not create. It was the Holy Prophet ﷺ that said, in the latter days, the Imam would appear, and that Imam will come as a reformer in the house of Islam. So this is why you see this Jamaat is very much quite distinct and distinguished from the rest of the Muslim world today in their approach to address matters of tolerance and intolerance, both at international and national level. We listen to one leader who is the Khalifa, Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, may Allah be his helper. He's the fifth successor to the promised Messiah Imam Mahdi, as the only sect in Islam, the only divine sect in Islam that can boast of a global leadership. When I say I'm an Ahmadi Muslim, who is your leader at global level? I will tell you Masroor Ahmad. And when the Holy Prophet ﷺ passed away, what was the system of leadership in Islam? Was Khilafat, successors to the Prophet. So again, this phenomenon was foretold to be repeated. So when Imam Mahdi ﷺ also passed away, in fact before his demise, he said, I'm about to depart. He said the second manifestation will come, but you will not benefit from it until I had departed. So when he left, the institution of Khilafat started again, as it started after the Rasulullah in 1908, when he passed away on the 26th. On 27th May 1908, they elected the first Caliph. So in 116-17 years of the Jamaat history, as the only group in the house of Islam, 116 years now after his demise, where we've had only the only Islamic community with a global leader, 220 countries of the world, and we all listen to his Friday sermons, we all take his advice administrative directives, no matter the diversity, no matter the race, the color, or continent you come from. And this was Islam. This is the universality of Islam our brothers should understand, and this is what we have been inviting them to.
Okay, let's talk around there. Let's zoom in now to Sierra Leone 60th. How significant is the Jalsa in line with you also celebrating 60 years?
So
60th anniversary.
The Jamaat has been in the country for 104 years. So celebrating 60th Jalsa Salana gives us a clear indication that we have come a long way in establishing the Jamaat and upholding the values of the true teachings of Islam. That it is 60 years of this 104 years we have been inviting people to the oneness of God. We have been inviting people to come and listen and understand the Islamic perspective on many topics about peace, tolerance, and dispelling intolerance in human society. We have been calling people to tell them that the responsibility of man is to Allah through worship. We pray, we fast, we perform Hajj, we pay zakat, and we do and all the activities required, the Kalimatu Shahada, which is declaration of the faith. And then after that, we have responsibilities to our fellow human being, for which reason we have established schools, we do hospitals, and we try to be peaceful. I've worked at Slbc here. Not once I had issue with anybody. That value I took from Ahmadiyat. Even when I come here, I have acquaintance across. Very lovely meeting with people. Very pleasant moment for the period I spent here. So this is what Islam requires. Do I have to tell anybody again that I'm an Ahmadi Muslim? No, because it is manifested in my character with my colleagues, my work relationship and ethics I maintain in the workplace of high moral values and standard. So this is what we are calling the rest of the Muslim community to, that you cannot unite when you are scattered. You can only unite when you have a holding center. So the 60th Jalsa Salana has occasion at a time when I'm the very first Sierra Leonean, indigenous Sierra Leonean, appointed as Amir for the last 3 years. And this is my third Jalsa Salana I'm conducting, along with many other achievements like the establishment of the Aisha Maternity Hospital at Kalbatan, which infrastructure we have completed. We are currently in process of completing our television station, our national chapter, MTA, Muslim Television Ahmadiyat, MTA. That's already at our mission headquarters. Construction is ongoing. So these are all things we will surely be getting more to the public. We have 3 radio stations in Makeni, Bo, and Freetown here that are reaching wider audience, no commercial purpose, purely dedicated to the service of Allah and call humanity to the oneness of God and preach peace, not to incite our memberships to attack others, not to tell who is Kafri, who is Muslim, who is a disbeliever. No, concentrate on the things that you have powers over and then educate the public. Don't be the judge to turn down people and reject them. So the 60th Jalsa Salana is an occasion that will be reflecting on the development of the Jamaat in the country and call our friends and take goodwill messages from them. What's their perception? What are their criticisms? What things they don't like about the Jamaat? So we note that as well to define our relationship. And I'm also happy that for the period of the existence of the Jamaat, after consistent effort from our side to maintain the religious tolerance of Sierra Leone, we are able to be the founding members of the Forum of Islamic Organization for Peaceful Coexistence in 2014. And up till now, the Sunni, Shia, and Ahmadiyya community leaders can sit in one room and discuss matters of Islam. No of the radio stations owned by Sunni, Shia, or Ahmadiyya now is allowed to sit there and start insulting other person's creed or calling other persons Muslims or non-Muslims. So these are all the efforts we have contributed through the Jalsa Salana. Even as I sit here, my Sunni brothers, my Shia brothers from the Forum of Islamic Organization, Muslim Brotherhood, they have all received invitation to join us in Bo and also make their own meaningful contributions to the body of Muslims gathered.
Okay, so let's talk about what it means to be, the first Sierra Leonean to hold on to that position, and you are actually overseeing the 60th anniversary of Jalsa. What memories does it bring, or pride?
Well, there is no pride in it. There will be no memories. The only desire is that you've had an opportunity to be plucked out of the secular world 100% to come and serve religion. I've had the opportunity of reconnecting myself at a higher level with the institution of Khilafat and Allah the Almighty. In the days of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, those who know Islamic history, it is no mean feat to be called the Amir, because Islam places emphasis on leadership. Where there is no leader, there are bound to be conflicts. So in the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, as in the Jamaat of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when you are called the Amir, you are like the executive president. Everything rests on your shoulders. We have been struggling financially, calling on the Jamaat members and their support to pay their contributions, their obligations, and truly so the Jamaat members are actually in love with financial sacrifice. Even in hard times, they are able to do that. So being the first Sierra Leonean, I found this not only as a service to the state, to faith, but also as a service to the state. That for the first time, a Sierra Leonean is ascending to the high office in the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat nationwide. So I have been very much cautious how I approach this entirely, so I don't deceive my compatriots, I don't deceive my country and government by extension. So we have worked hard around the clock. I've been able, I know my Jamaat is a multicultural setting. I've been able to put together every facet of the Jamaat, and everything is moving without issues. So virtually, I feel the honor of serving in the way of Allah, and I feel this is a route to salvation. So it's not much of a pride, but that is the responsibility I feel I'm carried with very much heavy load. And I'm not going to wait for you to ask. Many people have asked me this, how are you merging this with your professional career? So because firstly, I chose to just serve faith and serve faith. It's not like an employment that should be rewarding to me. I want to do it and just get the spiritual blessing. So for this, I still continue my career like many other Amirs across the world. In Nigeria, the current Amir there is also a lawyer. The one before him was an academic, a doctor at Unilag. So this is how we find way back into the religious world from the secular world, having won the trust of the supreme head of the worldwide Ahmadiyya community. So it's a great honor on my part, but also a great responsibility to be chosen as a young man to steer the ship of a very big Jamaat as that we have in Sierra Leone. But I'm very much thankful to my congregation for the support and obedience they have given me.
Okay, so let's talk about this year. How will it look like? What's the focus?
So this year, the theme of the Jalsa Salana is going to expand on what Ahmadiyyat is actually about. And this is really timely to tell the Sierra Leonean audience 100 years ago when the first pioneer missionary landed here. He taught many things about Islamic jurisprudence, and people said he was a pagan. So we are not Muslims. Like for instance, prayer style, praying with the folded arm, the right hand on top of it. I mean, he said those are pagans. We are called like that. He taught that it is not the tradition of Islam to celebrate 3 days, 7 days, 40 days funeral rites. People said, no, you are pagans. Your people die like chicken. Nothing is done because funeral rites are not observed. But today we see people from even other denominations, 100 years, 70 years after, they are now coming along. You hardly enter into any mosque where you see people pray now in majority in loose arm. At least over 90% are always praying like. So meaning Ahmadiyya was right 100 years ago. So this is how we have sought to teach the true Islam. What was done by the Holy Prophet Muhammad is what we set out to carry out. What the Prophet did not do, we are not bound to take it because it is bidah, it is innovation in the house of Islam. So as a Jamaat, we feel the pride and honor that what was said 100 years about many jurisprudential matters in Islam, our brother Muslims are now coming to agree. I listen to audios on social media on a daily basis now. The same things we have been saying for 70, 80 years about funeral rites, about shirk. For instance, those who see these marabouts, arms and amulets, getting people to come to you and get powers from you, all has no place in Islam. What is required, the Prophet has asked that you teach the people how they reach out to their God. Teach them the prayers, or say, I'll remember you in prayers. But there is no need to prepare charms and amulets and make a whole office for that. People come to see you, they consult you, they pay money for that. It is against the teachings of Islam. It is shirk billah. It's the highest level of associating partner with Allah. So as a Jamaat, we are very much happy we have developed a congregation with this level of consciousness of accepting the true Islam as taught by the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the Jalsa is going to look at why Ahmadiyyat in the first place. And why Ahmadiyyat in the first place, the theme says, Isma'u Sauta Sama Ja'al Masi Ja'al Masi. Listen to the voice of heaven, the Messiah has come, the Messiah has come. There is a standing tradition in Islam. The Holy Prophet Muhammad said, in the latter days, in the 14th century Hijrah, he said the Imam al-Mahdi would appear, the guided reformer. In another tradition in line with the same, he said in the latter days, Isa ibn Maryam, Isa son of Jesus, son of Mary, would appear from amongst my community. And in another place in Bukhari, he gave description of 2 separate Jesus. He said Jesus with a broad chest, blonde hair, and very much lighter skin. That is Jesus of Nazareth. And he gave a description of the Jesus that will come in the latter days of a man of brown skin and longer hair and not with the broad chest as per the description of Jesus of Nazareth. So we understand this to mean that Jesus was a follow-up prophet who came after Moses, alayhi salam. So he came as the Messiah to perfect the Mosaic laws. So Allah was giving an indication through his prophet that in the latter days, this Isa metaphorically will also come after Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who will not bring any new Quran, no new religion, no nothing, but to call the Muslims back to the true teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that is the Messiah that has come, that established the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, and this is the theme we are going to expand on to give a clear understanding from Islamic theology and jurisprudence about what is the established practice when Allah says, or a prophet says, a prophet that had appeared earlier will come again. The clear indication is that prophet will not come again, but it's a metaphorical use that somebody who would carry out responsibilities like that earlier prophet will come. We learned this from Christian theology again. It is said that Elijah will come before the Messiah, and Elijah was a prophet who had come much more earlier. And then when Jesus appeared, alayhi salam, the Jewish people approached him. The first question they asked him, the scripture said Elijah should come before the Messiah. Elijah has not come and you are claiming to be the Messiah. Jesus alayhi salam answer to them was simple. He said, John the Baptist is the Messiah. They rejected him for that, and up till this they know Elijah has fallen from the sky. So this is the understanding we have to communicate to the rest of religious people, to understand that there is nobody sitting in the sky that will fall one day after 2,000 years. This is not the sunnah of Allah, sunnah Allah. It is not the way of Allah. Anytime a prophet is said to descend, it does not mean he has to fall from the sky, but he will come at the appropriate time and carry out the right transformation that is required. And don't forget, the Imam Mahdi Azam is a Ghulam Ahmad of Qadian alayhi salam said, he said, those who are waiting for Isa, Jesus alayhi salam, to fall from the sky, say they are going to wait, their grandchildren with their great-grandchildren will wait. They will never see a man falling from the sky after they have rejected me. So it's about 40 years now. After he said this, nobody has fallen from the sky and nobody will fall from the sky. In actual fact, the Messiah that was foretold to have appeared in the 14th century had appeared, and the 14th century itself has passed. So the door to Ahmadiyyat in this day and age is very much open to all Muslims and people who are seekers of the truth, because nobody is going to fall from the sky to satisfy any other religious belief in human history.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Amir Musa Mewa Esquire, who is the Amir for the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat. They'll be holding their 60th Jalsa Salana in Bo for the next 3 days, starting on 5. The program you're watching is The Podium. Let me welcome my colleague, Suleiman Babaturi, to the studio. As yesterday, the National Commission for Social Action and the Ministry of Youth signed a memorandum of understanding with some organizations on the implementation of a $40 million project. Baba, welcome to the program and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Salma, and good afternoon to viewers.
Okay, so give us an background to this project.
Well, this project is a project funded by World Bank, a $14 million project to see how best they can address the numerous problems we have in the country. But the one signed is the component 3A of the project, which deals with youth. The PUYSSNE project, which seeks to empower the youth in the country by opening up skills training for them and giving them grants so that they'll start up businesses and then go and stop crying about unemployment. Of course, we know in Sierra Leone, you go to the different streets we have, you go to junctions, you see youths selling cold water, junks and whatever to empower themselves and also solve their daily needs.
Okay, so let's talk around. There was a signing with some service providers. What will be the role of these organizations?
Well, of course, we've been having cries, among Sierra Leoneans in terms of implementing, projects that are coming, especially those, given by donors. So these service providers will be implementing this project because the commission, the National Youth Commission and NACSA don't want to see where people say these people, they just chose their people or party people to empower them instead of going to the street and look out for those that need help. So they left the door open for service providers, and our organization, a company known as CAC Holdings, Sierra Leone Limited, and also Community Empowerment and Youth Development Organization also applied. So amongst the many that bid for that project, they were chosen. So CAC will be handling the western area and the north, whilst CEDA will be handling the south and the east.
So what role will they be playing?
Well, from now onwards, the door is open for youth to apply for that grant in it from now, and then out of those that will apply, they will choose from them. So those that will be selected will go through trainings, and then from that training they will be able to select those that they will be empowering. So after everything, they present their business plan. From that business plan, they will determine the amount of money you need for your business. So after that, then they will give them the grant.
So what role will the National NACSA or the National Youth Commission play in all of this, especially to monitor the implementation?
Of course, you said it already. They will be monitoring the process. Of course, a Youth Commission said they will be part of the implementation, because they want to see those that need the help, those boys and girls in the street, women, because of course we are trying to bring women on board to see how best they will achieve that 30% that has already been given to them. So to see how best they go ahead so that they will not flout or go beyond what is expected of them or below what is expected of them.
So that $40 million project, how long? Is it something for a year or 5-year project, and what could be maybe the sustainability plan for it, especially for both government institutions, be NACOM or NACSA?
Well, what I will say now is that from now to the 31st of March, the service providers are expected to cover at least 1,000, because World Bank representatives from World Bank will be here to grade the performance so far. So the commissioner of NACOM, Ahmed Atata, emphasized on that, say that you need to work fast and work hard to see that at least 1,000 youths are able to benefit from this, if not even giving the grant, but at least go through the training and be able to present their business plan.
So how many young people benefit, and what type of young people are they looking for? Are they looking for those that are actually academically okay, or those that would, with skills?
In the first place, if you are below 18, you are not going to benefit. If you are above 35, you are not going to benefit. And if you are working, you are not going to benefit. Of course, the working class is out of this. This project is for those that are in the street, or you are a carpenter, but you don't have the finance to make your business that large. So these are the type of people that they cater for. They look at specific places. For instance, they will be doing the training in Bo, Kenema, McKinney, Port Local, and Freetown. So this, if you are there, you contact the service provider that is in that particular region. Yes, so you'll be able to benefit from this. Not only that, they have different categories of people that are going to benefit, that they will pay key attention to in terms of the implementation. These areas are food and hospitality, fisheries, agriculture, garbage collection and recycling. If you are engaged in these categories, you are already qualified. It's left with you, your efforts, and how best you've been doing it, and the business plan that you present.
So the money is free, or it's something like a loan, they'll pay it back?
You're not going to pay. It's a grant. It's a grant. You're not going to pay. It's to empower you. It's yours.
Was it disclosed that how many will be given to each individual, or it's represented to a group or a company? Because some businesses are single, people wonder, like a carpenter shop or a garage, these are single businesses.
Yes, if you are a group, I believe the grant is based on your business plan. Your business plan. If you have a business plan that is 7 million, you're going to have 7 million. But this is 6 million not the 40 million that will be given to Youth Commission. It's a whole package, and the Youth Commission is benefiting from just the component 3A. Which deals with youth empowerment. So it's not about, you know, giving all the 40 to Youth Commission. Yes, Youth Commission is going to have just 6 million out of that 40.
Thank you so much, Baba, for the updates this afternoon. Thank you so much, as my colleagues remember, but to witness the signing ceremony yesterday between the World Bank, the National Commission for Social Action, National Youth Commission on implementation of part of the $40 million project, 6 million on youth empowerment, and they will target thousands of young people in both Kenema, Makini, and Freetown, and the areas of food and hospitality, fisheries, agriculture, garbage collection, and recycling. Thank you so much, Baba. Let me bring in again Ame Musame. Well, let's talk around what do you anticipate the numbers? I know normally thousands of people do gather, and sometimes people wonder how you get them to actually listen to these good messages, take care of their shelter, their food. Some people, you know, they will fall ill. How normally do you cope with the numbers?
So, to be honest with you, sometimes we are also very much amazed after Jalsa when we are reviewing. We are always very surprised. How did we get through all of this? So that's why we keep saying it's a divine convention, because the Holy Founder said he received divine inspiration to commence this particular practice, and he himself paid attention to food, to lodging. The first one was attended by 75 people. So today, even in his hometown, they found in the town of Jalsa Salana Kadian, the last Jalsa I think was about 17,000, and many people across the world, from many countries across the world. So how have we done it? And initially, when Jalsa started, when we were growing up in the Jamaat, people who convert from across the country, they would lodge with families in Bo. So then it grew past the number, so you can no longer have them all in the house. So we started using the classrooms. So the divine hopeful, the believers of the Jamaat, they can stay in the classrooms. We have a very big school infrastructure. It's senior secondary school, 2 junior secondary schools for boys and girls, and 2 primary schools infrastructure, and a missionary training college. So we dedicate all of this, and we still have Jamaat members who give up their rooms and houses in Bo to lodge the guest of the Imam Mahdi al-Islam, who has traveled for religious reason. So for lodging, that's what we do for the regular Jamaat members. We lodge them as per their Jamaat from regions. Now the distribution has been done, and there's a big ball on campus now where every Jamaat coming from every location of the country, your own lodging location is there. So for the invited guests, we have 2 levels. We have reserve 1 for the international guests. This morning about 7:30 I received, that's why I was late a bit coming for the coffee program. I received our special representative sent by the Khalifa to come and represent him of this Jalsa from Morocco. He's a Moroccan, he's the president of the Morocco Jamaat, if you like, the Amir for Morocco Jamaat. He's an Arab. So he arrived and as Huzu's appointee, just like I went to Burkina Faso in December. So he has come. We have received, a brother from USA. We've received brothers from United States. Somebody who worked here many years ago, a medical doctor, has also come, Dr. Imtiaz Chaudhry Saab. And we have received also another Jamaat brother who is a Sierra Leonean, had lived in the UK for over 20-30 years. He's a medical doctor, Dr. Munir Kamara. So many people have come across. So we call that category of visitors as Reserve 1. And the government officials we have invited, the tribal headsmen from the Western area, other religious institutions and their heads from the Forum of Islamic Organizations and Religious Council, dignitaries are reserved 2. That's for national guests who are not part of the Jamaat, whom we are inviting. For those ones, we'll book very good many hotels and guest houses in Bo as per the capacity, and we lodge them all. Last year, Jalsa, we ran out of rooms. I remember some of my lawyer friends arrived. So, Mr. you told of Sahara, they went there, it was full. Go to, how is it called now? Duhas, they went there, it was full. Yeah. So some had to go to Kenema and then come in the morning hours to attend the Jalsa. So it's always difficult managing the food, managing the lodging, but it's a divine and religious gathering. So the understanding always is we, the organizers, who try to do our best, and we expect the guests in and out of the Jamaat, our guests, to understand and bear with the inconveniences, because it's just for 3 days and it's for the sake of Allah.
So let's talk about how do you keep them alive, because 3 days again, because also we it's like a tradition for the Ahmadis to be existent. Many people are comfortable with just being outside.
Yes.
Spiritually, you keep them throughout the night?
So firstly, they are trained to be very much obedient and endure, take instructions.
Yeah.
So when the Amir says sit, or whoever is authorized to do so, all Jamaat members will obey. That's Islam as we know it from the time of Rasulullah Karim. So normally we distribute diamine sweets during the sessions to keep them awake. Water is also distributed to the general membership at the Jalsa Gar. So they will all get that, and food is prepared in abundance. I just told you this morning that we've now procured 17 cows in Bo, if that's the right word to use. Last night, a good brother of mine said, I am donating 5. We had done 12. Another 5 has come in, so 17 for 3 days meal, and all do the meals, all the meals per the day, central kitchen, get the prepared food. So whilst the guests are sitting there, the kitchen is running, and the food comes to the distribution center. Once you break up from session, like if we start a session in the morning hours, by 1:50, 1:40, we'll break up and allow people to renew their ablution. Then they come, we'll pray Zuhur and Asr combined. Then we can ask them to go and have lunch now, and then they come in the evening for an evening session, which will last for about 2-3 hours. Once that is done, then they go again and they get prepared, have their dinner. Then they come now for they will now come for the evening prayers, the Maghrib and Isha prayers. We'll combine Maghrib and Isha again and enter into question and answer session. So whoever has questions, you ask at that stage in the evening hours, and in the morning again, we'll start with Tahajjud prayers around 4:30. And after the Tahajjud prayer, there is Darsul Quran, a lecture on the topic of the Holy Quran in the morning. Once that is done, we do the Fajr prayer in the morning. Then we'll break up again. You go prepare yourselves and then get breakfast and come for 9 or 10 o'clock events. So it's very much engaging spiritually, a lot of prayers, meeting people, listening to speech, having opportunity to ask questions, and all of these acquaintances around.
So let's talk about how you do follow-ups on some of the goodwill messages presented, because sometimes, again, it's time for stock taking and reflection as a nation.
Well, to be honest with you, we've never had any negative feedback from everybody in the country internationally. For instance, the president last year said, if every Sierra Leonean were like an Ahmadi Muslim, say I would have less problems in this country. He said, I have never seen this kind of grouping, people sitting here for hours on ending without causing trouble, without quarreling and nothing. The president said that. So 2023, he said, if Ahmadis were in Ukraine and Russia, there would have been no war, reflecting our peaceful nature. But the key thing is also these Ahmadis are Sierra Leoneans. So this is also trading, a very good aspect of our religious toleranceness. So we have to work. We always review as a national executive, the Jalsa committee itself. After every Jalsa for the last 2 years, I will take reports from all the departments organizing the Jalsa, from transport to kitchen, to the stores, to the distribution. So it's a whole administration on its own, to lodging, everything. We have a committee with a head of that committee and deputies and host of other people. To registration, the registration committees in Bo, registering people now and distributing their cards across. So it's a well-organized event under divine command, and the members are dedicated. And guess what? Not a single person receives an allowance from amongst the Jamaat members for doing any work for the Jalsa Salana.
Thank you so much. Musa Mewa, wish you the very best in the 3 days celebrations. But let's round things up on the podium this afternoon before we go. Reminder of our quote of the day, which came from an Indian environmentalist, Srinan Vas Mishra, and it says, if the environment is happy, people will laugh and your grief will go away. Many thanks to my guest, who is the Amir for their media mission. Samewa, thank you so much for joining us, and wish you the very best. The podium returns tomorrow.
E para quebrar a pedra com ela, eu vou chamar ninguém mais, ninguém menos do que a lenda, Eric Donaldson!
You say nobody cares. You say nobody needs you. But how do you do? Raindrops are falling on you. Can't you feel it? Can't you feel it? There will never be sun shining every day. Cinderella, come take my umbrella. Oh, little Cinderella, don't tell me it's a sin. Say we could never fall in love. Oh, don't say it's a sin. Saying that we are too young. Oh, when my love is coming on, and say my love is coming on. Oh yeah, my love is coming so strong. Love is coming on. Say my love is coming on. Oh yeah, my love is coming so strong. See that? Are you happy? You ready? Don't tell me it's a sin. Say we could never fall in love. Oh, don't say it's a sin. Saying that we are too young. When our love is coming on. Yeah, my love is coming on. Oh yeah, my love is coming so strong. Yeah. Whoa, yeah, my love is coming so strong. Hey, hey, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah. No, 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 yeah. I say my love is coming so strong. Yeah. Whoa, yeah, my love is coming so strong. Love you, love you. You. Are you ready? The beat keep rolling. Yeah. More love, let it fall down like rain. Pure love, let it fall on the human race. You wake up in the morning and don't know what to do. Wonder so hard who is gonna see you through. Struggle through the day until the night has come. Who do you think could make you be so strong? More love, let it fall down like rain. Your love, let it fall on the human race, Jaja. Let it fall down like rain. human race, Jah. Let it fall down like rain. Listen what they say, good thing comes to those who wait. But you could miss a very good thing if you hesitate. Listen what they say, meekly wait and murmur not. So they could take away everything that the Rasta man got. Me say more, let it. Me say more, let it fall down like rain. Na na na, whoa whoa whoa. And me say. Listen what they say, meekly wait and murmur not. So they could take away everything that the Rasta man got. Me say, listen what they say, meekly wait and murmur not. But to me, I have been waiting over time. More love, let it fall down like rain. More love, let it fall on the human race, Jah. Let it fall down like, yeah. Mama, mama, mama.
Hey! Now, as I was saying before, the saying that goes, sometimes, especially in Jamaica, take it down, have some manners. I'm speaking. When I speak, you listen. All right, love you. Hey, I'm talking to you now. Yeah, like I was saying, sometimes in Jamaica we have little problems with our Jamaican brothers, even though they're lovers. But sometimes it's hard for a man to say to a woman, really, really, I love you. So, I think, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. All right. So, I think I'm gonna ask the brothers in the house to tell the sisters in the house, hey, I said, take the music down. I'm speaking. Thank you. As we were saying, you can keep the groove. You can keep the groove. Yeah, 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 yeah. We go there. Yeah, I would love for the brothers to tell my sisters how much you love them to the music. Tamlins, will you help the brothers out? Yes, I know you love me. I love you too. All right. Now let me hear you say, I love you. Wow. That was easy. So brothers, make up your mind. If you don't want to tell the woman next to you, send it straight home. She's waiting. Now, after 3, 1, 2, 3. Let me hear you say, I love you. That wasn't strong. I'm sure my sisters could do better than that. This is why we are called Mother Earth. Come on, sisters, let me hear you say, after 3 now. serious. Going on one, and then a two, and then a three. Now, let me hear you take. Wow! I tell you, they can do it. Here we go! Woo! You don't know what it's like. I know that you don't know. You don't know what it's like. Like I say, you gotta love someone. Love someone the way I love you. Whoa, yeah. You don't know what it's like. Yeah, come on, baby. You don't know what it's like. Like I say, you gotta love someone. You gotta love someone. I love you. I love you. I love you. Promise you, keep you. Always, I love you. They say it's time to go, but I would really hate to go and not pay some respect to my lover man, my friend, my brother, my husband, my man, Bob Marley. Right now, we're gonna take a few minutes, just a second of silence for Bob today. It's about 20 years since we've been here on the same ground, doing the same thing to the same people. And that's why I love him so. You said you love me. Oh, I said I love you too. Why don't you stop your crying and dry your weeping eyes? You know I love you, yeah. Ooh, baby, here I am. Don't rub it on my belly like guava jelly. Ooh, baby, here I am. Don't rub it on my belly like guava jelly. You said you needed me. I said I needed you, and you. Honey, why won't you stop your cry and dry your weeping eyes? Just know I love you, yeah. Ooh, baby, here I am. Don't rub it on my belly like guava jelly. Ooh, baby, Don't shed no tears, no I won't. No woman, no cry. Play your song. See, say I remember when we used to sit in the government yard in Freetown. And Georgie would make the fire light, a logger wood burning through the night. Hey, hey. Then we would cook cornmeal porridge, wondering it, of which I'll share with you and you and I and I. Our feet was our only carriage, Lord. And so we gotta push, we push, but while he's gone, hey! Come on everyone, come on! We jamming! We jamming, hey! I wanna jam with you, oh yeah, we jamming. There are no rules and no vows, we can do it anyhow. Cause I and I will see you through. Cause every day we pay the price with a living sacrifice. Jam it till the jam is true. Ooh yeah, we're jamming, and we're jamming in the name of the Lord. Ooh yeah, we're jamming, and we're jamming right straight from God. There ain't no rules, ain't no laws, we can do it anyhow. Cause I and I will see you through. Hey, cause every day we pay the price. Our children must be out. Life is worth much more than gold. Ooh yeah, we're jamming. Hey, jamming in the name of the Lord. Ooh yeah, we're jamming. And we're jamming right straight from God. Hey, holy, holy, holy. Hey, holy, holy, holy. Just see the things are yours. And prove it. All right, y'all. Lively up yourself.
north and I go south. Go east to west, cause I'm all about doing my works, of course. Trotting with the most, I am well on course. Radio interviews and the sound checks. Jingles, couplets, and I just can't forget. But if I time I practice to bring you people's recruit music, got to work. I got to work. Respect to the working class. Lazy body better get off your ass. Got to work. Got to work. When you put your shoulders to the wheel, what a good way. Got to work. Gotta sacrifice. Got to work. In addition, night. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got to work. Got to work. Yes, I. Take it away. Take it away. Yes, I. Judgment, right out the fire, judgment. Judgment, you can't run from the judgment. According to the works you'll be paying, can't run from the judgment. What's the thing where you do and where you say? Can't run from the judgment. Serious time, no time to play. Can't run. Can't run, can't hide. Do unto others as you'll have them do unto you. Life is a cycle and I know it's true. Anything you do coming right back to you. Many are called, chosen are few. Make sure say your power with the righteous crew. And never indulge in a box stew, in the ital stew. Look up the right crew. Healthy foods give you pure man. Say I pray every day just to keep you in line. Remember me tell you it's a judgment time. Open your eyes. Seek and you search, surely will find. So that's the never out with abundance and sign. Work hard for yours and work for mine. Show some love and be kind. Stop from your crime. Then you could have never ever get left behind. No, can't run from the judgment. According to the works you'll be paying. Can't run from the judgment. What's the thing where you do and where you say? Can't run from the judgment. Serious time, no time to play. Can't run from the judgment. Nice, give me a nice mix. Bounce me now, mix me. King Selassie them see say it don't make sense you run. What you gonna do now your judgment come? You eat up your bread and give the youth them the crumb. You drink up your wine, have all the fun. Tell me who give the people the guns. Tell me who is gonna get a fire gun. Whether from flames or it come from the sun. You woulda never know from when sister come. And like a bomb it have to bring God fire. Yeah, escape, get caught in the wire. Wicked one, full time you expire. Sucking me blood like a damn vampire. No matter what I go on this thing. Highway, keep going higher. Higher like the one that we buy over there. Yes, the higher baby. Judgment. Place down Babylon. Burn down Babylon. Judgment. Red out the fire. Judgment. Take it away, take it away, take it away. Saba! Yes, I. Yes, I. Merci. Merci. Good vibration. Reggae therapy. are guided by His Majesty. Me not really, me not only to the wicked man. Amazing, how sweet the sound. I'm rich. We are ready. I was once lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Strike the lightning, now you roll the thunder. Make the breeze blow to me veranda. When the mighty time me up under. Are you, when you, amazing grace, how sweet the sound. I'm rich like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, I see.
some more females on the show. Yeah! Big up the females. And big up Tony Rebel for inviting me to be here on this wonderful occasion. Thank you very much.
For the first time, the legend, the great, the one, the only, Miss Judy Boucher.
Thank you.
evening. How are you doing? Well, thank you very much for this wonderful, wonderful welcome. I cannot believe that this is the first time I'm performing here in Rochelle. I don't know. I guess over the years, there has been some serious globe-trotting by these two bundleheads, right? so it's nice to be back in the Caribbean, because as you know, it's been Africa, Asia, Middle East, and everything. But you know what? This for me is special. And I want to thank Mr. Solomon for finally getting me here. And looking at your faces, I think I'm in the right place. Seriously, I'm really enjoying this. Thank you very much. But it won't change a thing. You said it all when you said goodbye. You took off your wedding. I've been trying to get over you. I've been spending time alone. I've been trying to get over you. Every night, every time. All my friends keep trying to fix me up. They say you need somebody new. When it comes to love of all my business, I don't mean nothing with you. I've been trying to get over you. I've been spending time alone. I've been trying to get over you. Every night, every favorite song by Vince Gill. could turn back the time, I'd do it for you. But time slips away from me, baby. But now that you're gone, and I'm left wanting you. If I could turn back the time, I'd do it for you. But time slips away from me, baby. So do you are always there when I need you. Now all that remains is the memory of you. If I could turn back the time, I'd do it for you. But time slips away from me, baby. So do but time slips away from me, baby. So do and time slips away from me, baby. Thank you. You are so wonderful. Wonderful. Oh my gosh. Look at this place. Wow. Thank you for making it so special. dream maker, please turn my dreams.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
you ready for Gregory Isaacs out of Kingston, Jamaica? So welcome stage one more time, Gregory! 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 Gregory Isaacs!
took about it, Lord. People say I'm on the type of man to really be your lover. Oh yeah, oh yeah. But every day I pray, oh yeah, you'll never leave me for another. No way. 'Cause you're my one and only lover. I mean it. Oh, mean the world to me. My God. And it's plain enough to see. Not mercy. That you're my lover. Lord. Oh, yeah. ready to do some reggae. Boy, alright, alright, come on. Alright, and then, whoa, Mr. Brown, alright, I come to take it down, yeah, boy. Now you may not think it is true, yeah, but I'm related to you. Lordy, Lordy, Lord, Lord, Lord. Now she told me, Mr. Brown, alright. Anytime I can spend mine, if I want it, and think I'm in your town tonight, I said I might as well give a try. Let me tell you why. Over the basement, baby, going steady. You keep the pics again, cause it's happening already. So please don't treat me so unkind. Cause if you do, then I'll explode the thoughts of mine. All together now. Why? Why? Alright. Why? Mr. Brown. Alright. Alright. Why? Mr. Brown. Alright. 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 Lord, Lord, Lord. You in there. Lord, 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 hang on, yeah. We in the storm, Lord of mercy. That whenever there is a storm, I know there's got to be a calm. Lord have mercy, please hang on. Hang on in here, yeah. Real simply dawn. 'Cause although we're waiting at war, yeah, 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 I will guide us through the storm. Lord have mercy, please hang on, yeah. Sun goes down already. Brothers, let us hang on steady, yeah. You know, understand the body fall, and you surely see the storm. Why, yeah. Why, yeah.
So my people, well, welcome to Urban Land TV and radio station. Today, we will welcome for our studio one of our big sister, where he be living music legend. This person, now she we know for the African queen of reggae. In fact, she gets many albums where we not fit count. The mother where they celebrate everybody with one special song where we know as Happy Birthday. Her name na be Evi Edna Ogole. We welcome you again to Urban Land Magazine and TV radio station. Madam.
I greet you now. I'm very happy to be with you.
So as we talked before, here now pidgin, now we take the talk to everybody. Not be that people go Igbo. I beg. We go like, may you come down to our level for the questions should be say we will ask you now. Now, we don't say we don't know you for almost 30 years now. Not be small, you don't play many music. You don't sing many songs. They may not be small. But the question now be say, where you come there since this years, madam?
Yes, so I did for Paris, France, you know. So I did there, I did do volunteer work for UNICEF International, you know, for children to buy medicine for this problem of polio and many things like that. And I'm very happy because it's one of the things that I like doing best, you know, helping, doing volunteer work.
pleasant good afternoon to you and a warm welcome to Newsa. I am Esther Sako. Coming up, Alpha Amaduba resigns his position as president of the Motor Drivers and General Transport Workers Union. 6 military personnel go to jail for mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny and desertion. And people at Matke in Bombali Shai Chiefdom call for justice following a row with their paramount chief. These stories and many more, including entertainment and sport, are lined up in this edition of News Hour. Stay with us. Welcome back. We'll begin with one of our top stories. President of Motor Drivers and General Transport Workers Union, Alpha Amaduba, has resigned his position as president of the union. Mr. Amaduba's resignation came after numerous duress from some members of the union and court actions. He came to power in early 2014 and re-elected in 2019 for a second term. The outgone president was addressing hundreds of members at the union's head office in Freetown. Here is Mr. Amaduba's resignation statement.
Today, we don't depend this over 7 years. We go from back and front, court to court, from place to place, ministry to ministry. And once what you they can't say now, yeah. When everybody listen up, let we allow this process may go free and fair. Yeah. I'm not gonna talk much. Today, me and I as president, we don't do bakuting. Now me and una build this office. Now me and una come together for go meet legal aid board for me to help we pull driver then when they get minor offenses na Pademba Road. We go there, we go pull 49 drivers there. Now me and una do that. Now me and una negotiate. Hello? Now me and una negotiate for most of the park them, now western area and the districts them and the regions them. Now me and una team up for make sure say discipline there in this organization. Today, I don't say the lawless one and other, but today the law enforcers and we see we serve yai to yai for minor offenses. Today, what in they call road safety, na me and una big team up for bring the road safety education, what in the language of the road. Na me and una big team up for bringing kind to this organization. Na me and una big kana ya na Texas Colori Park na ya. Then right we say we get debt for this park. We na 800 million. Na me and una big collect that money na ya. We go pay Sierra Leone Commercial Bank. Na me and una make sure say we halala be there for make the tipper unit come on Obanga. Na me and una been go negotiate that for me to move to Watalo, outside the Ministry of Transport and Aviation, been go give it that airfield when at 3.9 acre day. So, with the achievement then there, Boku one, you understand eh? You know go find local poor repetition for people them we don't know side they come out, they don't know side they go. Do ya? I want me to maintain. I want me to maintain discipline. I want me to maintain law and order. Una respect law and order. Una respect the law enforcers. Yeah? Do ya at the beg. Today, I want to tell you what I say now. Me, Alpha Amaduba, we don't dare in this union as organized secretary for 5 years. We don't dare as this union as national treasurer for 5 years. We don't take leadership in 2014. I go 5 years. In 2019, I go back for president. I win back. Today, I tell you, say, me don't set myself aside.
That was Alpha Amaduba announcing his resignation before members of the Motor Drivers and General Transport Workers Union. Sierra Leone's President Julius Maada has delivered a compelling keynote at the 48th session of the Governing Council of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD. He called for urgent investment in the rural economies to drive food security and sustainable development. The event held in Rome, Italy, brought together world leaders, private sector players and agencies to discuss solutions to global food challenges. Our status correspondent Amosi reports.
In a pool of tears, the convicted military personnel and their families were in grief after they were pronounced guilty of all 8-count charges of mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny and desertion. The Defense Council for the various convicted military personnel
We apologize for that. We'll bring you the insight of the presidency in our subsequent news broadcast. Now from there, Judge Advocate Magigba has sentenced 6 military personnel in the second court-martial session with maximum of 75 years each for 2 of the convicted military personnel, Major Patrick Abu Obdendi Sise and Corporal Mohammed Koma, and the minimum of 50 years each for Lieutenant Zainab Amarasuwu and Major Ibrahim Bangura, with 2 others, Major Joanna Kaba and Major Fode Sumana Kamara, are to serve 60 years each. The sentences were for each of the 8 counts, but the judge advocate ruled that they should serve their jail terms concurrently. Mohammed Koma has more on that story.
In a pool of tears, the convicted military personnel and their families were in grief after they were pronounced guilty of all 8-count charges of mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny and desertion. The Defense Council for the various convicted military personnel pleaded that the judge advocate, president and members of the board temper justice with mercy, being that the convicted military personnel had served the military diligently without blemishes. Judge Advocate Magigba provided an opportunity for the convicted military personnel to address the court prior to their sentence. The military personnel pleaded that the court granted them pardon, stating that they had no intention to overthrow the government or resist lawful authority. Judge Advocate Magigba sentenced the 6 convicts with maximum of 75 years each for the 1st and 6th convicted military personnel, Major Pao and Corporal Mohammed Kuruma, 60 years each for the 2nd and 3rd convict, Major Joanna Kaba and Major Fode Sumana Kamara, and 50 years each for the 4th and 5th convicts, Major Ibrahim Abubakar Bangura and Lieutenant Zainab Amarasu, respectively.
These are the sentences awarded to each of these persons. Count 1, mutiny contrary to law. First accused, 1st convict sentenced to 75 years imprisonment. 2nd convict, 60 years imprisonment. The 3rd convict, 60 years imprisonment. The 4th, 50 years imprisonment. The 5th, 50 years imprisonment. And the 6th, 75 years imprisonment.
The sentences were for each of the 8 counts, but the judge advocate ruled that they serve their jail terms concurrently. For SLBC, Mohammed Kouma reporting.
A row has been broken between the people of Makne in Bombali Shari Chiefdom, Bombali district, and their paramount chief, following an incident in which the paramount chief was accused of leading a gang from the chiefdom headquarter town to attack and destroy property in Makne. The incident in early February was said to have caused major disruption to school and other activities at Magne, and as Asanfa reports, the community is calling for justice.
When we visited the community, it was quiet and peaceful. Not many people were around. However, the repercussion of the incident was fresh and quite evident.
300 people, youth man from Konta, village.
About 300 young men from Konta descended on us. They destroyed doors, windows, glasses. They opened the hand pump well and poured in feces and poisoned the other one at the school. About 7 children and 5 adults now have frequent stooling. Window glasses of the church and mosques were also destroyed.
Pastor James Tolley.
It's what you expect now you go able to somebody at the parties.
Abdallah Sanko's father could be over 100 years, as I'm told.
My father sustained injuries. I met him on the bed with blood all over him.
His house also suffered some damages. Yusuf Sanko told SLBC he was tortured and left helpless.
My
brothers, look at what they did to me. They hit me with sticks. They were over 100.
Abbas Kamara said he was kidnapped and taken to Konta and his life threatened.
So they got me.
They took me away. Everyone who came to the scene slapped me. Women, men, all of them. They said I should be stripped naked and set on fire.
They stated that the Christian school was on their moonlight program when a group of young men they claimed were a team from the paramount chief by Shari Antorane III interrupted, cancelled the show for what they said they did not book for, and threatened to return. They said when they did around 2 a.m., they pelted stones randomly. The Arabic and the revived African Christian schools were also affected. Their windows shattered and the pieces scattered around on the floor. Mariatu Melvina Kamara, headmistress of the primary level.
Right now, education now they go through now the school. People them just don't take them to them because they fear.
There is no learning at the moment. Parents and guardians are scared. I was also scared and ran out of the community because they also threatened to kill me. I did not do anything to them.
They see me, then go kill me. I not do them nothing.
The matter has been taken up by the police. Sergeant John Abbas Kamara, Police Media Head, Northeast.
We are having this issue in our decks, but at a stance, we have 5 suspects in our custody whom are presently helping us in carry on with these particular investigations. We're not going to say they totally involved in short events or another in short incident, and that one has to do, and after we've gathered all our evidences against them, but also, and we also have the responsibility and power to make sure that we send the file to State Council for legal advice. Whatever the outcome of the recommendations from the State Council, then we'll also have the necessary things that we'll take.
The paramount chief told SLBC he would only respond through the senior district officer SDO Charles Kiley. Mr. Kiley said the matter was dealt with in a district security committee DISEC meeting and that we should talk to the ONS. After a back and forth phone calls, the ONS said they have had a mediation meeting with the 2 parties and we are planning to hold further engagement. In our in-depth investigations, we discovered that the 2 communities had a long-standing grudge relating to chieftaincy and land.
Vice President Dr. Mohamed Jul Dejala has visited Connaught Hospital to have an update of ongoing projects at the facility, including the Bonds unit, which is under construction, and the solar project, among others. Dr. Jalosh said he was pleased with what he saw at the country's main referral hospital. Joseph Toy reports.
Connaught Hospital is undergoing significant rehabilitation and reforms.
Several projects are being implemented which were initiated a couple of months and a few years ago. This was the very reason the Vice President, Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallo, who is said to be passionate about health issues, visited the country's main referral hospital. He said there has been massive infrastructural improvement at the health facility. Key among the development initiatives being undertaken here at the hospital is the construction of a burns unit. It is the first ever in the country when completed.
The burns unit is essentially is developed a couple of months after the Wellington fire disaster, when we realized that Connaught was overwhelmed. That evening, I remember very well, Dr. Kaba was here. We spent the night here, and we realized that we didn't have what it takes to really cater for everybody at the same time. So then the idea of a development of a burns unit came that was vehicled by the Minister of Health. So I also visited that to see where we are on that. And I used the opportunity also to visit the dialysis center, which is running, and it's running at a low cost. It's a low-cost dialysis center, and we are very pleased that we have been able to maintain that.
After the inspection at various units, the second gentleman registered admiration of what he saw.
I also visited the laboratory, the new laboratory. It's a digital one, and where there is now a very developed capability within Connaught Hospital for precision when it comes to diagnostic. So overall, I am very pleased. I am very happy for this visit, and I look forward to come here a couple of months later on to see that the project, the solar project, is finished and the burns unit is completed. So His Excellency Dr. Julius Madabio will come and formally launch, come and formally commission the burns unit that will cater for all type of burns, and it is going to be the hub for the Mano River Union.
Minister of Health Dr. Austin Demby attributed these gains to the vision of government to transform the health sector. He threw light on some of the reforms at Connaught Hospital and the plans for other health facilities across the country.
The idea of bringing a 1 megawatt electric capability, renewable energy capability here. What that translates to is to having 10 100 kVA generators working here non-stop. That's a game changer. And I think through the Vice President and the President's vision, it's not just Connaught. We're doing the same thing for PCMH and Oladurin. We're doing the same thing for the regional hospitals. And right now, we have about 18 hospitals that are targeted for upgrade.
This latest development was said to have come as a result of dedicated leadership at the institution. The management expressed optimism to complete all the ongoing projects on time.
The Vice President and the Minister have seen today how far we've gone, and we're still keeping to that commitment, and the projects are going to be completed as planned, and we'll call you again here for the commissioning.
Sustainable Development Goals 3 speaks to good health and well-being. This could only be achieved when health facilities are equipped with adequate infrastructure and modern machines. SLBC, Joseph Touré reporting.
The 47th Annual General and Scientific Meeting of the Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association has commenced. The meeting, which will span several days, sets a tone with a critical focus on improving access to tetanus care and addressing the challenges surrounding maternal and neonatal health in Sierra Leone. Here's the report. The 47th Annual General and Scientific Meeting of the Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association is to serve as a platform for various stakeholders to address how better access to care, education and resources could help reduce preventable deaths. The highlight of the session was the ongoing struggle with tetanus, a disease that continues to claim the lives of thousands worldwide, including many infants in Sierra Leone, and the dangers fistula causes on pregnant women. Dr. Freddie Coker, the president of the Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association, was optimistic that discussions from the meeting will lead to actionable strategies.
People don't know that when they have minor injuries, for example, they should go for the toxoid that will prevent this condition. So we want to use this day to raise awareness among the public for them to know about the importance of seeking appropriate care when they have an injury that will risk them having tetanus. And again, to educate us, the health professionals, so that we can improve our capacity to manage patients who have the condition, so that patients with the condition can have a very high chance of recovery.
Deputy Minister of Health, Professor Charles Tennessee, however, highlighted the need for embracing technological advances in healthcare to ensure better care delivery. Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow acknowledged the government's commitment to improving healthcare. He also shared that the health sector's budget allocation has been increased from 6% to 11%, reflecting a genuine commitment to expanding healthcare access. He noted that discussions on tetanus were crucial, calling them an eye-opener and reaffirming government's dedication to reducing maternal and neonatal deaths through improved healthcare interventions.
We will continue to recruit healthcare workers, which is vital to delivery. We are going to continue to expand investment in our domestic specialization training so that we give opportunity to homegrown specialist training so that we reduce brain drain. I hope and pray that government will have more resources to put that side by side with increased conditions of service for doctors.
Representatives from various medical and health organizations, including the Medical and Dental Council, Junior Doctors Association, and the Nurses Board, also pledged their support. They recognized the importance of raising awareness on the dangers of tetanus and ensuring that treatment facilities are available and accessible to all. As the meeting progresses, participants are expected to engage in rich discussions on strategies to enhance access to care and improve healthcare outcomes for the most vulnerable populations in Sierra Leone. The collective goal is to reduce the incidence of tetanus, ensuring that no child or mother dies from a disease that is entirely preventable with the right care and resources. Slbc News, Esther Saku reporting. Duros Rentals and Construction Company has handed over a 14-bedroom mother dormitory to the Bo Government Hospital. The facility will serve for lactating mothers whose toddlers are taken into special baby care unit and have to stay in the hospital until the baby attains the required weight. Soriba Samura has more from Bo.
Handing keys to the management of the Bo Government Hospital, Dr. Neil Conroy expressed joy of having to intervene in this old age problem of having a safe, convenient place for the lactating mothers at the hospital. He recalled in 2013, while serving at the Bo Government Hospital, when he conceived the plan to do the mother's dormitory. Believing in serving humanity, Dr. Conroy said that he partnered with other people like Doha's Rentals and Construction Company to do the work. Dr. Joy Nelly, the pediatrician at the Bo Government Hospital, could not imagine the sigh of relief the facility has brought onto her. The mothers, she said, were only lying in the open space and on the floor because they wanted the lives of their children at the detriment of their own health.
This donation of this boy Conroy dormitory for mothers that were lying outside the building of the SCB has brought in a lot of relief for the hospital, for as Sierra Leonean, and as a nation as a whole. Because before this time, seeing our mothers lying on the floor, that was a big challenge for us. Every day they posted it in the WhatsApp, everywhere. People see, people are lying on the floor, people are lying on the floor. But because of this donation, I feel so proud, and I can tell you, as an administrator of this hospital, if I'm asked my greatest accomplishment for now, I would say upholding the respect and dignity of our mothers.
The in charge of the special baby care unit at the Bo Government Hospital, Sister Juliana Kante, joined the hospital management and Bo DHMT to thank Dr. Neil Conroy and Doha's Rentals and Construction Company for providing the first ever mother's dormitory in Bo District, if not the country at large.
As political parties have commenced its lower-level elections since Sierra Leone, in partnership with the Political Parties Regulation Commission, has conducted a national dialogue meeting with the leaders of various political parties on the compliance of the PPRC Act of 2022 and the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act, with funds from the Embassy of Ireland in Sierra Leone held in Freetown. Ibrahim Samora tells us more on that story.
Sierra Leone, in collaboration with PPRC, seeks to ensure an inclusive political participation in the electoral process in the upcoming lower-level elections of political parties by addressing disparity in political representation and enhancing the role of women in decision-making within political parties. Country Director, Sierra Leone, Joseph Ayamga, said women should be at the center of all political decision-making and national development, noting that they hosted the National Dialogue meeting to contribute to shaping policies that ensure greater compliance with legal frameworks and foster a more political landscape.
Most of our political structures, most of our governance structures, mostly are dominated by men. And this is because our cultural and traditional practices have so long structured these institutions in a way that they favor men. It is not that we don't have women who are participating in those political activities, but mostly they participate as mere observants.
Chairman PPRC, Emmanuel Kwevaya Amara, underscored the importance of women's participation in decision-making, noting the PPRC Act 2022 speaks to political inclusion, including other laws. He described women as partners in development, stressing the need for women's empowerment.
For ensure, say, life is given to these provisions. And the political parties themselves, as you're present here, must give life to this provision. In fact, I be expect say, you know, na so woman they follow there. But again, when they say gender, it not just mean woman. I am happy that the men are here because the men they get for give support for the effectual, you know, movement of their provisions there.
President All Political Parties Women Association Augusta James Temer promised to work closely with PPRC and Sierra Leone for political parties to comply with the PPRC Act and the GIWI Act. She assured that APWA would continue to raise awareness for women's full participation in governance, noting that they have members in all 17 political parties in the country. Senior Program Advisor on Governance, Embassy of Ireland, Josephus Eli, told his audience that the embassy will continue to strengthen women's participation in governance and lauded the government for the electoral reforms towards women's political participation and empowerment. He encouraged political parties to give political positions to the physically challenged. Deputy Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs, Indowa Bindi, said the dialogue resonated with the vision of his ministry and lauded the organizers for complementing his ministry's effort in educating leaders of political parties on the GIWI Act, PPRC Act, and the Public Elections Acts. He said the ministry is closely monitoring the lower-level elections of political parties to ensure compliance with these laws, stating the Bio-led government was committed to women's participation and empowerment in politics. Leaders of various political parties signed the commitment board, committing themselves to inclusive electoral processes at all levels of elections. Ibrahim Samora, Freetown.
If you're just joining in, this is news coming live from the Slbc Broadcasting Corporation from Freetown. We continue with more stories. United Nations Development Program in Sierra Leone has handed over 10 vehicles to the National Revenue Authority to optimize the operation in revenue collection. The intervention by UNDP in the procurement process resulted to NRA saving about $280,000 US. Let's hear from Joseph Toya as he tells us more.
The handing over of vehicles to the National Revenue Authority by UNDP Sierra Leone was to improve on service delivery and optimizing their resources. The vehicles were procured through an agreement between both institutions, resulting to NRA having a discount of about 20 and 25% on all the vehicles procured.
Today we're handing over 8 vehicles. They are 10 in all. 2 are on their way coming to the compound, and there are 6 Land Cruiser Prados and 2 Toyota Land Cruiser V6 and then 2 pickups. And the total cost of these vehicles on the open market is about 730,000, but we got it for them at 580,000. So they made an average savings of around 288,000 for this procurement. And for us, that kind of savings is what government can use to repurpose into other areas where NRA can bolster its capacity to mobilize more resources to address the challenges that the government faces and the people of Sierra Leone need.
Limited mobility and aging fleets are among challenges the National Revenue Authority has been faced with. This, according to the Deputy Commissioner 1, Anne-Marie Adin, has been hindering the operation in generating more revenue. She spoke highly of the arrival of the new fleets.
So for us, from our own part, we are really happy for this gesture, and we pray that the collaboration and the way the relationship is or has been between us and the UNDP continues. We are very much happy because we need these vehicles. We have all areas to cover, and you guys know that most of it are the border areas. So our staff needs this so that they will be able to facilitate their movement. So we are so much happy as an operating organization.
The move was seen as a motivation to NRA as their institution is purely operational. NRA was the first government institution to get such help, and other state-owned institutions were said to also benefit from such undertaking in order to enhance efficiency in their operations. SLBC, Joseph Toure reporting.
Pupils and teachers have expressed heartfelt appreciation to the government of Sierra Leone and its partners for implementing a national school feeding program, which was officially launched at a national Islamic primary school in Freetown. The pilot phase of this initiative is funded by the government of Saudi Arabia through the King Salam Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center, provided essential food commodities to support the school feeding program for 2024 to 2025 academic year. Jonathan Tona reports.
The pilot phase saw the distribution of bags of rice, beans, gallons of oil, and packets of salt to support the daily feeding of pupils in 10 primary schools in the Western Area Rural Districts. This initiative, which targets 5,000 pupils, have been hailed as a significant relief for many parents struggling with the rising cost of living.
Looking at the community itself, is a very deprived community, very vulnerable. The parents there are most of them fishermen, fishmongers, and sometimes the sea is not favorable for them. And so because of that, children stop going to school. If you ask them, they will say, my mother don't have something to give me for lunch. But because of this feeding, now the school is jam-packed. All the children that have left months ago, years ago, they are back to the school.
Now they are coming to school. You can see willingness in these children to come to school now than before.
Head of mission of the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia emphasized the commitment of Saudi government to humanitarian aid, noting that education is a vital tool for nation building. He reiterated Saudi Arabia's continued support for Sierra Leone's educational sector, highlighting the positive impact of the school feeding program on pupils' attendance and academic performance.
Smooth launching and implementation of this program. I also want to thank the Prosperities Management, peoples and guardians of the peoples of this school for their efforts in providing quality education to the community.
Whilst expressing his gratitude to the donors, the Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary School Education, Conrad Saki, reveals that the school feeding program has now been expanded to 15 out of the 16 districts nationwide, benefiting over 80,000 pupils.
Create a ready market for those farmers. And so you are not just feeding the kids, you are also putting monies in the pockets of their parents. And so this is a positive impact on the economy of Sierra Leone, which is what we want.
The school feeding program is expected to improve school attendance, reduce dropout rates, and enhance pupils' health and academic performance.
The government is plenty thank you for bringing the food to our schools. Many of the children now come to school to have their own lunch. Some of them, they don't have lunch when they come to school, but the food has helped many of the students to come to school.
For them to come to school because the government are helping us, for them to be study at home, for them to take the academic work serious. So is that what I'm going to say.
As the program continues to expand, it brings renewed hope for better educational outcomes and a brighter future for Sierra Leone's children. For Slbc News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
We now bring you the insights from the presidency. Sierra Leone's President Julius Maada Bio has delivered a compelling keynote at the 48th session of the Governing Council of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD. He called for urgent investment in rural economies to drive food security and sustainable development. The event, held in Rome, Italy, brought together world leaders, private sector players and agencies to discuss solutions to global food challenges. Let's hear from our State House correspondent, Amosi, for more.
President Julius Maada Bio stressed that the first mile, smallholder farmers, fish folk, and rural entrepreneurs is the backbone of food systems and national economies. He urged strategic investment to empower rural communities, especially women and youth, to transform agriculture and ensure food security. Under his leadership, Sierra Leone launched the Feed Salon Initiative in 2023. It aims to overhaul food systems, restore pride in farming, and revive exports of rice, coffee, cocoa, and other crops.
With the right support, rural populations have the potential to sustain themselves and their economies and communities. In Sierra Leone, under my flagship Feed Salon initiative launched in 2023, my country has embarked on an ambitious journey to transform its food systems. We have embraced a private sector-led approach that positions agriculture as the engine of economic growth. We aim to completely overhaul our food systems to achieve food security and inclusive economic growth for current and future generations.
The president highlighted Sierra Leone's investment in rural infrastructure, roads, bridges, and irrigation systems, along with $28 million in agricultural financing, prioritizing women and youths. Sierra Leone is also taking a leading role globally. It co-chairs the Alliance of Champions for Food Systems Transformation with Brazil and Rwanda, and has joined the G20 Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty under Brazil's presidency.
Our goal is to restore pride in farming as it once was when Sierra Leone was a significant exporter of rice, coffee, cocoa, and other cash crops. To achieve this, we rely on the support of our international partners who have pledged over $1 billion for the next 5 years. We are grateful for your support. We have taken a giant stride towards food self-sufficiency in Sierra Leone by ramping up local rice, onion, eggs production, and cutting our reliance on imports by over $10 million in 2024.
He called for stronger global partnerships, urging leaders to invest in resilient local food system. Now is the time to act, he said. President Bio reaffirmed Sierra Leone's commitment to IFAD, pushing for concrete action to improve rural lives and leave no one behind. For Slbc TV News are in Freetown, our Mosue reporting.
From the presidency, it's now time for us to go in for international news.
Hello and welcome. This is International News and I am Cecilia Alice Cisse. Straws might seem insignificant, inspiring jokes about the plastic versus paper debate, but the plastic straw has come to symbolize a global pollution crisis over the past decade. In 2015, video of a marine biologist pulling a plastic straw out of turtle's nose sparked outrage worldwide, and countries and cities started banning them, starting with the Pacific island nation Vanuatu and Seattle in 2018. More than 390 million plastic straws are used every day in the United States, most for 30 minutes or less, according to advocacy group Turtle Island Restoration Network. Plastic straws are usually thrown away after one use, going on to litter beaches and waterways and potentially killing marine animals that mistake them for food. Trump's executive order claims that paper straws use chemicals that may carry risk to human health and are more expensive to produce than plastic straws. The declaration came in July, just a few months before negotiators met in South Korea to try to finish crafting a treaty to address the global crisis of plastic pollution. Negotiators didn't reach an agreement late last year, but talks resumed this year. According to Egyptian security sources, the country's president Abdel Fattah al-Sisi will not travel to the White House for discussions if the agenda involves U.S. President Donald Trump's proposal to move Palestinians out of Gaza. Trump has sparked the ire of a string of Arab nations with his suggestion that Gaza should be controlled by the U.S. and turned into a Riviera of Middle Sea. He has urged Egypt and Jordan to take in Gaza's some 2 million residents and has warned he may halt aid if they refuse to do so. Egypt says Trump issued an open invitation to the country's president earlier this month, while the U.S. added that no date for such a visit has been pinned down. Trump recently met with the King of Jordan, Abdullah II bin al-Hussein, who rejected his suggestion to displace Gazans from the enclave. Meanwhile, the fate of a 10-year ceasefire between Israel and Hamas hangs in the balance after Israel insisted it would resume fighting if hostages held in Palestinian military group were not freed in the coming days. Teachers throughout Algeria went on strike Wednesday to protest low salaries and deteriorating working conditions. This follows demonstrations staged by students last month in an unusual outpouring of protest. Students stood outside shuttered classrooms and roamed aimlessly on Tuesday when teachers started a two-day strike. Teachers and students are taking action at a time when public criticism of the government is becoming rarer. Teachers say the strike is significant amid a gradual shrinking of rights, including for women, the press, and opposition parties. The right to strike is a right enshrined in the Constitution, said a longtime trade unionist. To address economic malaise, President Abdelmajid Tebboune has raised wages throughout his time in office, including for public sector workers like teachers who saw their salaries go up by 37% during his first term. But teachers' unions say starting salaries were barely more than the minimum wage or unemployment stipends and are hoping for more increases. Last month, disillusioned students were on strike organizing protests both at their schools and on social networks like TikTok to express anger after costly equipping them to maintain stable, well-paying jobs. And finally, on the international news, the Sudanese army has rejected a ceasefire call by the United Arab Emirates during the coming holy month of Ramadan. This comes as the army makes major advancements in the capital and seizes control of a key stronghold previously held by the Rapid Support Forces RSF in northern Khartoum. Sudan's army considers the EU as an aggressor of the war and has many occasions linked it to the RSF, accusing it as its main financer and supplier of weapons. The UAE refutes the claims. In a statement, the UAE said as they approach the holy month of Ramadan, a time of mercy and compassion, the UAE calls on all parties to honor this sacred period with a humanitarian ceasefire. Well, that's the end of the international news. I am Cecilia Ali Cisse. Goodbye.
From international news, we'll now move on to business update.
Hello and welcome to Business Updates, the segment that brings you insight in business and its contribution towards positively impacting the economy. I'm Moses Conte. In today's edition, fishermen and businesses assess the impact of the closed season at Tambakula Wharf, Aberdeen. As the sun set on another fishing season, the industry reflects on the year marked by both challenges and triumph. Fishermen, businesses and communities that rely on the ocean's boundary are now assessing the impact of this season's catch. With challenge in regulation, environmental factors and market demands, the close of the fish season for the month of February brings both opportunities and concern for stakeholders across the board. To know more on this, let's join our reporter Abaka Kamara, who was there and sent this report.
This year, the fishing industry faced challenges including fluctuating fish populations and stricter regulations aimed at sustainability. The introduction of new preservation measures have sparked discussions among industry leaders about the balance between economic viability and environmental responsibility. Additionally, the ongoing effects of climate change have raised questions about the future of fish stocks and livelihoods dependent on them. Saidu Kabia, one of the harbour masters at the Tambakula Wharf, spoke about the initiative of the government on the close of the season for a month and how this process is affecting fishmongers and businesses.
Well, this is a government initiative. Government said they foreclose the season, they foreclose the sea for 1 month, so they observe the 1 month. It affects everybody. It's like a office. If they say you don't go on break, then they affect you because you get responsibility.
Ngadi Bangura and other fishmongers spoke about their constraints at this Tambakula Wharf on the close of season, that it is very difficult for them to earn their living, and especially when they have school-going children. As the season comes to a close, the industry stands at crossroads with both challenges and opportunities ahead. It is essential for all stakeholders to collaborate and innovate during this 1 month of closing season. For SLBC Business News, Abubakar Kamara reporting.
Thanks to our reporter Abubakar Kamara for that report. Well, that's all we have in this edition of Business Update. I've been your presenter, Moses Conte. Keep watching.
Many thanks there to Moses Conte for Business Update. Well, from there, that's how we join the sport desk for the latest.
so much for joining us. Of course, it's the sporting update that keeps you in the know. Now, the Executive Committee of the Sierra Leone Football Association has appointed Mohamed Kalon as the new head coach of Leone Stars. Here is the update. In a move that has sparked excitement across the nation, the Sierra Leone Football Association has officially appointed former national team captain and international football icon Mohamed Kalon as the new head coach of Leone Stars. Kalon, known for his illustrious career with top European clubs like Inter Milan and Monaco, brings a wealth of experience and a deep understanding of the game to the role. His appointment is a significant step forward for Sierra Leonean football and signaling a new era of ambition and hope. The former international star is expected to focus on preparing the Leone Stars for crucial upcoming matches in the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Next month, Sierra Leone faces a challenging double-header against Guinea-Bissau and African powerhouse Egypt. Kalon's leadership and tactical control will be put to test as he aims to guide the team to victory. The SLFA has expressed their confidence in Kalon's ability to inspire and elevate the national team on the global stage. They are expected to formally introduce him to the public and media at a press conference scheduled for a later date. This appointment marks a homecoming for Kalon, who is considered one of Sierra Leone's greatest football exports. His passion for the game and commitment to his country makes him a natural fit for the role. Fans are eagerly anticipating the impact he will have on the senior national men's team, Leone Stars. Another development, former national team defender Usman Tolo has lauded the appointment of Mohamed Kalon and called for effective collaboration from ex-players. Former Sierra Leone national team defender Usman Tolo has expressed huge delight over the appointment of Mohamed Kalon as the new Leone Stars head coach. Tolo believes Kalon is the right man for the job and also urged him to actively involve former players in the development of the national team. Tolo emphasized Kalon's readiness and suitability for the role, stating his confidence in the former Inter Milan and Monaco star ability to deliver positive results for Sierra Leone. He highlighted the importance of leveraging the experience and knowledge of ex-internationals to nurture emerging talent and strengthen the national team. Kalon's appointment is a positive step for Sierra Leonean football. Tolo emphasized he understands the game has played at the highest level and is passionate about his country, and I believe he can make a significant impact, he added. Tolo further stressed the value of integrating former players into the coaching setup and team management, and suggesting their insight and understanding of the game, which could be a valuable asset. He believes a collaborative approach and combining Kalon's leadership with the experience of former Leone Stars will create a strong foundation for success. The former defender's endorsement adds to the growing wave of support for Kalon's appointment. With his vast experience and expected character within Sierra Leonean football, Kalon is seen as a promising figure to lead the national team forward. The call for collaboration with former players underscores the desire for a unified and strategic approach to developing football in the country. As Kalon begins his tenure, he will undoubtedly have the backing of many influential figures within the Sierra Leonean football community. And that's your sports. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
Many thanks there to Abdul Kabir for that latest update in sports. Well, from there, that's how we draw the curtains of the news this afternoon. But before we go, a quick recap of our main points. President of the Motor Drivers and General Transport Workers Union, Alpha Amadou Ba, has resigned his position as president of the union. Mr. Amadou Ba's resignation came after numerous duress from some members of the union and court actions. Judge Advocate Mark Gegber has sentenced 6 military personnel in the second court-martial session of mutiny, failure to suppress mutiny, and desertion. And the people of Mantke in Bombali Shai Chiefdom Bombali district have called for justice after an incident in which they accused their paramount chief of leading a gang from the chiefdom headquarters town to attack and destroy their property. Well, that's it for news from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation from Freetown. I have been your presenter, Esther Sako. Continue to stay with your public broadcaster, the SLBC, if you can. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits
And memories are made.
A place cannot produce poems.
The red blood cells assume the shape of a sickle, especially when they are experiencing cases of low oxygen in the blood.
So we talk about this oxygen. I only break on what you mean by this oxygen inside the blood, inside this red blood cell. Because if this is small, how oxygen inside? What is this oxygen itself?
So this oxygen are just one of the respiratory gases there. All right. When they breathe in the oxygen, then when they exhale the carbon dioxide. So oxygen are just one of the respiratory gases that will keep breathing from the atmosphere, and it's very vital for survival. Without oxygen, you die. That is in fact most of the times if patients are don't, sick, they're going to hospital. You see, they're in severe respiratory distress. They know the blow well. We check the saturation of pulse oximeters. The oxygen they don't know. The first thing they do say when I count the oxygen measure the concentrator or log your oxygen. So this oxygen are a gas, which is very, very essential. All parts of the body need oxygen, and this oxygen are inside the blood they flow. All right. The red blood cells, the major function, because inside the red blood cells you get a molecule or a protein, what they call hemoglobin. So the major function of the hemoglobin inside the red blood cells now for bind to oxygen and make sure it transport that oxygen to different parts of the body. Because where they assume the blood they move all parts of the body. So any parts of the body where that blood they move, the oxygen for each day. So in patients with sickle cell anemia, the red blood cells assume a sickle shape. That sickle now just like a farm instrument where they can use for harvest rice. All right, but someone not ever see the sickle when a farm instrument. You can also assume the shape of the red blood cells instead of them to be very normal, round in shape, and somebody will not get sickle cell. But when you have sickle cell, the red blood cells are actually shaped like a banana. For people who don't know anything like sickle, we look at the shape of a banana in patients that will get sickle cell anemia, especially when there is condition of low oxygen concentration within the blood. It assumes that shape of a banana. And when it assumes that shape of a banana, the blood will move through what we call blood vessels. We get the tiniest blood vessels there, what they call the capillaries there. So when somebody has sickle cell, then the red blood cell assume that banana shape, especially when there is low oxygen. What's in the happening with this 10 forces here, the red blood cells they clog together. It obstructs the flow of blood within the blood vessels. And when it obstructs the flow of blood within the blood vessels, what's in that they deprive that particular site inside that blood for don't go. If blood not reach at the site, nutrients not they go there. If blood not reach at the site, oxygen not they go there. Then the patient will present with several different symptoms there. Some of them can result in complications of the disease itself.
So when we talk about this particular hemoglobin, we don't see the protein within inside the blood. What thing they prevent will make this particular protein or they enter inside the blood.
All right, so just like I say, in somebody who is normal, for example, me and you, will not get sickle cell anemia. We get what we call the red bone marrow. All right, the bone marrow, just like if you don't eat chicken, where you cham that bone, that red way they say, that's the red bone marrow. And the major function of the red bone marrow are for produce red blood cells. So in patients there where they get the sickle cell anemia, because of that mutation, they cannot produce the normal red blood cells. So then you get blood cells that they produce, instead of getting the hemoglobin, when at the normal hemoglobin, then they get the sickle hemoglobin. The normal hemoglobin is hemoglobin A. But in sickle cell anemia, because of that mistake in the production of that particular protein, where they call hemoglobin, they get hemoglobin S. And the reason why the red blood cell can assume a sickle shape or a banana shape, it's relatively very simple. We first need for assume the normal shape of the red blood cells, if it be spherical, all right, it should be like a balloon. Then within that red blood cells, you get the protein, what they call hemoglobin, millions of the protein, about 250 to 60 millions. So the major function of that hemoglobin are for transport oxygen. But when you have sickle cell anemia, you don't get the normal hemoglobin when a hemoglobin A. You have hemoglobin S. And the thing about hemoglobin S, it is inside the red blood cells. But anytime the patient exposed to conditions of low oxygen, what's in the happen? That hemoglobin S, they crystallize. Crystallize in the sense that they come together, join together, join together. So when they join together, they form an elongated rod within the red blood cells. And when they form that elongated rod within the red blood cell, then they distort the shape. The red blood cell should be normal. But when the hemoglobin they pile together, just like you get a balloon, you get something where they stretch them. So they will assume that shape, move from the normal spherical shape into the sickle cell shape. And if you have a sickle shaped red blood cells within your circulation, they obstruct the flow of blood because they're not able to move. As they go, they stop. And the thing about the sickle shaped red blood cells, they are easily fragile and they are sticky. So they tend to clump to one another. Okay. When they clump to one another, they can produce several symptoms of sickle cell disease.
Okay, so Doc, you don't talk so much about this red blood cell when at the basis of somebody getting sickle cell. So you talk, say, in the definition of sickle cell, you say now something got to do with genetic.
Yeah, it's inherited.
It's inherited. Why don't they happen? Why not generational disease?
So sickle cell anemia, not an infectious disease, all right? So one key things are possible to get sickle cell just like how you get hepatitis or HIV. Hepatitis, HIV, these are infectious disease where maybe you will get through somebody in blood or maybe via other means. But for the case of sickle cell, it's something you inherited, just like from the valve. I inherit something. Now this hyper inherit from me that you meaning now my daddy give me this. So inherited in the sense mean that for let you get the disease, either your mama or your papa forget the trait. Now when you do not have sickle cell disease, you are AA. Alright? Normally the genotype will they express like just 2 letters. Capital AA. When you are normal, you do not have sickle cell. When you have sickle cell trait or you are a carrier, you get a genotype of AS. So this speaking they inherit some of them genes there from either parent, either the mama or the papa. So let's say, for instance, you have 2 couples where they come together, but probably they'll not be able to do the genetic, the genotype test. Genotype test and test you to do for no you hemoglobin genotype. Whether you're not AA, that you normal, meaning you not get sickle cell, you not get sickle cell traits, or whether you're not AS, meaning you get sickle cell traits. Sickle cell traits simply means say you know they get any complication, especially when they get sickle cell disease. All right, or you get the sickle cell itself when an SS. So if 2 parents they come together, one get the trait, one get the trait, there is a 25% chance that any people that they born will end up forget sickle cell.
So when somebody get the sickle, okay, firstly, before the accident, what's in this sickle cell trait? What is a trait?
So the sickle cell trait, when you have the sickle cell trait, that means that you just inherit one abnormal gene. All right, either from the mama, from the papa. You get both parents. Maybe one parent, you know, in your hemoglobin genotype normal, the person normal, so now AA. And you have another parent where probably in get the trait. So in sickle cell traits, instead of you inheriting 2 abnormal genes from both parents, the pikin they just inherit 1 abnormal gene, either from the mama or from the papa. They inherit 1 abnormal gene, and that gene only result in the formation of that dysfunction in the hemoglobin. So people that they get sickle cell trait, we also call it sickle cell carrier. Meaning, then inherits just 1 abnormal gene, either from the mama or the papa, when are the HBS.
So you inherit if your papa na sickle cell carrier, na trait together, but you know get sickle cell, but get it when a carrier of sickle cell. It's possible for the pikin where they born get sickle cell.
So how it happens? You get the inheritance pattern of sickle cell disease. All right. Let us assume you're a woman, they mean a man. If me get the sickle cell trait, you say get the sickle cell trait, we get the probability. There are always 4 outcomes. If 2 partners, both of them are having sickle cell trait, come together for born picking, there is a 25% chance that any people that they born will get sickle cell disease. There is another 25% chance that the picking, there is another 25% chance that the picking will be normal, meaning no will get sickle cell trait, no get sickle cell disease, and there is a 50% chance that they will get the sickle cell trait.
So then you pass the 2 parents and get the sickle cell trait.
Yes, the 2 parents therefore get the sickle cell trait.
So if one get the sickle cell trait, then the other one not get them. No possibility that for the picking get sickle cell.
Well, if one get the sickle cell trait, then the other patient no, then the other parent not get the sickle cell trait. Meaning one parents normal, meaning an AA, they're the one where they get the sickle cell anemia. Those with the sickle cell anemia, and I think it presented to majority of the symptoms there, the pain, the jaundice, the anemia, all the different complications of sickle cell. But when you have the sickle cell carrier, it just means that you express that abnormal gene, all right? But usually patients with sickle cell carrier, they are asymptomatic. That means the other complications, the way patients with the full-blown sickle cell they don't get it. The only problem is that they are capable of transmitting the trait. So if you get sickle cell trait, anytime they marry a woman, the first one for the make sure that check the woman genotype. Because if I get trait, I inherit sickle cell now on two bases. My partner get trait, me say I get sickle cell trait. Tendency for say when I go born picking normal, we have 25% chance. Tendency for say when I go born another picking, we get a sickle cell, which is also 25%. So you only for take the risk. If you get the trait, you get the trait. We should not come together for the purpose of producing springs. The other side again, if for example me get the trait, they are go married to a person we get full-blown sickle cell, 50% of the chance here, any people when they born they get sickle cell anemia. If me get the trait, they are married, you will get sickle cell disease.
So you as doctor, they advise say for prevent sickle cell in any family first. Before na marry una for go check first whether this person gets or not better.
Sickle cell is a preventable disease.
So during my research I find out say sickle cell, you know, especially among black people. Sure. And why that they happen? Why?
Well, sickle cell not only because I think that's actually a misconception people they say sickle cell is only common among black people. Sickle cell not only there among black people, all right? It can affect anybody. The only thing, like you know the same with man and normal so, but it can affect people of African descent, the black people then, the Hispanics, the Asians, the Indians, but it's more common usually among the black people. So the reason why that they happen now because during evolution maybe they say sickle cell should be prevalent in areas that was endemic with malaria. That any side where malaria the sickle cell was like an evolutionary something for protect people there from really getting the severe form of malaria. So because malaria be common in other parts of the country there, sickle cell began for and so in other parts of the world the sickle cell began for evolve.
So that they come to my next question because a shock what I find out say do me research say them put and say with some people will get sickle cell, then they protect people from getting malaria. Is that the case? Well, we not only do studies recently.
All right, so it's also a misconception. It's actually a big misconception to say that if somebody has sickle cell anemia, they get malaria. No. If you get sickle cell anemia, there's a tendency that you can get malaria. The only thing, most times it's difficult. Even if you get the malaria not will be. If me get sickle cell anemia, then you just normal. Not assuming a sickle cell patient, all right? Then you, now a normal patient, you will get the malaria. Tendency for say the malaria could be so severe, all right? Whereas me, we get the sickle cell disease. If me get malaria, it could just be not that harsh. And the reason is very simple. Whenever somebody gets malaria, you get the parasites, what they call Plasmodium parasites, all right? And one of the sites that where the Plasmodium parasites can do are the red blood cells there. We just don't make an known say when you have the sickle cell, tendency for say your red blood cells that can be easily destroyed, all right? So if me get sickle cell anemia, instead of me get blood cell, where the parasite get for good day, they get for get some particular amount of time for letting develop. When you have sickle cell anemia, you get blood cells that they break down at a very fast rate. 10-20 days they don't break off. So if the parasites they inside the red blood cell, the sickle red blood cell, then maybe the red blood cell that get some distortion, fragile, and it's broken. Waiting if it happen, the parasite dies. So instead of it developing and going to the next stage for make the malaria worse, it doesn't get worse. Whereas me, we not get sickle cell, when me red blood cell, everything normal, the parasite is a favorable niche environment for the parasite. The parasite they stay immature. But when you have sickle cell anemia, you can have malaria. And we encourage patients that get sickle cell. Because when you have sickle cell anemia is a condition where possibly gets a deficiency of hemoglobin, that the protein that transports the oxygen there.
Yeah.
One of the complications of malaria, and also anemia. Malaria they cause anemia. So you already get a disease condition that makes you anemic when a sickle cell anemia. So if you can't get malaria, they take you medications, be doing any prophylaxis, what if you see that happen? It worsen the anemia.
So, doctor, if I get me picking, as you say me picking the sick, what are some of the early pointers away as Combra, where I go look at say, oh, this me picking so, this na sign for saying a sickle cell legal, I go to hospital bar.
All right. So usually like I say, sickle cell is an inherited condition, not so like something they acquire. If you're not born with sickle cell, you don't ever forget sickle. You don't ever get sickle cell. It's something that they born you with. It's inherited. Where they born you get them. But usually, when they keep born picking, they get a hemoglobin. They call fetal hemoglobin. When a hemoglobin F, and the fetal hemoglobin, they inhibit the sickling process. So most of the times, it's around the ages of 6 months and above that you begin experience some manifestations there of sickle cell disease in infants. And one of the earliest manifestations of sickle cell disease in infants begin where they between 0 to 12 months. All right, now you get an 8 months old picking where you don't inherit the abnormal genes from both parents. You get sickle cell. If that picking begin from manifest with signs of sickle cell anemia, let's say from 6 months, from 8 months to even 1 year, there is a sign called dactylitis. All right, dactylitis now where you wash the hand there, the foot there, they look swollen.
Swell.
So that is just one of the.
So we small picking and foot there. Who's part hand and foot there for swell?
Around this side.
Then wrist.
Yes.
Then wrist. We picking wrist swell. Then ankle.
The ankle, you see the swell. It's called dactylitis. Then most of the times it's very painful. When you touch them, they see the pussy, you go see the picking the cry. It's one of the earliest manifestations.
So it's that we get any other early manifestation where the early sign where they show for Combra the way they also get picking them and let them begin check them picking them and say, oh, these are for go to hospital.
Well, another early sign that the picking them because the condition they cause anemia. When somebody gets anemia, most of the times you see them pale. When you watch the eyes there, you see the eyes all white. You try to look at the palms there, all the palms they look somehow like that. Or sometimes people say can make picking they get what we call jaundice. All right, because the sickle red blood cells there, they die prematurely in the circulation. Anything they die, they release a breakdown product.
So it's not this jaundice.
Jaundice now where you get yellowness of the eyes or maybe the skin. That's called jaundice. So one of there are several conditions that they cause jaundice anyway. But in patients with sickle cell disease, it could be as a result of the sickle cell because the red blood cells they break down. So then can pick it, you'll see the eyes are all and the eyes are yellow. So it's possibly could tell you that they are suffering from jaundice. Then as they grow, they begin to get major of the other complications of sickle cell disease. Some of the other signs there we probably will end up to talk about.
So where person getting picking in young baby when picking is small, if you see a hand them by an ankle them, a arm, a wrist, there with the ankle. If it is swell, the pain arm, now early sign of sickle cell.
It's an early sign, especially if you see the hand happen to the picking body, the warm, all tender picking 666. It's an early sign, all right. You will need for call the picking hospital so that doctor will see and assess them. And we will do a confirmatory test for diagnose whether you get the test. So it's called hemoglobin electrophoresis. You go on, it can confirm whether the patient has sickle cell anemia or whether they have sickle cell trait or whether it's just a normal child. You not get sickle cell trait or you not get sickle cell anemia.
So if you can get sickle cell trait, when you not get the sickle cell, it's a carrier of sickle cell, you can still get a sign then.
No, usually when you have sickle cell trait, they are usually asymptomatic. The only thing you not express the gene, so you get a tendency for transmitter to you picking them. But when you have the trait, you get the carrier, everything is asymptomatic. You know they get the pain, the complications, the patient with sickle cell anemia that you get. You are actually fine when you have the trait.
Okay, doctor, before we allow you lay you rest, aside of early sign, what are other signs them? Because some comrade they go down many picking on past them 1 year, but some of them signs that go down count, but still not able to catch up. What are some of the other common signs the way if you say person go look at say, oh, make I go me picking, but this one ten a sickle cell you don't get.
All right. So one of the commonest signs that way affects patients there with sickle cell anemia as they go, it's painful crisis. All right. We call them vaso-occlusive crisis.
What do you mean by that?
Vaso means the blood vessels. Because the sickle shaped red blood cells have a tendency to cause obstruction, occlude the blood vessels, vaso-occlusive, meaning the sickle shaped red blood cells there, because of the shape, they obstruct the flow of blood in the blood vessels. And anytime they obstruct the flow of blood in the blood vessels in any part of the body, whether not the bones there, the upper extremities there, the limbs, or the abdomen, when at the belly, one of the commonest time when the picking you present with or complain, now pain. And it's a very severe pain, not a pain where they just take Panadol or ibuprofen for. Most of the reasons why those patients are, we usually hospitalize them in our hospital now because of the pain. And it's very severe. There was a time I meet a patient when a pregnant woman, a gets sickle cell. So I try for ask her, I say, woman they born? Because if you don't born, they say we don't born before. And born via vaginal delivery. I say, well, woman they born, that pain where they feel as compared to where they get a sickle cell crisis pain, which one really high? He say, doctor, the sickle cell pain is so high. So most of the times when patients they can get that sickle cell pain, for now we even give them medications pass to get for God. Now like I say again, they can get jaundice. Jaundice now where you eyes that they yellow, they use skin, they always they look yellow. They can also get anemia. Anemia now where they get a deficiency of hemoglobin within the blood. Then if you don't get enough hemoglobin in your blood, you present with signs of anemia. You are always tired, always fatigued. There's another sign again of another sign of the sickle cell disease that can affect males. We go to call priapism. Priapism is when you have painful, prolonged erection of the penis. How will it happen?
How will it happen?
How will it happen now? Like let's say probably you are having maybe you are in the States or they get something an affair with a woman. Let's say you are having sex, all right? You always one of the mechanisms doing sex on intercourse that you get increased blood flow to the penis when at the male organ. So some of them sickle shape get blood cells they get for go at the penis. And when they go at the penis, tendency they for say like you obstruct.
So what's in the happen? What's the experience with the person?
So how it's in the happen? They get painful erection.
So
it's painful, it's prolonged. Maybe even if you not arouse, you know they think of getting something else with the opposite sex. It's just the aroused part, you know. Normally they would expect say you should have erection when you want to do something. In patients with sickle cell, it's a different story.
So like when you get sickle cell, when you man business the team up, you feel pain.
Yeah, it's painful. It's really, really painful. And it's embarrassing. Because you're not actually in the mood, maybe forget sex. But it's just a complication. Though you not come up like it happen. Possibly they can always say, I mean, penis will not team up for over how many hours now? It doesn't go down. More than 24 hours.
Wow.
But
So
normally when they take hospital, we get some food before we leave that. But it could happen to also complicated.
So because some of them things and they can happen, some people they feel say something now which the person. Yeah, sure. Because for example, the person in penis don't team up. A man business don't team up for a very long time, condom. What did they make that they happen?
Just like I said, now because you get the sickle shape, you get blood cells there, they don't go in a particular part of the penis. They don't, because of the shape, they don't obstruct the flow of blood. Alright? Whenever you need erection, you forget flow of blood, red blood cells into the penis. It's very important. It helps the penis get erected. When you don't need erection, the blood not for daily. But in patients with sickle cell anemia, that blood they go there, then maybe it just go get stuck. And when it gets stuck, it obstructs some of the blood vessels there. And you get painful erection of the penis.
Okay, so continue for day with we in Dr. Edison Bunde, na medical officer na Connaught Teaching Hospital. He don't they talk to we about sickle cell condition. Mr. say we know to doctor. I don't begin learn. I don't learn bokutin about this sickle cell so formula believe say you say don't watch and you say so they listen and they learn. If you get any concern or anything you go ask Dr. Bunde and dinner, so you can send the text message to the number where you see on your screen, or you can send message through with Facebook page at SLBC Live channel 31. Well, viewers want make una watch this video. When we come back, we will can continue with the conversation with Dr. Bunde with you in the studio.
Disease, an abnormal protein molecule called hemoglobin S changes your disc-shaped flexible red blood cells into rigid sickle-shaped cells. Sickle cells can block blood flow and can cause pain and tissue damage. And sickle cells don't last as long as normal red blood cells. As a result, your blood has less red blood cells than normal. This condition is called anemia. Treatment options for sickle cell anemia may include medicines or procedures to help relieve symptoms, or in certain cases, a hematopoietic stem cell transplant to potentially cure the disease. Antibiotics and vaccine shots for diseases can help prevent infections. Your healthcare provider may advise you to take pain relievers for severe or chronic pain. One of the most common medicines for long-term treatment of sickle cell anemia is called hydroxyurea. It helps reduce pain by preventing damage to your red blood cells. It also reduces the risk of long-term complications. Other prescribed medicines that help prevent complications and improve long-term outcomes include crizanlizumab, voxelotor, and L-glutamine. If you have an episode of very severe pain, you may have a procedure called a blood transfusion. This replaces the sickle cells with healthy red blood cells.
Well, family, welcome back. The program we watch now, Waiting the Doctor Say on Slbc TV. Well, we still get Dr. Edison Bunde with we na the studio, and we talk on sickle cell. So you will get sickle cell condition, you go get opportunity, for talk to Dr. Bunde. Dr. Bunde don't talk so many things. Dr. Bunde, one talk we can always they come out about sickle cell. Now that sickle cell, person get age where they reach, where you get sickle cell, if you reach that age day, is the sickle cell it go die. Not true, Dandy?
Well, no, it's actually not true. Actually, not a misconception. You know, people that you say, patients, people that with sickle cell, they get long life, they die at a very early age. Well, sometimes it could actually be true, but it's not that way. It's most times depends, like if you decide what you did, all right? If you're a patient with sickle cell anemia, you don't live now, then develop towards Europe, you then in US, Canada, or Australia, outside they get everything for treat you. If you develop any complication, they're able to take care of you. Actually get enough medications. You actually live a normal life. I don't see patients there with sickle cell in their 50s and their 60s. But most of the times, we think it happen in Africa, because of the poor awareness, like if one picking them, they know they screen them very well to know whether they even get the sickle cell. So if you don't know say somebody get sick, they even begin for able to get treatment. So the sick, I say the person get complication. Later on they say, where they check the son has sickle cell. But like I say, people there with sickle cell, mean saying it's not just a lie. You actually live a normal life. Though you actually get risk of probably getting a complication. That if you're not adhere to what doctor say, doctor writes for you medications, they take doctor say not do this, then you're not adhere to all that, you go clinic, you can get complication, maybe that complication will not actually. But patients with sickle cell anemia, they can live a normal life. I don't see folks who don't go take 80 years, 70, you get sickle cell.
So doctor, why other talk back with me back door here and I don't witness one or another that some people get this belief say certain age away person they reach or like when you get sickle cell, if you cross that age day, it well.
Oh, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's also a misconception. It's not about sickle cell. You get several misconceptions there. This age factor are one of actually the misconceptions there. When you don't get sickle cell, even if you pass the age of, they keep putting age where they call 21. Say when you get sickle cell, if before 21 years, you will reach a normal adult age. No, it just depends on how you take care of yourself. What the doctor say for you do. I'm not gonna lie, the disease gets several complications there, and those complications, majority of them can end up on patients. Just imagine if patient gets sickle cell, they take care, they go to hospital, they do any test, they are actually prone to getting stroke. And when someone gets stroke, you don't get the chance of surviving again, the stroke will kill them. So the complications of sickle cell, any of them complications they will kill patients. But if, for example, anytime you experience it, begin then also begin pepper doctor. Alright, you're a patient with sickle cell, you don't begin to see the cough, your body the warm, you get fever, you get chest pain. That's a complication of sickle cell, what we call acute chest syndrome, which actually can kill patients. At the moment you see that kind of thing, they can't straight in the hospital. The earlier doctor they start to take care of you, the better your prognosis. But someone they call hospital, they go then and say, hey, kill buy $10, buy this. So by the time they come, there is little doctor they will do for you.
So even though you're not a doctor, you live in a community. You understand? And you don't witness some of them things there. So witness some of the common complications where you feel say sickle cell gets when a common complication where you feel say where people in a salon they get them complication and then the pepper doctor and also they know for do.
Alright, so one complication of the sickle cell, they cause stroke, like I said. Alright, stroke they happen when you get an obstruction to the flow of blood to a particular part of the brain. The sickle shaped red blood cells, they get that sickle shape, they have normal shape. So if they can have any blood vessel, for example, where they supply the brain, they can obstruct the patient can get stroke. And most of the time when patient gets stroke, how they present it, he gets what we call hemiparesis. They get weakness or paralysis on one part of the body. That's a sign of stroke. If you see that kind of sign, no say, I wish I'd always be picking. Count time, let you see it, doctor go do for him. Another complication, patient with sickle cell disease, he gets, we call a leg ulcer. The leg ulcer, how it happen?
Leg self can get ulcer?
Yeah, the leg can get ulcer. Ulcer are like a wound, it's a foot, a very big foot. And most of the times when it happens to a patient that with sickle cell, not so like why the wound today, after maybe a few days at all, no. Whether leg ulcer can maybe 5-10 years, they get better. How the leg ulcer can happen now, we like the sickle shaped red blood cells, they obstruct the extremities, the blood vessels and at the foot then. So adequate blood in the flow to a particular part of the foot. They get adequate nutrients, they get adequate oxygen, so they get like ulcer.
So people with people with sickle cell, same way they experience that way people with diabetes can experience, like when you wound, that wound not very well?
Yeah, it's possible. Like you also experience that. Because for you actually need normal blood flow. You understand to the blood vessels there. We're going to call it ischemia. Ischemia now when the amount of blood moving to that particular part of that body is limited. Sickle cell can cause that because the red blood cells they get that banana shape instead of them getting a normal shape. So if they obstruct a particular blood vessel, now the foot, waiting they happen with time, the amount of blood will they reach. So that particular part of the foot, so that blood for them will not reach there. So they begin to get some changes there. Alright, where they predisposed to ulcer. Then if you get the ulcer, we'll do tests on what to make you get the ulcer, how we can treat them. 10 days for the ulcer will go bad. And then go bad, we'll do for you.
So doctor, what other thing back with me back there? Now that any woman will get sickle cell, we get like we one born. Like you say, they not able born past 2 picking. If you say they born past 2 picking, they will die in a labor ward. Now 2 body still so?
No, it's not true. People like you say, when somebody gets sickle cell anemia, it's also a misconception. When you get sickle cell anemia, they even able born picking. It's gone. When you get sickle cell, you actually they able born picking. They make you infertile. The other thing, we don't see the process of childbirth. It's labor. It's a painful process. Not to tell you they go no more, you picking common out, you better know. A painful process where they go for several hours. And some of them think that they can trigger. Imagine you go for go born, then you begin to experience pain. That pain trigger you sickle cell. Sickle cell they make you get extra pain. So most of the times it's so painful for them. They actually get 2 pain: the pain of childbirth and the pain of the sickle cell itself. So how we could therefore do? We could just make sure they will monitor them very well, monitor their vitals, and make sure they will prescribe for their analgesic. So no experience severe pain.
So you want to tell from and say somebody even when we get sickle cell, he get right for born any amount of people you want born?
I don't see patients. I actually don't get the documenting online. We are in a woman gets 6 picking them. 2 of them they don't die. 6 picking all when born they get sickle cell anemia. 2 of them die because of the sickle cell. Then they 4 day. So it be they try for raise some awareness for let people that come for FM for let them take their picking them for bone marrow transplantation. Now a woman it gets 6 picking them. So if sickle cell they make person not born, I'm not that woman could born 6 picking. Our only misfortune was that all the 6 people that were born, they all get sickle cell anemia. So the other talk we can go about now, like we picking a sickle cell, they say picking the witch. Yes, it's that never actually a big misconception. Actually, in Nigeria, what's going to happen in the early days there, not so like doing this real time now. You get laboratory there, all sides. They go check your genotype, they know what's wrong with you. First, the way people they be married, even nowadays, but people they marry, no do genotype. It's only by the grace of God. I go marry a woman, we normal, meaning not get sickle cell, not get it. It's only by the grace of God, by chance. So first time do grandparents and time then, they will not be so advanced. They come together, some by chance they meet up, they are compatible, meaning the genotype they're compatible. Any picky they're born, no go get sickle cell. But for those who are unfortunate, where they come together, they'll not be do genotype test. Maybe this person will get it treat, then they will get it treat. Anytime they're born picking, they'll never know this picking gets sickle cell. Then probably along the line, that woman don't born that pikin day, then that pikin day end up for die. Maybe because of one complication of sickle cell, we kill her. But there not be no. So anytime that woman born pikin, with that same man, tendency for any pikin born back na sickle cell. So the pikin they will die that. So when the pikin they will die, they will call it obanji, meaning a child where they just don't born, they don't come for stay, they just come for come perish the mama, make the mama go through the pain of childbirth. Then after just a few months or 1 year, 2 years, and die, the mama gets all that belly back with the same man, the pikin come back, you know, say, they didn't know that actually maybe we think would result to that. Probably not because they get incompatible genotype. So any pikin they born, they get sickle cell.
So sickle cell, now sick way can we possibly able to prevent it not happen to you?
Yes, not really they will prevent.
So what's now one way like somebody now way you don't married, or if you not married it you want born picking, but you freely picking not get sickle cell. What's now some of the things we possibly could do, like picking not get them.
All right. So I think the important piece of advice we are going to get out there. Now to with the young one, the way the young adults say, the intended couples. All right. Myself there. Last week I do my test just for increased awareness. And why do my test? My genotype come. It's normal. Not AA. When you normal, you not get sickle cell genotype not AA. If you get the trait not AS. If you get the sickle cell not SS. So the best advice we will give for intended couples there. Yes, it's necessary for ask questions during the first date. Hey, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite music? But it's extremely important. The moment you and somebody don't meet, when they don't begin date, they will not think say this dating could probably result in marriage. Now for no genotype. The reason why it's necessary for one at the early stage. Let's assume you didn't have a church. Wait time you married, they say, with this we church, we get regulations, we get policies there. Once we they married, if I do some tests, one test na genotype, then when I go do test to doctor, then doctor say, this one na genotype result here, incompatible, you not treat, this man not treat. So when I get for break up. So at that moment you go say, but how go break up? Me and this man don't spend 3 years, we don't need the people they know. How can I? So the best thing for do, the moment you and possible begin dates, know the genotype is extremely important. How you don't know your genotype? And for going to hospital, we get tested with order for you. When you don't do that test there, if you test results come on, you not AA, you man not AS, it's good when I will come together. But if you not treat, you man not treat, it's risky. And only by chance. And not mean say if you not treat, you man not treat, when I don't go born pick normal. When I go born pick normal, there is a 25% chance. If you not treat, you man not treat. Out of 100% chance, there is a 25% chance any people not born go be normal. A 50% chance the pikin will get the treat. And another 25% chance the pikin will get sickle cell. What if we are unlucky couples? When I decide, okay, we're all born, we know so we get the sickle cell treat or two, but we risk can. What if we can't risk can? Then all the pikin are born, and that 25% chance of getting sickle cell anemia, and then meet. So you end up for regret. Say, if I know. So the most important thing, let we know the genotype then. Especially the religious bodies, the churches and the mosques, they make a point of duty. You can also pick in the inherit sickle cell.
So when they talk about doing tests for genotype, because most times so too know now people say, try for know what's a blood group. So yes. This blood group and this trait genotype test we do not the same?
No, it's different. It's different. The test we go for go do, we call a hemoglobin genotype. Alright? Like I said, the hemoglobin are the protein within the red blood cells, where they carry the oxygen to different parts of the body. So for law, we'll check. Because sickle cell the hemoglobin inside the red blood cells, they affect. They make they come together, they form long rods, then they distort the shape of the red blood cells. So it's different from the blood group. The blood group, you will get you AB, blood group O, blood group A, or blood group B. You're not getting nothing, you're not getting any relation for do with sickle cell. It's different. People that can go are more common than the genotype. But the genotype now we know. If we want to prevent the inheritance of sickle cell disease from picking them, and it's very important because now they picking the way they come, now innocent picking. Sickle cell are just like a disease somebody to suffer innocently because maybe two parents did not do the test. And nobody not want to see you born picking, you picking day in pain. Or you born picking, possibly tell you, this picking, you spend panel too much. They say picking or sickle cell, they that anytime. You spend panel so you don't send an international, you don't send an this. It's bad. So for law prevent all of that, make sure say before you marry, check your genotype. Let doctor tell you say, you and this man if you not come together. Now go born normal picking, they will not go get sickle cell disease.
So doctor, why you will get some man right now you go seriously bo? Me I no get money for going to hospital for go check for genotype for this thing. But I get me girlfriend or I get me wife way I so like I get somebody who I like. what's not the other thing person go do for make you prevent, you know, sickle cell? What una go do? You go feel say una two don't meet up, but una one married, but una one prevent una picking and get sickle cell. Any other thing the person go do?
Yes, you get all that thing the person to do. Now, let's assume say you get two couples there. All right, one couple get the sickle cell trait, the other one get sickle cell trait. The only way you think you get sickle cell trait, if me the papa I get the trait, the mama get the trait, or me get the trait, then the mama gets sickle cell. Tendency therefore say the patient will get the disease. So if two couples don't come together, they also get trait, then doctor don't tell us this result is not final. If on a born pick, tendency therefore say they will get sickle cell. But then two couples they say, doctor, we don't come far, we don't go before separate. There are options. One of the options are that whenever the woman they get pregnant, will get a fluid inside the uterus, what they call the amniotic fluid. Around 10-15 weeks of gestation, able for determine the period of pregnancy. All right, when woman they pregnant, the normal period for there around 9 months, or can normally put her in weeks. So as a gestation is just when the woman is pregnant. So around 15 weeks of pregnancy.
So is it at 15 weeks? Now how months down there we talk about?
Well, 4 weeks is 1 month, right? Then, so let's say it's around 4 months, something like that, because 12 weeks is 3 months. So let's say around then 3 months to 4 months. That you water when at the amniotic fluid, when woman can go born, when they say water don't burst by me, any woman don't born can experience that. Normally, at that fluid, I they swim. So around then time that they're doing the pregnancy, if the two couples there will not say they get a tendency for born people get sickle cell, will they take needle, put another woman in belly, draw some of the amniotic fluid for determine whether this genotype could they determine whether this people they get for born, they get for get normal, or they get for BSS when are the sickle cell. So if doctor do that test, there's this people inherits abnormal genes, so meaning the people when I get for born, you're going to be sickle cell patient. Then there is an option of termination of the pregnancy at that time. But imagine if you terminate the pregnancy as a woman. It's very expensive, not so saying a small procedure. It's expensive, you pay huge of money for it. You don't terminate them. Then you are the man, and still can't get pregnant again. You can't get better for the man. Doctor will begin the same test. Unfortunately, the doctor is really speaking. This one back home and get insect and sickle cell. How long are you going to abort in children? Do you understand? So the other two, you also advise. There are several purposes that we're possible for marriage. It don't mean say you for only marry for the purpose of procreation. You can marry for companionship. So if you two don't know, say, hey, this married or not married out of love, but for the sake of picking them, don't not produce, because if we produce, we will get picking them sickle cell, and sickle cell and disease, they get a lot of complications. All 10 possibly they get unpredictable pain. You know they know the pain they can. When I go marry for companionship, or if you're not married for even born picking them, you go in for adoption.
So beside them two situations there, so no other way, no the person able to prevent the sickle cell?
Yes, there is also another way, but then no need one as alone. All right, we have to call in vitro fertilization.
Okay.
That they probably take the woman, the some of the man's sperm, and they take the woman's egg, then combine the two together. That's fertilization. When they combine the two together, they form a zygote. Now inside a laboratory, they begin for one. The pregnancy they start, but not inside the woman below. This now a way for prevent abortion, because if the woman below, the people don't develop. If you don't check, it says these people they get for born and sickle cell, don't abort. But if you can't do in vitro fertilization, you take the man's sperm, you take the woman egg, you put on a petri dish. As they begin develop, you get some tests they will do. That by the picking, now we know when they develop in the laboratory, you goes, okay, well, this is get sickle cell. So at that moment, there is nothing you can do. You're not going to say with the abort because not inside the woman. But that is very, very expensive. It costs thousands of dollars for let you do that. That if couples that no one get that circumstances of, hey, the picking got sickle cell, a lot of abort, you can go in for in vitro fertilization. But it's very expensive and it's not even done in Sierra Leone.
So aside of them procedures and then three situations, we not get no other way to prevent sickle cell.
No other way. The best way we can prevent sickle cell, know your genotype. I do me recently, it just cost 400,000. Some side they now
200 million?
No, 400,000. Some side they now 500, but it does not exceed 500,000.
Okay.
And that's the only way. Because now sickle they inherit. And the reason why is very important. What if you get when you get sickle cell anemia, you get all of the complications. The majority is the complications that you get. But no difference no day between once we get sickle cell trait, then maybe normal. When you normal na AA, when you get the sickle cell trait na AS. Normally the only way they get the trait, then just inherit one abnormal gene. They know they ever experience then signs there. So they are very lucky. So how many you go? Most no go come and say, hey doctor, you now treat this man normal. No. There is never a way we can tell. Has to do that genotype test.
So doctor, any current research don't show say sickle cell and sick way than the men. For example, person get them, but you don't see this in pikia, so they want make it picking not suffer. Yes. So there are two lessons. The couple them, they don't marry, they don't born them picking, but they don't want make them picking suffer. So then see say okay, well, this one make you picking, one man this pikia. So think the way person go do for them picking well. From sickle cell?
Well, currently the only cure, there is actually a cure. The only cure we have for sickle cell disease, we go to call the bone marrow stem cell transplantation. But that self, nobody knows the donor will continue in a salon. I think they do outside.
So what do you mean by that?
Most of the times, well, bone marrow transplantation, the bone marrow now the side now the bone where they produce, you get blood cells there. So now, in patient with sickle cell anemia, that bone marrow already don't get that mutation. Anything that bone marrow they produce, the blood cells they produce abnormal. So bone marrow transplantation simply means say they look for a donor. The recipients now would get the sickle cell. The donor probably is now just a sibling, somebody very close to the person, but it can for be a match. Just like where somebody want to donate blood, they're not going to say, hey, you man in hospital go, they bleed, the paper bone can't donate blood. They get for check your blood because if you want to get the same blood you donate, they kill them. So that's what body they can do. So you know go just so thank you for even get the donor. You know, we'll get somebody who even compatible, even if you get the money. Then if you get possibly compatible with, some of the times, the money is another big barrier. Most of the patients in our country, they get sickle cell. Africa itself now a poor continent. Majority of the patients that sickle cell, where the disease afflicts, now poor people them. Even for buy some of the common medications, like pain medication, they can't afford. So bone marrow transplantation is actually out of the way. But now actually a cure. But it gets in all limitations. And one, forget the donor is difficult. Two, like you do some of the times, you know, your body can end up for rejection. Now a procedure we risky, meaning you take the tendency for doing the process of curing you, you lost your life. So in Sierra Leone, how we tend for treat with patients that will not aim for like give them permanent cure. Anytime they get the crisis, they will not hospital, make sure they will give them drip. Because most times when they are dehydrated, they experience the pain. Make sure they will give them antibiotics, then they'll not get infection. We'll make sure that if they are in pain, we'll give them pain medicine.
Okay,
so the oxygen.
So finally, doctor, tell me down the between. Before we go, somebody will get sickle cell currently. What will be your advice way as a doctor? We the give to that person did now. We go able make you not go to get that kind of attack the fast or combra we get that in picking. What's in the advice we go give?
So the most important advice I will give, if you're not person out there we get sickle cell, meaning you're not SS, you're not married, you're single. And understand what you don't go through in life. Let's assume you are 28 years, from when born you all time pain, today you don't want to work because of pain, today you don't want to collect because of pain, you not want to get a picking in the future where they go through what you go through. So anything you get sickle cell, whenever you consider for marriage, make sure that you know your partner is genotype. Make no mistake for born people who get sickle cell. Then most importantly, we'll get medications what we call prophylactic medications. We can give them antibiotics like PMVK. It's necessary to be taken, especially for people that are under 5 years. We can tell them, Mama, then picking this antibiotic we don't give them, it's life-saving. So that no will get infection, you will kill them. Take your medications every day. Hydrate yourself. Always get enough water. Whenever you hydrate yourself, you know they get them complication almost. Then always take your folic acid. Folic acid that you give them. Now, sometimes they make you produce enough blood.
Okay.
Then so always visit the hospital whenever you're sick. Not pay the doctor yourself now also.
Okay, so thank you. So Fambul, I believe say me and you we don't learn so much from Dr. Bunde. Now yes, so we come meet with today inside this Rating the Doctor say program. And mind you, now sickle cell we dey talk about. It don't tell you say sickle cell. Now sick way we go all go able prevent. But what's the advice now that the advice for let people go begin for do then genotype test. They say because when you do genotype test, you're able to know your gene and your partner in gene. So from that NA, una go advise una self for say, okay, well, if una two get the thing, una not go married. So Fambul, and the same way so don't talk say not expensive. 300,000, 400,000 I mean, or 500,000. So Fambul, I believe say me I would learn so much from waiting Dr. Bunde say, and it's a no pepper doctor. So thank you very much, Dr. Bunde, and also viewers want for say very thank you to all we watch this program today. And also I want to say very, very a big thank you to the production team. I want to say very, very big thank you. So till we meet next time, now this Waiting the Doctor Say program, Mina Emmanuel Samura, we bring this program come to honor today.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown!
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 Yeah!
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too. We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all they pass like stranger them. but we all don't dare from 10. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Another Thursday, and get ready for your weekly TV show, Bottom Line, on the SLBC with Asmi Uba, the program that brings to you policymakers and opinion leaders.
The Sierra Leone People's Party has begun its lower level elections to elect officers of the party to run its affairs for the next 3 years.
The lower level elections are very crucial in the intra-party politics. They are described as the foot soldiers of the party, and this time they are crucial because they will form the next executives to vote for national officers. Umaru Napoleon Koroma is the outgoing National Secretary General of the SLPP.
I want to extend my gratitude and to say thanks and appreciation to you for the support you've given me throughout my tenure as Secretary General of the SLPP from 2017 to 2025. By May this year, I will be bowing out of the Secretariat of the Israeli People's Party for the time being, as I will not be running again for the position of Secretary General for the Sierra Leone People's Party.
Who is going to survive and who will form the next lower level and national executives? Join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC, as the SLPP National Secretary General outlines the rules of the game.
Those who are coming in, or those who want to replace me, I want to wish them all good luck. I want to encourage everyone to conduct themselves in the true spirit of one country, one people. Let's keep our campaign very civil, let's keep our campaign brotherly, and let's keep our campaign very, very much friendly. For we are the Australian People's Party. Let our campaign reflect the views and aspirations of our founding fathers.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
I will not tell you. Yeah. My wife, grandpa died. Oh, Berry Street.
They go for judo class. He say la left. I don't broke what's in there. No, you can you bring this person can win belly.
This lipstick with the paya, what is? And not say for other year or other time they go. But this Valentine when they candy 14, me and you, now when they come out we go enjoy yourself.
Oh, Valentine are putting.
You they came me out.
Yeah, the woman there why they said the village to the Valentine.
Yes.
Then go on. So I take some on the market there.
Go help me sell.
Yeah, go help you for sale. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation coming up with its special Valentine's program from the 1st to the 14th of February as love cuts across boundaries.
So, get set as the SLBC Commercial and Marketing Department has created the platform where individuals, organizations, and businesses can send love messages to their loved ones. We appreciate our customers and other partners using this platform to demonstrate love and care.
The program will be aired on SLBC TV twice on Valentine's Day, February 14, at a cost of 450 leones only.
If interested, you can invite us to your business place from the 1st to the 12th of February. We will record your 1-minute message that will be properly edited and broadcast. Your video will be inserted. So, be romantic and show some love to your loved ones.
So, try us today. You will never regret you did, as the sky will be your limit.
Alternatively, you can send your 1-minute edited videos by WhatsApp on 076 920 510 and send your payment on Orange Money on 072 552 744.
Please note that SLBC reserves the right not to air your videos if the content has nudity or contains illegal materials, as the facility is open to everyone. So come to the SLBC and pay 80 leones to be recorded.
For more information, call on 076 920 510.
My African queen, I love you, I love you. So long, so long down. I'm on my knees, I'm singing.
Congratulations and happy birthday to their mother and grandmother, Madam Rosaline Yamide Cole of 43 Lord Street, Waterloo. Mommy, as you celebrate your birthday on the 13th of February, congratulations to your new age. Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise Him, all creatures here below. Praise Him above in heavenly host. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Mom, we are very grateful to God Almighty for keeping you for 75 years. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. We pray that God will continue to guide and keep you in good health. May He be gracious unto you and cause His face to shine upon you. More may you live to celebrate many more birthdays in good health. May there always be sunshine in your life, and may God grant you His peace. From your daughter, Mrs. Catherine O'Connor of the SLBC, grandchildren Festina Iyamide Thomas, Alfreda, Rosalind, Beatrice, and Lucinda. Congratulations and have a blast. Happy birthday to you, Luciana to Aisha Valentina Lee of 59F Smart Lane, Englandville, and the people of the Limount College, Brookfields, as the 13th of February marks your 12th natal day. Wishes of long life, good health, and God's richest blessings in all your life. May God Almighty continue to bless and keep you in His vineyard. Wishing you the best birthday ever. This request is coming from your caring younger brother, Miraculous of Paramount International Academy, Father Alusain Lee, Uncle Mr. Samuel Samura, grandmothers Ramatu Samura and Mrs. Lucy Lee. Aunts Mrs. Michaela Samura and Maria Mahaja Kouma. Mother Mrs. Samuela Conte and friend. Cheers to your new age. Congratulations and have a blast.
Bring me down, 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 down. Say I got they hold me down. Uluwa.
The death took place on Tuesday, the 11th of February, on Mrs. Virginia Akaswa Thomas, age 67. She is survived by her husband, Mr. Dunstan Thomas, of the Lebanese International School. Children, Mr. Donald Terry in the USA and Mrs. Gloria Pratt in Banjul, the Gambia. Sisters Clarice, Cecilia, and Margaret King. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 22 Nimbana Street or call on mobile number 088 814 918. The death took place at Matindi Town on Monday, the 10th of February, of Mr. Raymond Thompson, formerly of the Correctional Service and formerly of 22D Tegbe Town. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Gloria Thompson, children Joyce, Evelyn, and Zainab. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 034 542 855 or 078 421 721. This is my song, praising my Savior. The death is reported of Shepherd Basikoma, which took place on the 11th of February. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Marie Basikoma, children and grandchildren. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on 078 330 458, 078 620 206, or call at 28 Sykes Street, back of Universal Church, former Globe Cinema. The Senu, Sisi, and Sanko families at home and abroad announced the death of their beloved brother, son, uncle, friend, and nephew, Mr. Patrick Ibrahim Senu, former staff of the Moyamba Government Hospital and a medical student at Jala University, which occurred on Saturday, the 1st of February. The body will be conveyed to Moyamba Town on Friday, the 14th of February for burial on Saturday, the 15th of February. The Senu, Sisi, and Sanko families deeply mourn this tragic loss and appreciate your thoughts and prayers during this difficult time. May his soul rest in perfect peace. The Jusu, Kebo, and Sidiki families announced the death of Madam Bridget Yata Kula Jusu, commonly called Sowe Lolia, which took place on Monday, the 18th of November. She survived by children Faya, Foya, Yata, and Doreen, stepmothers Neima Jusu and Sata Kojo, granddaughter Frances Samai, several brothers, sisters, nephews, cousins, nieces, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. A vigil will be held on Friday, the 14th of February at 7 p.m. at the Methodist Church in Dodo, Kotuma. Funeral service will take place on Saturday, the 15th of February at 1:30 p.m. at the Methodist Church, Dodo, Kotuma. Burial at the Dodo, Kotuma Cemetery. Sympathizers may call at Dodo, Kotuma, Congo Town Market, or call on 079 408 157 or 076 781 983. The death took place on the 31st of January of Mr. John Molai Bangura, aged 71. He survived by his wife Memunatu Bangura, children Alpha, Francis, Gladys, Samson, Ballet, Hawa, John and Francis Bangura. Several brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles, other relatives and friends include the Conte, Kanu, Kalawa, Sese, Mansai and Sherif families at home and abroad. The body will be conveyed to Kamabai on Saturday the 15th of February for burial. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
Christ laid aside his crown for my soul, for my soul.
In loving memory of a dearly beloved one, Miss Princess Christiana Dixon, who left this world for eternity 1 year ago on the 14th of February 2024. Princess, 1 year gone, yet it seems like a dream. Sleep on, a dearly beloved, sleep and take a peaceful rest till we meet again on that beautiful shore to part no more. We love you, but Jesus loves you best. Goodbye, goodbye, and good night. Sadly missed by your sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, nieces, nephews, and the rest of the family and friends at home and abroad.
Join the theme I will sing, and when from death I'm free, I'll sing.
A memorial and communion service for Pastor Gabriel Kwame Gunu will take place on Sunday the 16th of February at United Christian Church, UCC Tower Hill, Freetown at 10 a.m. Pastor Gabriel Kwame Gunu died on Wednesday, 8th of January in Accra, Ghana, age 68. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Fatwata Mary Gunu, in Accra, Ghana, mother Cecilia Dofi Kwagbenu, children Mrs. Aisata Paulina Sasamura, Esther Maunima Gunu, and Elijah Mauli Gunu. Several in-laws, brothers, sisters, grandchildren, uncles, aunts, elders, and the members of the United Methodist Christian Church, Tower Hill, Freetown, UCC Primary and Secondary School, Tower Hill, Freetown. Sympathizers may call at UCC Compound, Tower Hill, or call on mobile numbers 076 519 717, 031 091392, or 076 575 052.
Christ Jesus is the ground of faith, who was made flesh on my side. Angels descending, bring from above echoes of mercy, whispers of love.
The death took place in Bo of Mr. Nathaniel Stevens. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 077 754078, 077 586 275, or 079 149 623. There will be a family meeting at the residence of Mr. George Ndopo on Sunday, the 16th of February at 4 p.m.
Perfect submission, all is at rest. I and my Savior am happy.
The death is reported of Moses Williams, a retired police officer, formerly of 17B Cemetery Road, Kolatri, Allentown. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 17B Cemetery Road, Kolatri, Allentown, or call on the following numbers 077-438-521 or 031-951-963.
This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day.
The death took place on the 10th of February of Madam Ada Campbell of 27 Regent Road, Lumley. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 82 Regent Road, Lumley, or call on 076 639 158, 076 607 516, 079 341 202, or 078 448 574.
Praising my Savior all the day long.
The night took place on Monday, the 10th of February, of Mrs. Bondu Regina James of Collier Compound, Juba Hill, aged 81. She survived by her husband, Comba James, children, Sia Williams, Sir James, Silver Lee, and Tamba James. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at Collier Compound, Juba Lumley, or call on 077 914 496 or 076 179 417.
The firmest ground of faith.
The death is reported of Mr. Alfred Henry John of 3 Ranger Street, which took place on Sunday the 9th of February. He survived by his wife, Palmyra John of the University of Sierra Leone, children Frederica and Alfreda John, several siblings, stepsons David Conte and Shubuola Macaulay. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. The Hammond family announces the death of their mother, niece, sister, cousin, aunt, grandma, and friend, Mrs. Nancy Susan Hammond, which took place on the 31st of January, aged 71. She survived her only son, Mr. Alexander George Kwame Hammond, daughter-in-law, Mrs. Augustina Kia Hammond, adopted son, Mr. Alex A. Ture in McKinney, grandchildren, Francis Kojo and Kwabina, several sisters and brother, uncles and aunts, in-laws, cousins, nieces and nephews, relatives and friends at home and abroad. A vigil will be held on Wednesday the 12th of February at St. Martin's de Paul Church, Blackwell Road, Kisii at 7 p.m. Laying out is on Thursday the 13th of February at our residence, 16 Back Street, Kisii at 10 a.m. Hammond School, Bypass Road at 11 a.m. and at the church at 1:15 p.m. Funeral and Requiem Mass at St. Martin's de Paul Church, Blackwell Road, Kisii on Thursday the 13th of February at 2 p.m. Burial at the Kisii Road Cemetery. Funeral and communion service for Ellen Shirley Babylove Leopold, former past pupil of St. Joseph's Convent Secondary School, formerly of Bangor Drive of Angola Bridge Goddard, 15A Benjamin Lane, California, USA, and former staff of Paramount Hotel, who died on the 10th of January, aged 87, will take place at the Ebenezer Methodist Church, Circular Road, on Friday, the 21st of February at 2 p.m. Laying out is at the Ebenezer Methodist Church, Circular Road, from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. She survived their children, Colin Dillis Kojo Davis and Akilande Kelvin Cole, both in the USA. Cousins, Mrs. Gerard George in the USA and Mrs. Tokumbo Kuka in the UK, Mrs. Adeyemi Lamin, Mrs. Ekundaya Wattenberg, Miss Floris Sawyer and Mrs. Fiorella Becklin in Freetown. Several nieces and nephews, grandchildren, Geraldine Shirley Thomas, Josiah Adams in the USA, and Makeba Georgestone in Freetown. A great-grandchild, Zolani Babylove Collins in the USA. Relatives and friends at home and abroad. A memorial service for the dearly beloved one, Pab Makosise, who had his home call on the 3rd of January, will be held on Sunday the 16th of February at the Intercontinental Ministry, Campbell Street, Wellington at 10 a.m. The 40th day ceremony will take place at his former residence, 95 City Road, Wellington, by Raja Fatmas and New Road at 2 p.m. Relatives and friends are cordially invited. The entire family at home and abroad wish to express their sincere thanks and appreciation to all those who in diverse ways sympathize with them for the loss of their beloved one, Pamako Sise. May God bless you all and may his soul rest in perfect peace by the family at home and abroad.
Tenderly
forever in our hearts. In loving memory of the late Mr. Claudius Adeteru Anthony, who departed this life 1 year ago on the 14th of February 2024. In honor of his life, the Anthony family cordially invites all relatives, friends, and associates to join them for the 1 year memorial service, unveiling and dedication of altar window on Sunday the 16th of February at 10 a.m. at the Charles Knight Memorial Methodist Church, Sussex. There will be a bus service to Sussex departing from Campbell Street, Edward Lane Junction at 8:30 p.m. at a return fee of 50 leones. The bus will leave for Sussex to return at 4 p.m. the same Sunday. Papa, your fond memories will forever linger in our hearts, still loved, still missed, and still very dear. Sleep forever in the Lord, and may your gentle soul continue to rest in perfect peace. Amen.
Earth has no sorrow, but heaven without faith shall be sad.
The death occurred on Sunday the 9th of February of Mr. George Abel Matthew Richards of 2 Guildford Street, Regent's Village, aged 66. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 19 Victoria Street off Kutan Road or call on 088 888 178, 099 661 057 or 073 262 710. The death is reported of Madam Susanna Pierce, a retired teacher of Rokel Secondary School, and of 7A George Brook Dwezak Farm, age 69. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 076 963 or 034 112 001.
My grandmama.
The death is reported of Mrs. Madeleine Kashope Roberts Bailey, who died on Saturday, the 8th of February, age 70, former secretary in the Ministry of Education and Allegria Clinic, 65 McDonald Street, Freetown. She survived her husband, Mr. Teddy Peter Roberts, and 4 children. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 076 846 758, 076 672 825, 072 123 347, and 076 1505 and 076 715 053, or call at the residence 14 Main Road, Town, Joy Hastings. The death took place on the 31st of January of Pastor James Musa. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Fatmata Musa, children Dr. Musa Josandi, Mr. James Dapi Musa Jr., Mrs. Princess Sam, Mrs. Erina Sharif, Benson Josandi, Christiana Josandi, Joshua Musa, Albert Jodembi, and Mulai Musa. Several Ghanaian grandchildren, sisters, brothers, in-laws, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. A vigil will take place on Thursday, the 13th of February at the Army of God Church at 7:30 p.m. Funeral service will be held on Friday, the 14th of February at the Army of God Church, Percival Street at 2 p.m. Burial at the Circular Road Cemetery. So the glory of God for a life well spent. The death is reported of their beloved mother, grandmother, friend, teacher, and the cherished member of the community, Mrs. Miriam Yawa Fore, which took place on the 14th of January, aged 89. She survived by her children, Marion Yata Fore Mila, Mohamed Masale Fore, Albert Gogra Fore Jr., Mata Marie Mansaye, Samuel Power Fore, Dr. Linda Musu Fore, Mami Vivian Mosin, and Abubakar Paul Fore, 11 grand and 2 great-grandchildren. several brothers and sisters-in-laws, relatives and friends at home and abroad. The body will be conveyed to Gwendembu on Friday the 14th of February, followed by a vigil. Funeral services on Saturday the 15th of February at the Wesleyan Church in Gwendembu at 11:30 a.m. Burial at the Gwendembu Village Cemetery. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 076-651-555 or 078-732-241.
This is my song, praising my Savior all the
Funeral service for Mrs. Nancy Johnson of 4 Sierra Leone of Upper Bombay Street will take place on Friday the 14th of February at the Gibraltar Methodist Church, Sani Abacha Street at 2:30 p.m. A vigil will be held on Thursday the 13th of February at a residence, 4 Sierra Lane at 7 p.m. Laying out is on Thursday the 14th of February at a residence, 4 Sierra Lane off Bombay Street at 2:30 p.m. Burial at Sekisi Road Cemetery. Mrs. Nancy Johnson died on the 30th of January, aged 92. She survived by children, Diosimi Coker, Sonny Johnson of the National Sports Authority, Abiose Johnson, Esther Johnson in the UK, and Mrs. Christiana Ja Kiki in Nigeria. Several Ghanaian great-grandchildren, in-laws, close relatives and friends include Yowenzo family in Nigeria, the Cole, John and Mansawe families at home and abroad.
What wondrous love is this, oh my soul.
With profound submission to the will of God, the Jabati family announces the death of their beloved husband, father, grandfather, uncle, in-law, brother and nephew, Mr. Francis Banju Jabati, who passed away on the 5th of February. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. The death is reported of Francia Brandy Ruth King of 38 Water Street, who died on Friday the 7th of February, aged 30. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 45 Main Motor Road, Congo Town, or call on 076-610-174 or 030-416-706.
And I bear it no
The death occurred on the 13th of January of Paramount Chief Samura Fobo III of Sandal Loko Chiefdom Kamalo, Karine District. He survived by his wives Mad Dumbuya in the UK and Saleh Conte in Kamalu, children Mohammed, Ibrahim and Zainabu Dumbuya in the UK, Hassan by Nene, Aisata and Alaji Dumbuya in Sierra Leone, several grandchildren, nieces and nephews, relatives and friends at home and abroad. A vigil will be held at Kamalo Town on Thursday the 13th of February at 8 p.m. Funeral prayers will be said at the Central Mosque, Kamalo Town, Sandal Loko Chiefdom on Friday the 14th of February at 1 p.m. Burial at the Paramount Chief Cemetery.
Please forgive me.
The 40th day ceremony for Chief Mahmoud Kamara, who died on the 3rd of January in Freetown, aged 41, will take place at the residence of Madame Lucy Fo, 17 M Lane, Hilltop Hill Station, South Ridge, back of Old School, on Sunday the 16th of February at 12 noon. He survived by his mother, Madame Lucy Fo, son Mohammed Beva Fo, several sisters, brothers, cousins, nieces, nephews, uncles, aunts, relatives, and friends at home and abroad include the Kamara and Fo families, the Hilltop community, the imams and the elders of Hilltop Southridge Community Mosque Hill Station.
Please forgive me.
The reading of the Holy Quran to mark the 40th day ceremony for Haja Asma Kuyate will take place on Sunday the 16th of February at Makoma Village, Batkanu. She survived her children Mabinti Kamara in the US, Yabum Kamara, Ishmael Mansai, and Mohamed Sisse at home and abroad. Several brothers, sisters, and great-grandchildren, relatives and friends at home and abroad include Dr. Al-Hassan Kamara in the USA, the Sisse Kamara Wurijalo, Kanu Berete Darami, Mansare Fufana and Sano families. Sympathizers may call Aminata Wuri on 076-411388 and Alimatu Sisse on 076-637-432. Funeral service for Mr. Peter Charles, commonly known as Peter Bio of Mansare Drive by Alfred Lane, SS Camp Regent, 3 Rika Drive, and a popular mechanic at the Kingaman Road Garage, who passed away on the 31st of January, aged 46, will take place on Friday the 15th of February at St. Peter's Church, Bo at 1 p.m. Burial at the CKC Cemetery, Bo. He survived by his wife, Mrs. Mariama Charles, parents, Mr. Ibrahim Charles, Brahma Shotand of Bo, Mami and Musu Charles, both of Bo. Children, Phoebe and Lamina, Aminata, Sugar, Angeli, Mama Charles, and Peter E. Charles. Brother, Mr. Augustine Charles. Sister Sata Charles, Uncle Mr. Michael Johnny, Aunt Madam Susan Johnny. Relatives and friends include the Charles, Johnny, and Kemo Kande families, Ambassador Musa Kouma family, Daddy Kouma, Derek A. Cheto, and their families at home and abroad, several nieces, nephews, in-laws, and the rest of the family and friends at home and abroad. The death took place on the 23rd of January of Mrs. Augusta Kagbo, aged 91. She survived by children Jonathan, Sher Davis in Liberia, Nicholas Williams, and Augusta Babina. Several brothers, sisters, grandchildren, uncles and aunts, cousins, nieces and nephews, all the relatives and friends at home and abroad. A vigil will be held on the 15th of February at 6 Musalin Gwende Bugorich at 8 p.m. Funeral service will take place on the 16th of February at the Calvary West African Methodist Church, burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. The Darami family announces the death of Brahma Darami, commonly called BD, which took place on Thursday the 13th of February. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call Frances on 033-563-913, Idrissa on 076-610-345, 076-220-000, or call at B4 Kingham Road Quarters, Freetown. The Taylor family of Rokel announces the death of Mr. Philip Magnus Taylor of Rokel Village, which took place on Sunday the 9th of February. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on 076-402-085, 076-607-250, or Cecilia King on 078-445-626. The family announces the death of Reverend Balogun Crispus Samuel O'Neill of 3 Alcock Street, Freetown. He died on Wednesday the 12th of February, aged 86. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 3 Alcock Street, Freetown, or call on mobile number 076-231-077. The French King and Banguro families announced the death of their beloved daughter and sister, Alimatu Zaina Bangura, commonly called Fatima Bio, who died on Thursday the 6th of February, aged 32. She survived by her husband, Mr. Ibrahim Sori Kamara, son Prince Samuel Wisdom Kamara, Father Mr. Ibrahim Sohi Alim Bangura. Mother Madam Susan French. Stepfather Mr. Umaru Tijan King. Sister Janet Davis in the Gambia. Stepbrother and sisters Abu Mimata and Mariama Tijan King. Several uncles, aunts, grandmother, cousins, close relatives and friends at home and abroad. A vigil will be held on Saturday, 15th of February at our residence, 38 Kisi Bypass Road at 7 p.m. Funeral service will take place on Sunday, the 16th of February at the Greater Lights Ministries Kisi at 10 a.m. Burial at the Port Loco City. Funeral and communion service for Mr. Alexander Kofi Swen will take place on Friday, the 14th of February at St. Thomas Anglican Crew Church, Stewart Street at 2 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. A vigil will be held on Thursday, the 13th of February at the Emmanuel AME Church, McDonald Street at 7 p.m. There will be a laying out at 17B Cole Street from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and at the church from 12:45 p.m. to 2 p.m. He died on the 27th of January, aged 37. He survived by his wife, Cecilia Calais Tracy Swen, son Kofian Swen, father Mr. Patrick Swen in Monrovia, Liberia, mother Madame Justina Avonglia in Senegal. Several brothers, sisters, relatives and friends in Senegal, Monrovia and Freetown. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
Where streams of living water flow, my ransomed soul he leadeth.
Funeral and communion service for Mr. Bernard Brahma Alpha, former deputy principal of the United Mission Secondary School, Kolatri, Allentown, will take place on Sunday, the 16th of February at the UBC Church Lunge at 12 noon. Laying out is on Saturday, the 15th of February at the UBC Church from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. A vigil will be held on Saturday, the 15th of February at Camara Street, Lunge at 7:30 p.m. Burial at St. Augustine Cemetery, Lunge. He died on the 23rd of January, age 42. He survived by his father, Mr. John Lamin Alpha, wife Mrs. Aminata Alpha, children Bernadette, Davida, and Andrew Alpha, several brothers, sisters, in-laws, nephews, nieces, uncles, aunts, cousins, relatives, and friends include the Fatoma Mansaye Brown, Metsiga, Elliot, Pratt, Hila, Bafor, Pech, Campbell, Alpha, Kumba, Mosima, and the Joanna families at home and abroad. The death is announced of Mr. Victor Glenn Cleveland, formerly of 27 Ascension Town Road, aged 80. He survived by his wife, Aureola Cleveland, children Brian in Canada, Glenna, Vicklin, Victor and Reginald Cleveland, several grandchildren, sisters, several cousins, nieces, nephews, sisters and brothers-in-law. Several relatives and friends at home and abroad include the Cleveland, Head Williams, Klein Thomas, Coleridge Taylor, Allen, Kittel, Cocker Thomas, Pratt, Davis, Maddie, Green, Macaulay, Harris, Cole, Jackson, Joseph Elba, Streeter, Metziger, Kerely, Roy Macaulay, Mrs. Lillian Lisk, Johnson, Bell, Blake, Buckle, Emil King, Tina Norman, Wright, Kabia King, Gary, Walton Davis, John, Nichols, Smith, Morrison, families at home and abroad, and residents of 27 Ascension Town Road. There will be a vigil on Thursday, the 20th of February at 7 p.m. at the Warren Memorial Methodist Church, Kutown Road. Laying out is on Friday, the 21st of February at the Wesley Methodist Church, Lamina Sanko Street, from 11 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. Funeral service is at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. Sympathizers may call us 27 Ascension Town Road, Freetown.
Gather
The death took place on the 28th of January of Miss Jacqueline Grant Coma of 29 Barwick Street, age 29. She survived by her father, Pastor Grant Coma, mother, Mrs. Bintu Grant Coma, brothers and sisters, Jeffrey, Joshua, Bobo, Mary, and Favor Grant Coma, several uncles and aunts, nieces and nephews, cousins, relatives and friends at home and abroad include Mrs. Mary Lai of the National Pentecostal Church, 4th Street. The vigil will be held at 29 Barwick Street on Monday the 17th of February at 8 p.m. The body will be laid out at 29 Barwick Street on Tuesday the 18th of February from 11 a.m. to 12 noon and at the church at the Foursquare Gospel Church, Peter Lane from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. followed by a funeral service, burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery.
Gather with the saints at the river that flows by the throne of God. On the margin of the river.
A loving and affectionate memory of their son, father, brother, uncle, cousin, and friend, Sigismund Ishelu Williams, who left time for eternity on the 11th of February 2024 at the age of 30. Indeed, the blow was heavy and the shock severe, but God is a great interpreter and He will make it plain. Only the heart that loves knows the sorrow of parting. We love you, but Jesus loves you best. Not hush my soul, nor dare repine. The time my God appoints is best. While He had to do His will, be mine. I need to fix my time of rest. Sleep on, my dear. Sleep and take your peaceful rest till we meet on that beautiful shore to part no more. Goodbye and good night. Sadly missed by your dear mother, sisters, son, and close family members, a host of relatives and friends at home and abroad.
Yes, we'll gather at the river, the beautiful.
In evergreen and affectionate memory of a dearly beloved brother and friend, Mr. Jongo P. Siaka Stevens, whose sun rises in 1950 and sun sets in 2024. Jongo P., 1 year gone soon, as you heard your master's call 1 year ago on the 16th of February 2024. What massive blow that was dealt, causing us to fall in grief. Life race well run, life race well done. JP, as you are fondly called, will always be in our thoughts as your absence has created a vacuum in our midst. Sleep on, a dearly beloved JP. Sleep and take your rest with the Lord. You are still loved, still missed, and still very dear. Fondly remembered by the exercise group of S Gate, Hillcourt Road in Freetown. Goodbye, goodbye, and good night.
What a foretaste of glory divine.
A loving and affectionate memory of their mother, sister, aunt, grandmother, cousin, and dear friend, Mrs. Daphne Lucilla Sylvia Hines, aged 49, who departed this naughty world 10 years ago on the 10th of February 2015 without saying goodbye. The blow was heavy and the shock severe. Dear Lord and Father of mankind, forgive our foolish ways. The bud may have a bitter taste, but sweet may be the flour. Daffy, Mama di Mama, sis, Mommy, you left us the time we least expect, but God is a great interpreter and He will make it plain. Only the heart that loves knows the sorrow of parting. We love you, but Jesus loves you best. Sleep on, my dear beloved. Sleep and take your peaceful rest until we meet on that beautiful shore to part no more. Goodbye and good night. Sadly missed by holy daughter Annabelle and husband, close family members, especially your dear sister, niece, Bridget, a host of relatives and friends at home and abroad.
This is my song.
Voices in my head, but it told me.
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. The family at home and abroad announces the death of their mother, aunt, cousin, and grandmother, Haja Fatu Jallo, commonly called Auntie Fatu. Funeral prayers will be held on Friday the 14th of February at the Fuller Central Mosque Magazine Court, Freetown, at 2 p.m. after Juma prayers. burial at the Kisi Road Cemetery. Sympathizers may contact the family at 26 Malta Street, Town, Freetown, or call on 076 616 506.
I need you. Ya Ilahi. I know this day will come.
It's another Thursday and get ready for your weekly TV show, Bottom Line, on the SLBC with Asmi Yuba, the program that brings to you policymakers and opinion leaders.
The Sierra Leone People's Party has begun its lower level elections to elect officers of the party to run its affairs for the next 3 years.
The lower level elections are very crucial in the intra-party politics. They are described as the foot soldiers of the party, and this time they are crucial because they will form the next executives to vote for national officers. Umaru Napoleon Koroma is the outgoing National Secretary General of the SLPP.
I want to extend my gratitude and to say thanks and appreciation to you for the support you've given me throughout my tenure as Secretary General of the SLPP from 2017 to 2025. By May this year, I will be bowing out of the Secretariat of the Australian People's Party for the time being, as I will not be running again for the position of Secretary General for the Australian People's Party.
Who is going to survive and who will form the next lower level and national executives? Join us on Bottom Line this Thursday, live on SLBC, as the SLPP National Secretary General outlines the rules of the game.
Those who are coming in, or those who want to replace me, I want to wish them all good luck. I want to encourage everyone to conduct themselves in the true spirit of one country, one people. Let's keep our campaign very civil, let's keep our campaign brotherly, and let's keep our campaign very, very much friendly. For we are the Australian People's Party. Let our campaign reflect the views and aspirations of our founding fathers.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Famous. Hello, 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 hello.
Laugh for Love, Saturday, February 15, na Bentumane International Conference Center. Where you read the comedian, where you do this Laugh for Love comedy show, self. You know, say na show with class. I say na we odogu, na one party legend them, inside comedy na salon. Desmond Benya. Fambulem, Desmond Benya Entertainment, they present Laugh for Love na Bentumane International Conference Center, Saturday, February 15. You know, so where you all mic show, na laugh te go. At 7 o'clock sharp, you go down begin see all their laugh at them. Pan comedy na salon, let ye matter the laughing matter. Kindo Amani, Richie Obama, Ogawawa, faculty. Sayo the comedian, Agbas Sosa, and one female comedian, Mama P, and the one pot comedians. Laugh for Love by Desmond Benya na Bentumane Conference Center. That's not done. The entertainment ambassador, Dallas Bantan, Star Zero, Leonidas T. Juniors, and Let's Teddy Bongo, in Bobo, Seth go perform na Didi. Pan this Laugh for Love for go inside, na 100 Leon no more you get for pay. If you na Lagba or Dogu, I say you go pay 1,000 Leon. That na the first class. Table for 5, na 5,000. And the VIP, na by donation. Laugh for Love, Saturday, February 15, na Bentumane International Conference Center by Desmond Benya Entertainment. And the one that we put on for the show, better one, na Rokel Commercial Bank, National Insurance Company, UBA, SLBC, AYV 98.1, G Shakandas, Regent Spring Water, Slico Insurance Company, AfriCell, and AfriMoney, Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, Mercury International, Eastern Lions the Killers, Anti-Corruption Commission, and the guest of honor, na Mrs. Nabila Tunis, Minister of Tourism. and Mr. Ali Mubari, CEO of Pavifort Construction. For booking reservation, call 076-658-319 or 088-658-319. Laugh where you see me, February 15, Bentumani Conference Center. Laugh for love.
And I will not tell you. My wife and grandpa died. Oh, Berry Street.
Tradoa they go for judo class, he say la left. They are all broke person.
No, you can bring this person away.
This lipstick with the paya, utinis. And not say for other year or other time demo. But this Valentine with the candy 14. Me and you, now when they come out, we go enjoy yourself.
Oh, Valentine at 14.
If they carry me out.
You get woman there why they said the village the Valentine.
Yes.
Then go and try to take some from the market there.
Go help me sell.
Now go help you for sell. Yeah.
You are my African queen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation coming up with its special Valentine's program from the 1st to the 14th of February as love cuts across boundaries.
So, get set as the Slbc Commercial and Marketing Department has created the platform where individuals, organizations, and businesses can send love messages to their loved ones. We appreciate our customers and other partners using this platform to demonstrate love and care.
The program will be aired on Slbc Tv twice on Valentine's Day, February 14, at a cost of 450 leones only.
If interested, you can invite us to your business place from the 1st to the 12th of February. We will record your 1-minute message that will be properly edited and broadcast. Your video will be inserted. So, be romantic and show some love to your loved ones.
So, try us today. You will never regret you did, as the sky will be your limit.
Alternatively, you can send your 1-minute edited videos by WhatsApp on 076-920-510 and send your payment on Orange Money on 072-552-744.
Please note that SLBC reserves the right not to air your videos if the content has nudity or contains illegal materials, as the facility is open to everyone. So come to the SLBC and pay 80 leones to be recorded.
For more information, call on 076-920-510.
My African queen, I love you, I love you.
It's another Thursday and get ready for your weekly TV show, Bottom Line, on the SLBC with Asmi Uba, the program that brings to you policymakers and opinion leaders.
The Sierra Leone People's Party has begun its lower level elections to elect officers of the party to run its affairs for the next 3 years.
The lower level elections are very crucial in the intra-party politics. They are described as the foot soldiers of the party, and this time they are crucial because they will form the next executives to vote for national officers. Umaru Napoleon Koroma is the outgoing National Secretary General of the SLPP.
I want to extend my gratitude and to say thanks and appreciation to you for the support you've given me throughout my tenure as Secretary General of the SLPP from 2017 to 2025. By May this year, I will be bowing out of the Secretariat of the Israeli People's Party for the time being, as I will not be running again for the position of Secretary General for the Sierra Leone People's Party.
Who is going to survive and who will form the next lower level and national executives? Join us on Bottom Line. This Thursday, live on SLBC, as the SLPP National Secretary General outlines the rules of the game.
Those who are coming in, or those who want to replace me, I want to wish them all good luck. I want to encourage everyone to conduct themselves in the true spirit of one country, one people. Let's keep our campaign very civil. Let's keep our campaign brotherly, and let's keep our campaign very, very much friendly. For we are the Sierra Leone People's Party. Let our campaign reflect the views and aspirations of our founding fathers.
Bottom line, the show to watch.
We don't run away. We come for better. We people that want for see what till we they do. We people that want for know what till we they say. Oh, we let we swallow.
It's another Thursday and get ready for your weekly TV show, Bottom Line, on the SLBC with Asmi Uba, the program that brings to you policymakers and opinion leaders.
The Sierra Leone People's Party has begun its lower level elections to elect officers of the party to run its affairs for the next 3 years.
The lower level elections are very crucial in the intra-party politics. They are described as the foot soldiers of the party, and this time they are crucial because they will form the next executives to vote for national officers. Umaru Napoleon Koroma is the outgoing National Secretary General of the SLPP.
I want to extend my gratitude and to say thanks and appreciation to you for the support you've given me throughout my tenure as Secretary General of the SLPP from 2017 to 2025. By May this year, I will be bowing out of the Secretariat of the Israeli People's Party for the time being, as I will not be running again for the position of Secretary General for the Sierra Leone People's Party.
Who is going to survive and who will form the next lower level and national executives? Join us on Bottom Line this Thursday live on SLBC as the SLPP National Secretary General outlines the rules of the game.
Those who are coming in or those who want to replace me, I want to wish them all good luck. I want to encourage everyone to conduct themselves in the true spirit of one country, one people. Let's keep our campaign very civil, let's keep our campaign brotherly, and let's keep our campaign very, very much friendly. For we are the Australian People's Party. Let our campaign reflect the views and aspirations of our founding fathers.
Bottom Line, the show to watch.
Dear viewers, welcome to the Golden Age of Islam. This is the 9th episode and the penultimate of season 1 for this new series. In the previous episode, we left off at the events just prior to the Hijrah, the migration of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. And in this episode, we will look at what were the obstacles faced by the Holy Prophet just prior to the migration and the beginning of his epic journey towards Medina. For today's episode, joining me in the studio is Ayaz Mahmood Khan Sahib, who is a missionary serving in the Additional Galdar Tasneef office. And joining me on Skype will be Adam Walker, who is serving as MTA Director Online. A warm welcome to both of you, gentlemen. Without further ado, Ayaz, in the previous episode, we left off at just at the events of the migration. So now there seems to be no other option but to migrate. But Allah the Almighty is revealing to the Holy Prophet slowly that he will migrate to a place. Allah the Almighty shows him in a dream as well that it's a place full of date palms and like an oasis. But the Holy Prophet doesn't know the direction where he will go in this migration. But as we know in hindsight now, that was Medina. So what was the Medina like just before the Holy Prophet migrated there?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It's good to put that into context, the place where the Prophet of Islam was destined to migrate. So Medina is now everybody knows about Medina, because that was where the Prophet of Islam migrated. That is where he passed away. He spent 10 years of his life there. His blessed grave is there now. So everybody knows that that is the city of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. But in those times, Yathrib, it was referred to Yathrib before, people didn't know about this place. It was a place 250 approximately miles north of Mecca. And at that time, as far as the society was concerned, there was mainly two groups of people. And those two groups of people were Jews and idolaters, Arab idolaters. And the Jewish people were divided into 3 tribes that lived in Medina at the time. The Banu Qurayza, yes, the Banu Nadir, and the Banu Qaynuqa. Absolutely. And in addition to those, the idolaters were known as the Aus and the Khazraj. And this group of people who were the Aus and the Khazraj then later became the blessed people who we refer to as the Ansar, or the helpers, who accepted the Prophet of Islam and who welcomed their brethren from Mecca And they offered so many sacrifices to welcome them into their homes and kept them
And
with
it's
so
such
much
a transformation because at the time that you're discussing, they were actually at war with each other.
Absolutely. In fact, even at the time of the migration, the Aus and the Khazraj were preparing for a war. So they were they had daggers pointed at each other. But it's so beautiful to see the transformation that Islam brought amongst these people, that those who were at each other's throats, they became like brothers and and sisters. The whole community, they came together with so much love. At that time, this Yathrib became known as Madinatul Rasul, and then Medina. The Jewish people were superior at that time as far as the society was concerned because they were more knowledgeable. They had a deeper knowledge of the scripture. They were well off as well in terms of their wealth and property as well. And that is demonstrated by something that we read in history. For example, when a idolater of Medina was unable to have a male child, male children were considered something which everybody wanted. They wanted male children. And they would say that if God, whichever God they believed in, if I'm blessed with a male child, I will make that child a Jew out of gratitude. So this was how the status of the Jews at that time. And the Jews knew their status, and they would say it to the idolaters as well. They would say that according to our scriptures, this is the time where we are expecting a prophet. And when this demonstrates the deep knowledge that they had of the scripture. They said that this is precisely the time where a prophet will be coming, and when that prophet,
the area, rough area as well.
And that area as well. And then they would say that when that prophet comes, we will establish a kingdom and a sovereignty, and we will kick all of you out of Medina. But Allah the Almighty had different plans, that Allah the Almighty was going to bless those people as the first to accept the Prophet of Islam, the Aus and the Khazraj.
Exactly, very well put there, Ayaz. Adam, so Ayaz was just speaking about the background to Medina and what the demographics of the society was, but how did Islam actually get to Medina?
So the Prophet ﷺ used to he would visit various tribes, and he would go around preaching Islam to people and inviting them to Islam. So there are a few different incidents, and I think that the backdrop of those incidents really is this war that Ayaz was talking about, the civil war within Medina, the war of Bu'ath. And the Prophet, the first person that the Prophet ﷺ went to see was during the Ashhur al-Hurum, and this was Suwaid ibn Samit, and he was also known as al-Kamil, meaning an individual who's complete in their attributes, or they're an exceptional person, and this was because of the noble qualities that he was known for. And the Prophet ﷺ said that he wanted to preach Islam to him, and that he had this book, and that he wanted to recite to him. But he said to the Prophet ﷺ first, he said, well, I have a book, and it's called the Mujalla Luqman, and I want to recite that to you. So the Prophet ﷺ entertained that, and he listened to him. And after he'd read, the Prophet ﷺ said, that there's some good in what you've said, but let me show you what I have, because it's really incomparable. So the Prophet ﷺ recited the Quran, and upon this, Suwaid was really moved by it, and he recognized the beauty of the Quran. And then he went back, and he actually died during the civil war itself. But after that, the Prophet ﷺ, he met the people of Aus that we talked about before, and they had come because they were preparing for the civil war. So there's this continuing theme of this Bu'ath war. So they're preparing for the war, and the Prophet ﷺ asks them, can I recite some Quran to you and tell you about Islam? So he begins to recite the Quran, and from among them there's a young person that's called Iyas, and Iyas, he's so moved by what the Prophet ﷺ says that he said that this to that which Muhammad is calling us to, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is greater in its objectives and in its value than what we've actually come here for. And you've got to imagine they've gone there in order to prepare for a civil war to defend their land and their people and their lives. So that was a big statement. But he was quickly, hushed by the chieftain of his tribe. But we move later on after the civil war had taken place, and this was in the 11th year Nabawi year, so 11 years after revelation had begun. And the Prophet ﷺ met people of the Khazraj, and he preached to them, he recited the Quran to them, and actually a number of them had accepted Islam, 6 of them in total. And they then returned to Medina, and the thing which is, going back to what Ayaz said before, that they had this deep desire that through Islam, this continuing civil war and the problems that were there and the division, that unity would be found and that would be extinguished.
Absolutely, Adam. And it's important actually to highlight those 6 fortunate individuals from Medina who had the opportunity to accept Islam in the beginning. And the names are As'ad bin Zurara, Auf bin Harith, Rafi bin Malik, Qutbah bin Amir, Uqba bin Amir, and Jabir bin Abdullah radiyallahu anhum. And these were the fortunate companions who accepted Islam from Medina. And amongst these, it is said that Asad bin Zurara radiyallahu anhu had the opportunity of being the first person from Medina to accept at the hands of the Holy Prophet. Ayaz, this was, as you could say, the foundations are already being laid, and as Adam rightly mentioned, due to the continuous preaching of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we now have a breakthrough. This is the 11th year after the Holy Prophet first received revelation, but then the next year we have